Welcome back, everyone, to the North American Striker League Season 4. My name is K-Bot, and joined today, I have multiple North American Striker League competitors on the desk with me. I have EKC's goalie Soren, I have Demon's Raw Brawler Snake, and I have the Orange Blob Forgot. And we've got something a little bit different for you today for our pre-show. Now, I know normally we like to keep things analytical. We like to keep things focused. Perhaps you expect a patch notes rundown. Perhaps you expect us to go through all the matchups and break them. But instead, I've got a special game for both the players and the audience. You can feel free to play along. Today, we will be playing Omega Doku. And you're probably going, Vaughn, what on earth does this have to do with NASL or Omega Strikers? Well, let me tell you. Omega Doku is similar to Sudoku, except there's only going to be this 3x3 subgrid of categories, which we'll be filling in with text. The Pokedoku, or excuse me, Omega Doku players, because I'm inspired by Pokedoku. The Omega Doku players are going to input possible Omega Strikers players that will fit both the vertical and horizontal columns at the same time, and you'll deduce these using the categories shown on either axes of the grid. So we're going to look through those axes now. And they've been brought up on the mainstream. So if you look on the horizontal side, going left to right, you're going to see category 1, Soondubu Strikers. Players in this column will have to have either suited up for an official Sundubu Strikers match or have been on their North American Strikers League roster. The next category is teamed with Liari since launch. Liari is probably the player who's entered the most tournaments in North America, or if not, it's pretty close. And she's teamed with a lot of different players, so this one's a bit of an open season. And then the last category is rank 1. These players will have achieved rank 1 in the North American solo queue ladder. This can be at any point in the game's lifespan. Any point, I'll repeat that one more time. Literally any point the game had a ranked ladder, those players are eligible if they've hit rank 1. Now, on the vertical side, you have WASD Brawler main for any player who is known as a brawler player when they play in tournament primarily and uses the WAS control scheme. 1 million mastery points. These players have at least 1 million mastery points on one character on one account. You may not include characters or players that are spread across multiple accounts, despite them probably totaling over 1 million. There's some prime examples I'm thinking of that I will not mention. And the last category is just simply has competed in a game of the North American Strikers Academy League. That can be in any season of the league. I think I've come up with all of them, but if a player comes up with a guess and can prove it right when I'm wrong, more power to them. So, our guests today will be working together. They have 3 strikes and they're out. And the last rule is once they've given an answer and locked it into a square, they are not allowed to use that answer again. And they also may not take it back. So once they've decided that one of the squares has been filled in, that's it. That name is off the rest of the board. And we go from there. So, fellas, I think I'm going to turn over to you. You are working collaboratively. If you can solve the whole puzzle, more power to you. One of these is almost a freebie gimme space because I know some of you might know the answers to these based off your own experiences. So I'll turn it over to you guys and just go ahead and get started filling out the grid, fellas.
So I've got to chirp in for the first one for has been rank 1 brawler.
Okay.
He might be my teammate. Might have hit rank 1 at some point. I know he did. Gonna have to go with NXZ Dizzle.
Is that
One name.
real? I don't
He's
have
hit
him on
rank 1
my.
before. He's hit rank
Wait,
1
is that
before.
real? That's why I already don't have something I've answered. Wait, can I get confirmation from NXZD? That's crazy.
Yo,
Did you
he's in the
guys know
Twitch chat.
that? Snake and forgot. When did he hit rank 1?
It was earlier on the season, I'm pretty
it's
sure.
early this season.
I mean, hey,
short, but
early season counts. I mean, that's crazy. I didn't have that. Okay, I'm down to lock it in. I did not know that, so there you go.
And that's the one I was gonna answer.
Yeah, I didn't know that at all. I'm sure forgot you might have had a different answer for rank 1
Yeah.
WASD brawler. Who would you have put drop or
Oh.
forgot? Sorry, I just Freudian slipped.
I would have put Drop Leto.
It could have
That
been
guy,
anyone. All
full
right, so
grind to get rank 1.
we're 1 out of 9, fellas. I think it's easier to start with the rank 1 and then move right to left, but you can do whatever you feel comfortable with, fellas.
Anything-
I
So
would like to put in an answer.
okay.
Sundubu, Waz Brawler, Snake Omega Strikers.
It's
Snake
true.
Omega
Whoa.
Strikers.
So this is why I should have had Snake, because in testing, this square killed everyone, but Snake subbed in for the Sundubu Strikers in the Midfield Mafia's debut tournament in a weekly way back when. They went undefeated in Swiss. They went 6-0 with Snake playing Brawler. So, fun fact, Snake has donned the Sundubu Strikers jersey. I mean, Snake and NXZ are no longer answerable for the rest of the grid. Who's got none? Let's hear from Froggy. Froggy, you got any ideas?
Yeah, team with Liari since launch, and WASD Brawler is just Scyther 12.
Another easy gimme. Not
Yeah.
meant to be always too challenging. I think the Liari options, you got a lot of different players to choose from, which completely fine by me. All right, let's send it back over to Soren. We're gonna do it in almost like a relay race where you'll be working together, but you have to get one right and then you pass along. So
correct me if I'm wrong, but Zay Forever was a Sundubu striker sub at one point. I don't know if you're like talking if they had to play or not, but played in NASA. That would be Zay, would it not?
are you locking that in?
Yeah.
That is correct. Zay Forever was a soon-to-be striker, has played games in NASA under PLX. That is a valid answer. So we can lock in Zay Forever for played a game in NASA under the soon-to-be strikers Good guess there too as well, because that saves up some other players. You can't soft lock yourself. There's always enough answers for all of these. Just as like a hint, but good that Zay's used here. So you can save some of those other players for other answers. All right, let's pass it down to Snake.
This one's difficult because I do not know many 1 million mastery point players or
You don't
NASA
have to
players
go
that
in
have teamed with Liari.
you don't have to go in
So
a certain order, so you can just pick whatever squares left. Hey, you can pick the easy ones, and if your teammates miss the hard ones, it's their fault. Like,
that's
hey,
on them. Uh, I'm I'm not locking it in, but I'm gonna ask my teammates over here, my
no,
friends.
no, no,
No,
no,
no, no
no,
phone a friend.
no. It's like a relay race, bro. You gotta hand the
Okay.
baton, and then they run.
Well, we have 3 strikes. I'll just lock in 1 million mastery points, soon to be strikers. 3Z breezy. If you don't have a million mastery points on X, you're doing something wrong.
He does not. Unfortunately, that is your first strike. Breezy Breezy is not even close to 1 million mastery points on
No
X. So
way.
that's our first strike. Good guess. A lot of people also guessed that, but that's incorrect. We'll send it over to Froggy. Froggy, feel free to take any of these boxes. You don't have to do the same one if you don't want to.
Alright, played in NASA and has been rank 1 as Drop Leto.
There you go. Another easy one. Many
Oh, he
people
did
have
rank
forgotten
rank one.
Bozo Bunch was actually in NASA in season one of NASA, or season 2, if you want to call it that. Bozo Bunch back when it was Muncher, Drop Leto, and Fem Bison, also known as Winter. So Drop Leto is another easy answer. Froggy repping his teammate here. Drop Leto's answer for quite a few of the boxes, so pretty solid guess. And we'll send it over to Soren.
So, man, played in NASA and teamed with Larry.
Don't think too
Got
hard on this one.
Don't think too hard.
Yeah, really don't.
I might be thinking way too hard with it.
You might be.
Actually.
It's okay. You can always come back to it. Just
I was
whatever
gonna
you do,
say.
don't open like Coscord or chat, and you're chilling.
I was trying to remember. I think. Oh yeah, I mean that's actually easy. I was gonna think of like a Prodigies. I was thinking of Xeno, but I think I'm gonna lock in just the lobster himself, Drew Danger,
Yeah,
who's still currently sitting in
exactly.
NASA right now.
Exactly. Evil Drew Danger, NASA champion on Shikara chatting. Played in a season of North American Strikers League, even with Liari. So I'm going to once again ask that even though some of us are responding to noobs in the chat, we close Twitch chat because I know they're going to spoil us. And these last couple ones might be a little tricky. So make sure that we all close down Twitch chat and we can yap at the noobs later. So that brings us all the way around to Sir Snake. And we only have these 1 million mastery points left. Not the easiest category in the world. So let's take a peek. Only one strike on the board, so you can still guess with impunity. As you think, I'll read the real fact of the day to the chat. The nothingness of a black hole generates a sound in the key of B flat. What an interesting factoid.
How do you know that?
What an
That's crazy.
interesting factoid.
If you'd like, you can.
Wow.
No, I actually won't let you pass.
Yeah, all good, all good. I think. Nah, no. I think I'm just gonna lock in a bit of a risky answer,
I'm
but
down. Could you give me a bit of a lead up?
so team with Liari since launch, 1 million mastery points. I'm
Yes.
thinking of the other half of the chatting spectrum. I'm thinking of
Oh.
Papa Buggy. Hopefully he has a million on Juliet.
Thank you
Hopefully.
so much. He
Buggy
smurfs so much. There's no way.
LOL actually does. You are
Oh,
correct.
he
And
does.
funny enough, out of all of the teammates, I won't list them all that Liari has teamed with that have a million mastery points. The most mastered character is Julie. There are 3 different players that she teamed with that have a million mastery points on
Crazy.
Julie. I will not say them now because they may or may not be other answers, but there are a lot of them. Like disgusting Julie players. Thank God that character is weaker now. W. So excellently guessed. AP Buggy LOL NASA champion himself, and we'll pass it right along to Frogert.
I'm cooked. I'll be real.
Yeah, I could, these are getting tough.
Uh,
Unfortunately, you've already used Drop Leto, who could fit
yeah,
in
he could
right
be
for the box above him with
actually
X
rank
points.
1. Oh, I mean, I don't know any Super Duper Strikers players because I'm a noob.
Fake.
And then rank, yeah, I am.
Rest
I
in
Guess
started
the
peace.
other
paying
one.
Fly
attention.
high,
Like,
Sundubu.
There's three main
Yeah.
players. Guess maybe try guessing the other most
Um,
recent one maybe. Hopefully. I'll be getting you wrong
I
answer.
mean, yeah, I guess
Oh, there's two.
1,000,000 mastery points and Super Duper Strikers, Grimella.
Unfortunately, that is your second
Uh,
strike. Gramella has too many characters played. You got to think the guys that are a little bit more I won't say one-dimensional, maybe have their favorites. And Gramella has always been known to be a bit of an experimenter, locks in a lot of different stuff. So that is 2 strikes. It's back to one of the historians, one of the grandpas of the scene with me, not in age, but in their time spent here. Soren, maybe you can claw it back. I know you have deep annals of rank 1 knowledge because you've been around as long as me. Maybe
Well, I'm
maybe some of
pretty.
that could help you
Yeah.
here. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
I'm pretty confident in this. If they don't have 1,000,000 after being a one-trick abuser
Yeah.
on a character named Asher in the goal
Oh,
net,
and
I'm gonna
who's
go
your
with Syken,
guess?
who did
Oh
actually have a rank
my
run.
god!
Unfortunate.
Wait, from the
Syken,
top
the
rope?
Asher
I didn't even
user.
look it up, but just fucking put Psychen on there.
The
There's
Asher
no way
user,
you're
bro.
wrong. I forgot. Literally, no one answered Psychen in testing, but it's
That's
so
why I
right.
picked up the
I'm not even
character, bro.
checking
That's why
it.
I
Wait,
picked
you're
up the
actually a
character.
genius. I did not think of Psychen at all. The ones that I had down were like General Twee, He Who Must Not Be Named, Drop Leto, Maddie was another answer that you could have given. I never thought, wow, damn, nice job. I almost want to give a bonus point for that. All right.
How much
Syken
XP
was
did he hit,
rank
by the way?
1
Do you know?
when orbs were stacked to 10. He would grind solo queue ladder when not as many people were playing after a rank reset, and he speed ran rank 1 just playing Asher. It was pretty funny. I think it was like season 2, right around when Inky's got added. So, all right, back to Snake. Snake, only 1 box left.
You
2
gotta know this one,
strikes.
Snake. Come on.
It's all on the line. I need you to name a soon Dubu Strikers roster member that has over 1,000,000 mastery points on a character. Unfortunately, fun fact, Zay Forever was one of these answers. He has 1,000,000 mastery points on Juliet, of all things. So that's
Really?
not going to be an option. Yeah, take your best guess here. This is, I would
Yeah,
probably say, the hardest box.
we
So
literally
don't
lost 2 of them because
don't
we
feel
also
bad. Yeah,
didn't
and
pick the.
unfortunately, Oppabug was the other one. So those are the easy answers that are off the table. This is the hardest answer left in the entire option. There's only literally 1 player left that you can answer. Good luck.
Now the problem is I only have one person in mind that's left, but I don't think they have 1,000,000 mastery points.
Uh-oh.
If
But
it's the character,
also,
yeah.
what other people have played for Sunduva? Like my
That's
I
brain
can
a
list
needs to
fact.
them off.
get
I know
working.
some of their subs and shit. Oops,
Oh,
sorry.
man.
My bad.
It's all good.
You got
How about this? Since you
Twee,
guys have 2
Water
strikes, you can work together
Fury.
here.
I would
Yeah.
appreciate that. What do
You got
we think? What do we think?
So I mean, bread is like the obvious idea, but if this guy has like 1,000,000 striker points and Mako goalie, I don't think he's right in the head.
Amen.
Uh, there's Water Fury, but I don't think Water Fury's got enough time in the game to
No.
have that. I could be wrong.
It is not
General
Water Fury.
Twee could be. I mean, General Twee could actually be it with like Luna, right? He's a Luna one trick, right?
Has he been on their sub roster before?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident he has.
He might. Who could say?
I know a lot of this actually from like memorizing for the Jeopardy last season. So
Ah.
I know a
Ah,
lot of the rosters and stuff. But
General Twee is sounding like the safer answer. What do we think?
Yeah.
wait, hmm. Is there any other players? Does anyone else know any other like Snake? You were on the team a long time ago. Like, what was like the OG roster before I would know?
The OG roster was good old Gramella Styles, Obscure Breads, and 3Z Breezy, but asleep at Hongshu Mimimi Island. So
No,
that's
before that,
when.
wasn't there like an OG, like a team before that though? Like an older version?
Oh, you're thinking of you're thinking of
Reznok. You're
Reznok.
thinking of Reznok. But I mean, that guy does not play the game, so.
I will say I don't think he played enough when the Masters Sim got implemented. I'm gonna put you on a
Oh.
30-second clock
Okay.
because we're already getting past the time to start. So 30
Okay.
seconds.
I'll leave it up to you because like I got all my answers right. If we get out, it's on you. So either I'd say
Damn,
like
that's
you got
crazy.
Water Fury, General Twee.
I don't
Lock it
think-
in, General
I don't
motherfucking
think
Twee.
no.
That guy's a Luna one trick. That guy's a Luna one
General
trick.
Twee has been locked in for 1,000,000 mastery points. Seem to be strikers. I will now read General Twee's Luna mastery level. Current tier 10, total experience points
There's no way.
925,088. Unfortunately, with one account, General Twee does not cross the threshold. The correct answer was I only said they had to be on the Sundubu Strikers roster. They did not need to be a player. The final last answer for this,
Is it Yoshi?
give me the artist
Ian?
himself,
Is it-
Z
Oh
Yoshi
my-
Yoshi 64 with the
Bro.
Zentara, the Sundubu Strikers coach, was the final answer that you could have selected for this box. An excellent option to guess General Twee, but unfortunately not going to do it. 8 out of 9. I think you can pat yourselves on the back. Got a little tripped up. Oppabug and Zay Forever could have been options for this, but fell by the wayside. Well done, fellas. Nice clapping back. 8 out of 9, pretty solid. And I'm really happy with how you did. I loved the second answer, especially from Soren. That was fantastic. Now, I want to speed things along. Thank you again, once again, for working with me on that. Hope everyone enjoyed that. And predictions every week because they're so samey. We're going to look at just one match this week and talk about it, and that has to do with two of the players on my desk, which is Cosmic Calamities versus Era's Kitten Club. This is a huge match for playoff implications. These guys are battling it out right in the middle. EKC is looking for a mid to late season resurgence, while Cosmic Calamities has been flying higher than I think anyone predicted. Most of our really top tier professional analysis had them like bottom 3 at the start of the season, and they proved a lot of people wrong. With some cohesive gameplay. So let's talk about this first before we talk about it with them. I'm curious as what your thoughts are. I've played against both these teams. I don't know if you have. Going into it, like, who do you favor to take this match today?
So I haven't played against EKC since season 3, I want to say, and I was not here for week 1 due to circumstances. So I haven't played against Cosmic Calamity's full roster. However, I think I'm a believer of Calamities. They have a really strong roster. From the games that I have watched, it looks like all 3 of them are playing really well together. And I think Froggy's really turning out to be a good midfielder, and Drew has a really nasty Kazan in some of the games I've seen. So
That's
I
true.
think
Drew
they
does have a
have the
nasty
upper hand
Kazan.
here.
And that probably means that Kotone is learning watching Drew's VODs for this match. Am I right, Snake?
Wait, did I fuck it up?
No,
Oh
I just
yeah, wait, Drew is on Bang Bang. I'm such a good person. Hey,
it's okay.
same
Our good
person, all
friend
good.
Killmonk Tony is the brawler. Hey, let's be real. All those like players, all those rookies are just little disgusting Zen Kazan 2 tricks. You can mix them up. It's fine. Actually, that would be disrespectful to his Rasmus. So I'll let you finish.
But yeah,
Sometimes that's all that needs to be said.
hey, I mean they're the same person. It's all good. Let's go with a Calamities win for today.
I'm gonna piggyback off that. I played against these two teams with the Sad Boys starting roster. I only played against EKC with a sub, and while Josh did a great job, there's definitely something to be said with NXCDs in the rotation because I think coming into this season, he has been absolutely
He's
grinding
gonna
his ass off in the
He's gonna
queues
carry.
every day, playing multiple hours a day. He already was having a renaissance in season 3, but it was kind of like the Katsuna narrative focus was on him, but I think NXZD really, hey, he's a brawler and he gets it done. So I actually have a lot of respect for how he approaches the brawler position because he doesn't get a lot of like attention because the brawler position is so stacked. So I want to make sure I shout him out because he's not on the desk today. So I'm interested to see how Soren and Katsuna and NXCD do. I know recently they've been practicing a lot more. I'm curious to see who matches up better. You have the two midfielders that are like the Luna kids, so I'm interested in seeing it. I think that I actually don't know. I'll pass it off to the players. I'll ask you one specific question for each of you. So Froggy, without revealing too much about your game plan, how do you feel like you match up against Katsuna in the midfield? Like, do you like talk to me about your confidence going into the match today?
I don't know, to strike war him. That's all I'm gonna do. Hope to
You
not
know
die.
how? Oh, you know how to strike war.
Yeah, no, strike war him.
Oh, you do. You've got him
Yeah,
downloaded, little bro.
hope so.
Okay, I
I don't know
like
if
it.
I've
That's all that needs
downloaded,
to be
but
said.
yeah, I
Hey,
don't know. I'm just trying not to die.
try not to die. The special to beating EKC, and then Soren, I'd like to hear. Froggy was the rookie on the other side. You're playing against goalie. Like to hear your thoughts on him as a player and how you think he stacks up to you, like on a side by side comparison.
Hey, he's a pretty good player. I still gotta go watch their VODs actually. But
Fair enough. I think he's a beast personally.
he's a pretty good player. I mean, he popped off and has been winning in Nassau for his first season, so he's kind of in my sheet from last season. So we'll have to see how he does. I haven't seen him off of like his like main two characters, so if we can play around that, I think we do have a good matchup into him. Though I don't think he's fought a team like us really before, because I don't think we really scrimmed Column. Actually, I think we did scrim them once, and we kind of I think just won, but that was a while ago. So I
don't
know
remember.
a lot of goalies like they don't know how to fight against the EKC kill comp stuff. Because when you put them under
Okay, so
pressure
when
for
you
that
say
long,
when you say team like us, you mean a team that focuses on damage.
yeah, yeah. I think a lot of
Okay,
goalies. There's very few goalies that can deal with the pressure of being in a constant 2v3 the entire match.
I see. Um, just as a fun sidebar, Froggy, when my team played yours, did you did you feel like it was a 3v3 very often? You don't have to answer that, but I was
No,
just
I did
curious thinking
not.
about that.
I did
I'll
not.
I'll go with I've been a bit of a calm glazer the last couple weeks. I'll go with the EKC just because I remember how well they performed in season 3 when they were working hard. And now that the whole roster's back together and practicing, this is the second place team, and all the subs are gone. They've had a couple weeks, and Katsuna didn't have PC access. There's been stuff going on, so I'm down to see a resurgence. I think EKC is in like a win out mentality, and they have to win today. So I'll give the odds to them because the pressure's really on. But if anyone's paid attention to literally NASL stuff that I've talked about in the last 2 weeks, I've been a calm believer. So I view this as the most interesting, closest matchup. So I'm going to skip all the rest of them, and we're going to throw it straight over to the first game of the day. So this was not K-Bot. I lied at the start. It's actually me, Vaughn. And I've had Soren, Snake, and Forgot on the desk with me. Hopefully everyone has a good time for the North American Strikers League. Make sure to sign up for the LAN. Make sure to sign up for the LAN, please. The sign up deadline is Monday, 7 EST. If you've not signed up by then, you will not be allowed to play. And also check out shop.BestieInSlot.com. Here's some cool coasters you can order as well as some shirts. Get that merch before it's gone forever. Support the LAN, support the scene. I will be there rocking my merch as well. So pick up a Doobie shirt or an Estelle hat for me. And without further ado, I'm going to send it over to our first match of the day with Dendar and Gordo. And before we get to that, there will be a quick break, so don't go anywhere. Those will be the guys taking over when we're gone. Thanks again. See all of us playing later in the day today. Stick around and see you on the Core Strike fields. Oh, yeah. Talk to you guys later.
Welcome back, everybody, to today's broadcast of the North American Strikers League. We are crested over the halfway point of our regular season and starting to get deeper and deeper into that playoffs race. We're kicking things off today with Bozo Bunch taking on Lob City. My name's Gordo. I'm joined on the cast today with Dendar for the early block. Dendar, how are you doing, man?
Good. We've got some pretty early games here and some pretty early damage, it looks like, because we're going to be on the Demon Dais. But I am curious because this most recent patch did drop, and it did have some interesting implication for damage comps with Vice and Luna both getting a little touched. And while EKC versus Calm may be the match that's affected by that most, that's not until later today. Today, like you said, we have Lob City versus the Bozo Bunch with a team player Rampage start. Rampage, pretty big pickup on this map, especially with this double brawler composition, so we'll have to see how they make the most of that. But with a bit more traditional of a comp, we do have this Rasmus, Asher, and Now composition, so we'll just have to see if they can manage to survive using that Now healing versus the double brawler setup. But I see we even have our new emotes of BestieInSlot, courtesy of the devs adding those in, so that's a nice touch to our game. But that said, both barriers are down.
Yeah, that's a spicy one to have, and wow, Dropletto just wasting no time getting right out onto the field there and getting the first point. Do want to call out, we do have some substitutions coming in on the day. It is going to be Killiest in for Mystic, coming in on the side of Lob City, and going to be Moffin Koi coming in as a sub for Obscure Breads on the Bozo Bunch. So both teams coming in with a substitute on the day, and I actually really like what we got to see out of Killiest on Lob City last week. They still didn't end up coming up with the win, but we're competitive, we're putting up some fights, so I'm looking forward to seeing what he can show us today. We were just talking about before the broadcast kicked off, another KO comes on through, that Lob City are not mathematically out. They need a lot of specific results. It's kind of out of their hands. They need a lot of games to be going in non-upset directions. They need a lot of current top 5 teams to beat all of the teams around them down outside of the playoffs race. But as long as that happens, they do have a shot to still be able to make it here despite the 0-5 start.
And regardless if it sounds like it's out of their hands, they still need to put in the effort and win these games, so we'll have to see if they can make the most of that. But they've got this barrier taken, so it's looking like a bit of a good start to this round, but there's a little bit of back and forth there. Muffin Kui, a pretty good goalie, known mostly for their Erasmus and Kazan, so we'll have to see how much they're allowed to play those characters, or whether or not they get forced on perhaps a new pick, but the barrier's being traded here.
Yeah, really early barrier take coming on through there for Lob City as they look to set up for their shot. Nice block from Moffin Kui coming out to be able to have that death touch in place to be able to prevent the score from coming through the bottom corner. The aggression still coming on across. Leo Leon not quite able to connect that rush on towards the core. Dropletto clearing it upward, going to be able to find the second barrier. Now open goals available for both sides. Leo waiting on the top side. Killiest setting up with the bell ringer. Not going to be able to send it in the direction they want. Interesting ricochet there. Comes right back up to midfield. A flip comes out of Muncher to be able to try to send it towards the goal. Another shot going to get blocked away by both Killiest and Shapeshifting. Moffin still holding down in the goal arc. A couple of really good blocks with the death touch there so far. And another send up from I. Going to be able to put it into the goal and take a 2-0 lead for the Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, these team players are really coming out into effect because it can feel like they're kind of just lobbing the ball downfield sometimes, but they're getting the most value out of that team player to just get it as far out of their net as possible so that they can readjust and get their players where they need to. Because there's a lot of times on this map where once that barrier is down, you feel like you have a lot less freedom to be where you need to be because the map is just a little janky with those speed nodes. So you just have to be a little bit careful, but these players are making some great adjustments and the goalies themselves are holding it down quite well. But that said, on the side of the Bozo Bunch, they have a lot more Rampage stacks than the opposition, and with that kill, that's going to be even more that they have. But Leon's still holding on to there too. We'll have to see if they can stack those up. Right now, Dropletto and I are getting pretty big, but with one barrier on each side, we'll have to see if Leon can clutch this up in the 2v3 until Killiest can get back.
Ooh, great flip, great combo with the slashing strike there out of Leo, going to put them in a really good position once again, setting up for them to be able to find this one, but Dropletto responds with the stuff off the back of the core flip, pass down from Muncher, nearly going to be able to end the set right there, but they're not giving up yet on the Bozo Bunch side. Another great pass over to I, sends it into the goal, and that is a 3-0 set for the Bozo Bunch. Some explosive starts coming through from the right side team today.
Yeah, I can't really say what it was that sparked the core at the end there, but we see no Monumentalist for now here, so not terribly punished. But looking at this draft here, maybe we'll see a little bit more size picked up onto Dropletto to really go with that Rampage. Perhaps we'll even see some Might of the Colossus action later, but it's actually the bulk up pickup. A good pickup, keeps them alive, gives them some power, and gives them a ton of scaling with that high base stagger. But Primetime and Stacks, both just pretty good generic pickups. The size on Rasmus is always going to be nice, another stagger picked up. The Orb Dancer is the one that I'm looking at here the most, as there was a Dash Awakening available, notably that Aerials for Leo Leon, should they have wanted it. But instead they're opting for the speed, and while the orbs can be a little difficult to pick up on this map at times, given the spacing, that kill will not be difficult to pick up as they slam that one in. And now Kalius is going to be taking just a little bit of a break here as this offense is trying to make the power play happen, but Leo Leon with a good interception is almost taking both of these barriers.
Yeah, Leo's been able to keep finding himself in good positions to be able to take the barriers, but the rest of the team has not been able to really convert and find it the rest of the way home. There's going to be a follow-up dribble coming on through there. Again, it is Muncher in the right position, sending it right onto that barrier, and now Dropletto trying for the dribble, gets interrupted by Kilius, will get sent back up, and does look like there's a bit of a disconnect coming on through here. Muncher not really participating in the game anymore, and this might be what Lob City kind of need to be able to score here. Everything's slowing down a bit, but that core is not going to stop moving for a little while. I think they're going to play out the point before they're going to end up waiting for the reconnect here. So this is probably going to end up going over to Lob City.
Ooh. That's a big kill for the EXP, but that was not one of the players with Rampage, so it's not the most terrifying kill. But that said, we will be taking, I believe, a small break here to allow this player to return. But that said, perhaps it was a tactical DC to keep their Rampage stacks. Who can know these things? But on that said, we will just be waiting for them to come around. But as far as what I'm seeing so far, the double brawler comp is not working too terribly, especially with that Mako supporting them from the net. But they do just need to get a little bit more consistent on these conversions, especially even though Moffin is not a starter on this team, they are certainly a good player and a hard player to get through. So you're going to have to be a little bit careful getting through them. And Dropletto with now this flip available as we get into overtime here, most likely by the time they return. It's going to be something you really have to watch out for between the overtime and the team player. The core is going to be moving fast, so we'll just have to see how these players can adjust to that high speed just off the rip.
Yep, absolutely here. And now, yeah, we get some time to chill out. We get some time to discuss where these teams find themselves. It is a 2-3 start for the Bozo bunch here, which for being a winner's bracket running team in Season 3, definitely not the kind of start that they were really looking for, but they gotta at least have been able to find their way to be able to try and come and compete here, trying to improve on what wasn't a playoffs run last time around, but was at least them being able to come out here and get a couple more wins.
Yep, a couple more wins, but also consider that they do have a new roster. They do not have Forgot on the team anymore, so it is a little bit of growing pains there, but they've done an excellent job adjusting so far, but with Obscure Breads not here, it's going to be a little bit difficult. That said, it seems like I is having a bit of technical difficulties as they have still not returned. Usually these players are back pretty quick, so something bad must have happened, or maybe they just have to restart their entire PC. So it's a little difficult to tell. We'll just have to see what's going on with them. It's definitely a rough start, but it's adjustments that they can make. I'm sure that they've been in situations like this before where somebody had something happen and you just have to, well, you lose the tempo of the game a bit. You just have to adjust. You say, okay, well, we're basically just starting the game over at this game state, so we got to just be careful. Not actually starting the game over, but you just can't look at it as, oh, well, we just lost this point 3 seconds ago. We got to buckle in. It's like, well, these are the points that are on the board. We just got to get back into it as best we can.
Yeah, and they were off to a really strong start, too. The 3-0 in the first round, definitely what they're going to be looking for, and the fact that they get to take that set in such a dominant fashion will give them a little bit of a buffer to, maybe end up losing a point or two to a disconnect. God forbid there's 2. We're going to hope that they just get to keep it at 1 here, but we'll see how the game continues to play out here. We're guessing power flicker at the time, but hopefully they'll be able to get back in here soon. Hate when that happens. You got to let the whole modem restart and everything. So let's give the ISP time to find its footing, and should be able to get back on out here before too long. Would love to get there now. I think Muncher's been playing a fantastic game so far. Really has done a great job of being in the right position, and I see him now on the field. So Muncher can move their character, and they can drop emotes. If you can drop emotes, you can do anything else. It looks like we're going to kick things back off again here, Dendar.
Yep. But I did notice, however, as they've reconnected, they don't have any Rampage or stacks on stacks. So perhaps that DC has actually stripped those from them as their punishment for not being connected. But that said, we're getting into it now. We don't have time to think about the past. We have to think about this core flip that's happening. And with one burn, that's only one barrier taken, but shapeshifting takes the other.
Yeah, that's a rough angle there for shapeshifting on that perfect pitch. Ends up releasing it, Dropletto in a perfect position there to send it back in off the back of the rebound. And Bozo Bunch wastes no time. They get right back in here, and they are able to take that point. So tied up at 1-1, and in rounds where all three players are connected, Bozo Bunch are now 4-0.
4-0, but at a bit of a cost. But Leo Leon's taking a ton of damage here. That may be the cost of their team. But that flip burn, perhaps a bit preemptive. It felt like they had a point there, but maybe they just wanted the secure. But that said, now 2v3, but in the other direction, as with players connected, but dead, it's a bit of a different story.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, Leo Leon going to be able to come back on and show up to the play, but it's already lost both barriers for it, and Dropletto getting into scoring position. Nice barrier beam to dribble it right back up. Muncher sends it into Killiest's bell ringer, and it goes right back into the goal. Really great setup there from the Bozo Bunch. And we'll call that 5-0.
We call many things X-Lore. That, I think, certainly qualifies. But that said, that was an unfortunate round for them, but they just got to get back into it here, as now we are potentially looking at another 3-1 situation, another draft for the Bozo Bunch. But the offense has been looking better from the side of Lob City. They just need to make those final connections as they get this barrier here.
Yeah, the double brawler stepping up, going to be able to find both barriers, and that has been no problem for most of this game so far for Lob City. It's been the actual finishing of the job that's been tough. There's going to be a clear out from shapeshifting, just try to buy some space on those locks. We'll be able to push in for more. Good block from Killiest. Going to be able to keep that defense up for a little bit longer, and now they're setting up for a nice solid little play. There's the slice and dice, there's the flip, sends it down. Killiest isn't ready for it, and they do end up breaking apart that offensive play a little bit already. Now Dropletto starting to focus in on towards those other barriers. Gonna get cleared back out. Leo Leon in a good position here. Sends it back on through. Killiest waiting up on the top side. Bellringer through. Not gonna be able to send it past Muncher though. And Dropletto pushes it past Leo. Gets the second barrier. Goal is opened up. And Bozo Bunch once again are coming back on this point. Pass splitter comes in on the bottom. Dribbles it back up to Dropletto. And Snare Drum's only gonna buy a little bit of time. There's gonna be the flip out of Killiest. Sends it back up towards Muncher. Now Killiest coming in on towards the bottom side. Muncher gets it back down to Dropletto. Dropletto looking to snag it away from midfield, and Muncher finds himself in the perfect position. They will take that point.
A little bit too forward of a dribble there. Muncher catching that immediately and getting the point for their team and leading them into this draft. No Monumentalist yet, but even with their disconnect, they were the highest XP. That just goes to show their performance so far. But that said, still some pretty good pickups here. The heavy impact, a good deny, but also a good pickup for the Now, getting that cooldown reduction on that secondary. It's only up to 3 seconds, but on a relatively short cooldown like that, it's still a lot. The Explosive Matrix finally, a Dash Awakening picked up here for the Zentaro. And the Rapid Fire is a good pickup too, as I believe that gives them Rapid Fire and Prime Time. That's going to be a lot of primaries coming out. More scaling for Dropletto, a little bit of damage onto Moffin. And then we see the Orb Ponderer picked up by Killiest. X having some longer cooldowns, not the longest, but still reasonably long. That's going to give them a lot more agency in this game, but I do feel like it's not going to give them the sort of collapsing pressure that they need to get some of these points, but they're getting the barriers pretty quickly now, so that's going well for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's been true all series long, and finally, Leo's going to be able to find the angle and get one in past Moffin, gets the knockback off the back of that rush, sends it right back upward, no defense available. Lob City break the loss streak another time. See if they're going to be able to take that into the full reverse sweep, though. They are at a serious disadvantage off the back of these first 2 sets.
Disadvantage, but doable. That said, I do think that Dash Awakening onto Leo Leon is finally giving this team a bit of the collapsing pressure that they need to get these secures. We'll have to see if they can just keep it up, but it's also giving them a lot of damage. Leo Leon themselves are quite low, but Muncher going low, and Killiest with a flip available could be looking for a potential kill here.
Definitely could. There's the bounce off the top. Going to be able to open things up. Leo keeping Muncher very low here, but going to be able to jump back out with the lifeline. Do manage to find themselves the second barrier. Goes in for the flip. Stolen back away, though. Killiest was waiting for it. Going to be able to keep that aggression going. Leo not able to touch it, though, and Dropletto now in a one-on-one. not able to set up with that path splitter, not able to take it past Shapeshifting, who does have that flip available. If they end up needing it, will get pushed on forward. There's going to be Kilius just continuing to take these shots. Won't be able to knock them past Muffin, though. Trying to set up the offense once again. Kilius doing a good job of disrupting Muncher, though. Setting up an opportunity for Leo. Pendulum Swing clears it back out. Gets past Dropletto. Shapeshifting sends it back to midfield. Muncher and Dropletto setting it back up, though. Passing back and forth, and Snare Drums interrupts the path. Dropletto once again with the flip available. Going to be even keel between these two. Shapeshifting's got to use this one. Will be able to send it back, but the aggression keeps on coming through. Dropletto takes another shot, but Shapeshifting will be able to keep up the defense. KO found onto the bottom side onto Kilius. Leo trying to set up some fancy miracle plays on their own. Won't be able to do it, and yet again, Dropletto with the back pass to Muncher closes out the point. Coming on through for another one there. Hopefully we get Dendar back here before too long. And there will be Muffin falling back on the defense yet again. Not able to get past the lock this time around. There's going to be the double barrier already found here for this side of the Bozo bunch. So they look to turn this one back into yet another point. 2 more goals to take game number 1. Should have the opportunity here before too long. Pass back on up from Muffin. Dropletto waiting with the barrier beam, doesn't connect it onto the core. Kilius dueling with Muncher here, trying to get the clear back on across. Leo going to be able to send it back in towards the barrier. There's the send down again. It's Muncher just finding the shots over and over again where Shapeshifting can't reach him.
A little bit of technical difficulty there by me. I heard the unmuting sound, started talking, and then just was told that I was muted. So good pickup there by Gordo to carry the cast. But that's getting into this next point. I do like the defense that I'm seeing from the Bozo bunch, even though they have the substitute goalie. It's looking quite clean. Perhaps that just shows how well of a midfielder Muncher can play. But that said, they're getting a little bit low here, and with this double brawler setup, it's a lot of damage, but it's surprisingly not enough to kill, even though they did seem like they were looking for it there. Dropletto looking for a kill of their own, having all of that stagger. It's so hard to kill Dropletto. But that's it, Leon, a little bit low on energy, and this Orb Ponder is going to get Kilius back into the game with that focus. But Dropletto's full energy, and they're only 1 point away.
Yeah, Dropletto still pushing for more. Did end up using the flip there. Muncher's taken very low, but Leon can't get the job done. Kilius going to try their best, but Muncher's already back up at that full stagger, and there's Dropletto finding the KO on the bottom side. A power play for the Bozo bunch could be enough to close out the set. Moving on forward, it's going to be Muncher looking for another shot. Muffin sends it back up towards midfield. Dropletto waiting on the bottom, gets perfect pitched back away. Shapeshifting does still have access to the flip. They do find one barrier there. Nice angle found by Muncher yet again, who's just on fire today, by the way, as there's going to be perfect pitch sent back out. Dropletto waiting on the bottom, goes in for the path splitter. Really great positioning. Nowhere good for Shapeshifting to send it off the back of that flip. Now means that the offense will keep on going. Leo taken into the staggered state. Dropletto going to be able to dodge away from the slice and dice. Kilius sends in another shot, blocked away by Muffin. There's going to be Muncher finding the second barrier. Flip comes through for Leo. The defense from Muffin is still there. Dropletto disrupting the continued offensive attempts. And now it is going to be Kilius taking it back away. Death Touch sends it over to Muncher. Dropletto waiting at midfield, takes another shot. Drum and Bass will clear that one out. Kilius sets up the bull rush, not going to be able to angle the shot correctly off of it. And Muncher now coming in on the top side. KO found for Dropletto. Another power play here for the Bozo bunch, trying to close out game number 1. Pass off the bottom, flip out of Dropletto, past Shapeshifting, and Bozo bunch take the lead in the series.
That was a series of incredible plays by, I want to highlight Muncher there as 2 barrier takes that I didn't even see. They just take as though it's nothing, and then that final pass in the perfect spot for Dropletto to use that flip and force the goalie into a 50-50. Great plays by them and great confirms by Dropletto. But Muffin was looking good on the defense here. I have no complaints about them, and while the double brawler comp, while in theory I think it was a good choice and they had a lot of potential going in, they just couldn't find the confirms where they really needed them most, and that's not going to be a great start to this series for them in their position. But that said, plenty of games to play ahead and not something to dwell over. Just got to go to the next one and be ready for the opportunities that come to you.
Yeah, for certain. Not a great first game coming out of Lob City there. Not able to find too many scoring opportunities. They take 2 goals total in, or maybe, no, I think it was 2 total in the entire game, and one of those was due to a disconnect. So definitely going to be looking to try to turn this back around coming into game number 2, where it will be Bozo Bunch's map pick, actually. I think that's Atlas's Lab, if I'm reading my tiny text as best I can.
It's a little difficult to tell. It does say Bozo Bunch. The next one looks like Gates of Obscure, but I don't know if that was their pick or their ban. It's just a little too small on my monitor to
Yeah,
tell.
Gates of Obscure is the ban. The first two are bans,
Okay.
second two are picks. Yeah, it's
It's
Atlas's
Atlas
Lab.
Lab. Okay. So, bit more traditional of a map, one that players are very familiar with, but also one that invites a bit of damage to the party. But that said, with characters like Vice getting a little bit touched there, and Mako noticeably getting some nerfs previously with that patch. They got a little bit of a primary hit, and then there's the bug fix with the channeled abilities now that require them to have a minimum cast time. So I'm not sure how that will affect the defense, but there it still looked good from the Mako pick. It just wasn't quite enough. But that said, we're just waiting for the next game to roll around. But I'm
Yep.
curious, with the patch, are there any particular things you're looking for here or looking at, or is there nothing that really speaks out to you and you just think that regardless of the changes, these players are going to be able to make the most of whatever's available to them?
Well, another character that got tapped down on the patch was the Now, getting some extra cooldown on the secondary, and still did not look to affect Muncher there at all. Muncher had a fantastic first game of the pick, and definitely still looked to be in pretty good form, even with a little bit of a movement speed nudge and some of that additional cooldown, like we talked about, that might be holding the Now down a bit more than she used to be. The other thing to call out though is that Big Fish is back, man. I love Big Fish. It's just a
Big fan
good
of Big
simple
Fish.
awakening. I'm happy to have it back in the rotation.
Okay. Get big on them, get a little bit more extra health. Hard to turn that one down. But that said, another thing that I'm potentially looking at here is Glass Cannon, as that is, depending on the midfielder, can be quite the treat to get early on and just give you that little bit of extra speed. But looking at the Now changes, like you said, there was that speed and the secondary change, but I think Muncher was just playing a great game, great positioning, great awareness on everything, great strikes. I think like you said, even regardless of those changes, they played an excellent game, and so you could almost like barely tell that there was anything changed to that character.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, it looked like the same character to me. At least it gave
Yeah.
over one. So we'll find out if some players are going to start to prio those characters just a little bit less. We do have our starting awakenings here. It looks like it's going to be Catalyst and Cast to Last. So maybe a little bit more creation emphasis. I still think the Now, it doesn't seem like anybody's going to be missing any beats on that one. No pun intended as the Mako ban comes on through. I still think that's going to be a high priority for the Bozo bunch. But the Octavia ban's going to come through, and there's that Now snapped right up.
Yep, Now quickly picked up. I guess those nerfs were not quite enough to deter people. But that said, Catalyst is a big awakening here to start out with. It's hard to take something like Cast to Last over that, especially on a map like Atlas Lab, where there's going to be a lot of chokeholds where you are struggling to survive against just a myriad of attacks. But that said, we do see the Zentaro picked up, another great Catalyst user, especially with all of the hits that they have, but also Catalyst a good defensive pick against that character, given how many times you get hit against them. So we'll just have to see what the pick 2 and 3 combined are. But with the Now picked up, I'm not quite sure. I don't think we'll see the double brawler here again, but I am curious to see what we will see. That said, with Catalyst available, this Centauro is going to be really hard to deal with on the offense, so you're going to need a really strong goalie to deal with it. And we see the Kai picked up as the midfielder here. I like this as well, but again, with that multi-hit primary, that Catalyst is going to work both for them and against them just a bit. So that's probably going to be, I'm thinking we're going to see 6 Catalysts picked here.
Very possible. Leo, yeah, on that Zentaro, like you said, a classic pick for him. Definitely a player that's surprising to see at a 0-5 scoreline coming into the season, right? It's a player who's historically been in playoffs, I think, every season and has had such dominant runs historically, just not able to put it together with the team this time around. I don't think he himself has shown a lot of reduction in his play, but just the team hasn't quite come together all the way. There's that lockdown goalie you were looking for. It comes through for Lob City, actually, in that big old hamster of the Dubu. But meanwhile, X and then the Rasmus probably going to be back in the goal for the Bozo bunch. They've got their sub goalie. They know what picks they like, and they're perfectly willing to build their drafts around that and snag the Rasmus for a second time.
Big day for Hampton fans, but yeah, the Rasmus most likely that goalie pick. Surprised to not see the Kazan pick by Moffin at all today, but perhaps they're feeling most confident on the Rasmus, or perhaps that as their sub, this is what they practiced on, so this is just what they're going with. But definitely a pick I'm a fan of from this player, just a fan of this player in general. But that said, a pretty traditional team comp here: Zentaro, Kai, Dubu. That's going to give you a lot of options both in the midfield and on the defense, on the offense as well. But the Now and X, that's a lot of scaling potential and a lot of very scary awakenings available to those players. And when they're already starting with Catalyst, it's going to be tough to keep them down. But that said, Quick Strikes is back in. It had a little bit of a bug, but now it is back and alive, so you got to watch out for that. But that said, getting into this game, I'm curious to see which side. I do like the roster a lot from Lob City here on this pick with the 3 characters that they've picked here. But that said, the Now and X, a very scary potential. I'll have to see if they can live up to that potential. But if the Bozo Bunch are playing the way that they've been playing, I have no doubt they'll get to that point.
Yeah, absolutely here. As we start to load on in for game number 2. Again, I haven't really done the math here. I didn't even thoroughly do the math to determine that Lob City were still alive. Just some quick glances that seem to imply that they are, theoretically. Going down to 0-6, though, I mean, it starts to feel a little bit doomed here. I'm not going to lie to you, Dundar. So definitely looking for a big comeback here from Lob City, not just in the series, not just in the game, but in their whole season. It pretty much has to start right here, right now. Ricocheting off the center here, getting a good bit of damage on a cross, and everybody with shapeshifting going for that catalyst, like you said, Dendar.
Yeah, it is definitely a situation for Lob City, a Sisyphean task, if you will, but they have the potential to get there. They just need to make it happen. That said, a lot of things happening here, as well as a kill and potentially another one. 2 kills. It looks like this is going to be the end of this round.
Yeah, really good start there for Dropletto. Just KOing both of the members. Shapeshifting able to clear it back out, though, using that hot dog roll, and will actually be able to find enough time to be able to clear things out. Doesn't end up giving up the goal, doesn't end up giving up the barrier. And now back on the full 3-on-3, so good job to not just lose the point there in the 1 versus 3. Very tough stuff to do. Killius firing out that freshly buffed Giga Blast, although with a slightly longer cooldown. Not going to be able to find a connection there. Dribbled back off the top is Dropletto. There's going to be the flip out of Muncher, but it will be blocked away by the Donuts. Shapeshifting doing a good job of holding on and buying time for the Lob City crew this time around. They are going to send it on through, though, and that will be another score for Dropletto.
A little bit of indecisive in there by Killius, it felt like. It looked like they couldn't decide if they wanted to cover the bottom queer towards the goal or the pass, and the pass finds its way. Great pass by Muncher there. And good awareness, even on the defense, but Shapeshifting just could not pull it together for that defense, unfortunately. But that said, new point, new opportunities. Leon almost getting a double barrier there with that flip, but it's a double barrier for their own team that goes down.
Wow, beautiful bounces there coming on through from that flip, and Bozo Bunch get everything that they could hope for and more. Moffinko is still going to be able to hold on towards that top barrier for as long as they need, and they will be pushing in the aggressive stance once again. Dropletto waiting up at the top side, not going to be able to get their hands on towards that core. Comes back on down. Muncher holding on. The flip comes through from Killius, but it will be passed over to Dropletto, and there is that quick mix-up. Dropletto looks down, sends it up, and will be able to pick up the point.
That zigzag mix-up there, really tough to deal with, especially if your character like Dubu that has a little bit of committal options. You either have to throw out the log or the roll or something. So great usage by Dropletto there to get things going. But that said, it's also a little bit difficult to do. So good on them for the execution as well. That was something that was very practiced and not at all something that just kind of came out of left field. But that said, the barrier take kind of coming out of left field, I now has to be careful. They do have this flip available, but they need to keep their positioning tight, otherwise they might fall victim to a stray hitbox. But good slow playing here, getting rid of that black hole. I like that by them. They're not trying to rush anything at all. They recognize they have, well, they're at a bit of a disadvantage here so far. They have a lead overall, and they're trying to keep that calm composure as one barrier goes to each side here.
Yeah, great snag by Muffin there to be able to send it back down. Now actually aggressing on Achilles, keeping them out of the play. There's that Giga Blast not connecting, and it's effectively a 2 versus 2 here on the opposite side. KO found by Muffin, just playing brawler in the goal arc there. as they ended up taking one down. Drepleto going to be trying to clear out Shapeshifting at the same time, creating a one-on-one opportunity for Muncher. They will be able to take that second barrier. The respawn from Killius is coming across. Is it too late? Not quite yet. Drepleto won't be able to push it through for the goal, but Leo already kind of taking out the play in their own right. Won't be taken down, and the second barrier will fall. Drepleto going to be able to finish off Leo on the other side. Here comes the setup. The flip from Muncher doesn't connect, and maybe they won't be able to convert this after all. 5 seconds to go. The Donuts holding strong, will not let that core through. Drepleto takes one more shot and won't be able to get it past Shapeshifting. Killius now in a good position to try to take a scoring opportunity for themselves. So far not able to touch the core though. Waiting around for it. Comes on through. Pendulum swing clears it out. Drepleto waiting up on the top. Killius takes another shot. Flip away from the Giga Blast. Killius still in control. Can't hold on to it though. And Drepleto will take it back over towards the right. The barrage is trying to keep the aggression going. Leo still not really able to set up anything. Not able to touch the core. Not able to interact with the characters. Finally gets the flip blocked away by the Death Touch. But Killius is in position. Moffat can't hold on forever. And Lob City will be able to score.
A great save, but even better positioning by the side of Killius there. Good awareness by them to walk up there. But I feel like we saw some really great plays there that just got overshadowed by how much energy these players had. The Giga Blast from Killius was really nice, but the flip was able to negate it. Perhaps in a game that wasn't a catalyst start, that could have been a round-winning play, but unfortunately, you got to work with what's available to you and what the situation is. So, while these plays are good, they fall a bit to the wayside in the face of all of this energy. But that said, there's still a lot of damage coming out here on Leo Leon. Not as much as previous round where they were staggered pretty quickly, but now they're still pretty low, and this Rasmus could be looking for the kill there. There they go. A big kill here, and a barrier take potentially coming.
Yeah, flip coming on through here from Muncher. Will be sent back away by Killius. Drepleto going to be able to position for that next barrier take, and Muncher waiting at midfield. Leo clears it back over. Moffat going to be able to find the KO. It's a 3 versus 2. Make that a 2 versus 2, though. Nice move rollout coming through there from Shapeshifting. Going to be able to take one out. Will be able to buy the space to be able to keep on playing out the point. Killius comes on out, has a couple seconds of power play, but Dropleto's back here as well. They will be able to take Leo to about half. Giga Blast going to send back away Muncher. Leo setting up with the slashing strike, trying to get into position, sets up the rush. The flip from Moffin, going to be able to clear it back out. Leo waiting on the bottom. Another death touch. Moffin is just getting them dizzy here. They can't play the game. Leo gets taken out. They do finally find their barrier, but now it is a 2 versus 2, 3 versus 2 on the map here. Donut's not going to hold forever. Eye comes on up, not going to be able to push it past Shapeshifting. Waiting in for the pass. Drepleto can't touch it, and Killius clears it out once again. It's just been tough to get past this Dubu, Dendar.
Definitely tough, but Shapeshifting has this flip available, and so does Muncher, so it's going to be a bit back and forth here.
And the flip comes back on across. Shapeshifting trying to send things away. Leo nearly going to be able to take it down. There will be able to find the KO. It's not even onto Leo. And now dribbling up off the top. It's going to be Drepleto in that Maximus trying to force it past, but that's not Quick Strike's X. It doesn't matter though. One more bull rush, one more shot. Back into the goal. Bozo Bunch takes set 1.
Set 1 taken. Some great plays overall, but that offense by Drepleto was just too much, even in the face of 2 defenders in the net. But here it'll be Moffin who actually gets the first pick. And some pretty good options available. We do see that glass cannon like mentioned earlier. Perhaps that could be taken to deny Dubu some of the speed. But there's kind of speed all around. They opt for the Orb Ponder to give themselves some more cooldowns. With how they've been using this hook, I'm a big fan of that pickup. And the extra special on Dubu, though, is going to be a little tough, as that ultimate, if they can get a little bit of range on that, could be really nice. But the prize fighter pickup here, and the way Dropleto's been playing, I think is going to get stacked very quickly. But Stack's pickup and Hotshot, both are going to be pretty big impacts for those teams. More speed is always good, but the Hotshot giving cooldowns is going to be tough to deal with, as well as the extra core speed. And then finally, we do see that Dash Awakening picked up early this time here, not greeting for that explosive entrance. We're just taking the Dash Awakening when we can get it to have the impact that we need on the round. But that said, they're having an impact on Leo Leon's health bars. They have to burst just to stay alive. They're not able to put the core with it. But it looks like they might be going down, and a prize fighter stack might be getting found relatively soon if they keep this up.
Yeah, and the hot shot on Muncher, I mean, with how they've been playing, I'm almost more nervous about the core speed if I'm Lob City. They have had such great positions, great shots coming on across, and Hotshot just going to make that all the more dangerous as their scoring has been immaculate on this now through the first game and the third so far. Dropletto coming in with the bell ringer, not going to quite connect on towards the core. Leo, the good scoring opportunity here, gets in towards the Oni's blade. Another block coming through from Shapeshifting will keep that offense going. Really good positioning there on the barriers, but the Tofu Fortress will not hold on for now. Sent back away by Kilius. They do use the barrage to be able to clear it on past Dropletto. Dropletto just trying to get into position. Great flip from Moffin. Defends yet again. Dropletto a little bit hit stunned there. Not going to be able to send it back on across. Doesn't have the flip available. Moffin still holding it down on the other side. And Leon just can't get anything to happen this game. Moffin is locked down.
Definitely some excellent defense from the blue side, but I saw some good offense from Shapeshifting, surprisingly being the one that I'm highlighting here, as they made some very good preemptive plays, or proactive, I suppose, would be the better choice of word there, as they were walking up on that offense, and even on the defense, they had a stun to deny the core flip and allow themselves the space they need to get the core out. So definitely seeing some good proactivity from them, but that said, the team combined is just not doing quite what they need to, but they're certainly doing some damage to themselves as that black hole has put Leon in staggerable range. He just needs to survive at this point, as do both of these barriers. It's only one left for each side. This is a big round to win, but a lot to lose if you're hoping to keep those stacks on stacks or those prize fighter stacks or even the Orb Ponderer.
Yeah, really good stuff here, and there's going to be both barriers taken out pretty early here. Nice clear out from Kilius. Leo dashes through. Not going to be able to find a good scoring opportunity yet. Kilius is there for the backup, though, and they get right back into the cycle. Going to try to set up for shooting opportunities for Leo. Pulled back away by the death touch, though. That's going to break it. And we'll be able to move into position. Dropletto gets it back down. Flip out of Kilius, and it gets past to Leo. Keeps that core speed going, and Moffat can't touch it in time.
That's a difficult spot because you look for potentially the kill there on Leon and hope that the core gets hit as well. But in trying to take them out, the core just slips right past that hitbox. The handle hitbox of that pendulum swing not quite as large as the top of it. So good pass that led to a goal there, but a good kill by Dropletto here gets them a stack as well as a barrier.
Yep, finding another one there. Will be able to flip things back away, and they do manage to get the both barriers. Ooh, Moffin. Stage light's getting a little too bright there. Doesn't end up finding the core flip after giving up their first point in a long time. But the KO comes through for Muncher and Dropletto not long afterwards. Right back to business in the 3-on-2, trying to push in for their second barrier flip. Gonna get thwarted there. Kilius right in position, and the Tofu Fortress will be able to shut it down. Kilius loses a big chunk of health, though, and they will be able to clear it back away with Kilius down to about a third. Muncher sends it back over. Dropletto waiting on the bottom. Leo going to be able to disrupt for now, but the dribble comes on across, trying to mix him up. Leo goes in for the rush, doesn't actually connect onto the core. It will be a pass down from Kilius. Another shot, another save with the death touch, and Moffin clears things out towards the bottom.
Go down towards the bottom, but some big energy gains here on Muncher here. We could potentially see a flip, but it's Kilius who we got to watch out for, and it is a goal by them. A quick pass to them with that flip available. The net was left open. No death touch there to save that one. We've seen Moffin in the past use it almost like a creation, like a rune pillar. It does have that creation tag, just locking down that space, but there it is just not available, and a point goes to them. But Shapeshifting has this flip available, as well as Leon, so we might see a ton of energy come out this round, both potentially defensively and on the offensive side. But Muncher has theirs, and Moffin with that Orb Ponder is definitely going to be picking up some orbs and leading to their own potential. But that said, this first barrier goes down. A mix-up attempt, but not quite there, as now Dropletto is fighting for their life.
Yeah, absolutely. And there will be health bars going down on both sides. Nice KO found by Dropletto, though, turning things back around and finding it for the squad. Pass down to Muncher. Good block from Kilius, coming in as sub-goalie and doing a solid job of holding on to the points. Will be Dropletto waiting for it up on the top. Kilius does have access to that flip as necessary. Bull Rush keeps the aggression. Finally, Kilius feels obligated to use that flip, but it's Muncher sneaking it past two and finding the barrier yet again. Really nice moves there on the core, getting the pass, setting it up to Dropletto. It's one-on-one, Dropletto and Shapeshifting. Muncher helps out, and Shapeshifting will be able to hold on for now. Going to be looking for their first set win so far today, our Lob City. Still pushing in for this last remaining barrier, trying to get themselves a chance to be competitive in this series. Flip comes out of Muncher, doesn't connect. Nice setup with the rush coming out of Leo. He will be able to open up the goal. Dropletto trying to dribble it, not going to be able to do it. It sneaks past Moffin And it is not with a huge bang, but with a bit of a whimper that Lob City do find their first point.
Certainly not how you want to get that first round win. But that said, 1-1 in sets here, and the draft has opened up. We see that big fish you mentioned earlier. I know you're a big fan of that one, but the quick strikes. We talked about earlier how strong that is with the Catalyst, and Gilius is going to snap that up instantly. Pretty reasonable pickup there. But that said, that least perfect form now available. That's going to be a little bit scary in these pockets. Moffat, not with anything too terribly scary to pick up here. Potentially the Rapid Fire. We do see the Rapid Fire pick up, the Big Fish pickup. And now, interestingly, we see the Stagger onto Shapeshifting, not the Missile Propulsion. I believe they have the extra special. I would have liked to see potentially that Missile Propulsion with the extra special really helping on this offense, just locking down those pockets and making it a nightmare for the Bozo Bunch. But that said, they get the first barrier here. Potentially not all feels lost. It's looking good for Lob City if they can just keep this up, especially with Muncher getting so low. That's a lot of damage, but a lot of potential as well.
Absolutely is here. Dropletto trying to keep the aggression going up towards the top. This Tubu for shapeshifting has really kind of turned things around a little bit, at least compared to the Mako. Looking like it's had a lot more opportunities to block some of these offensive shots coming on through from Dropletto and Muncher. Not quite sneaking as many goals, and not nearly as fast as they were in game number 1. Giving them an angle here to tie things up at 1-1. We're all tied up in game number 2 for the time being. Dropletto gets it back on down towards Muncher. Muncher trying to push for a little bit extra. There's going to be that second barrier found right into the flip, right into the bell ringer. Beautifully executed by the Bozo Bunch as they take point number 1 in the set.
Yeah, that is a tough, tough spot. The core is right in front of your net, and it is flipped. You have no agency over what is happening. You just have to pray. But Dropletto, not giving you that chance. He said, you're going to church, you're praying, but it's just not enough. But that said, this first barrier, the second barrier goes down too. Muncher needs to stay alive with this flip to help on this defense.
Yeah, really good stuff there out of Leo, setting up for the double barrier, going to be able to take him. And now setting up for the follow-up shot, comes in with the rush, sets up the slice and dice, can't quite get it, and Moffin's going to be able to finish off the job, finds the KO, gets the block off of Kilius' shot, does it all at once, and will be able to set up a really good power play opportunity here. It's caught on the wrong side of the donut, somehow slips out through the bottom, though. Little bit of a saving grace there for Lob City. Will it end up being enough, though? Dropletto does have access to the flip. There's that pendulum swing nearly finding its way on through. Dropletto has access to the flip when he wants it. Can't snag onto the core and will buy some additional time. Muncher are waiting back on the bottom side. Gets it back over towards Leo. And Leo and Kilius pushing all in up on the top. They continue to dribble it, but finally Leo will find the goal.
Ooh, there are some good saves there, but they just couldn't get it out. And with that kill going down, that's going to be some good EXP for Leon potentially for this next draft. But that said, it's also going to reset the energy on Muncher, which is kind of where you want to be when Catalyst is on the table. So good pickup of a kill by them. But Kilius has a ton of energy here and is just waiting, and they couldn't find a clear out option because there's just nothing to contest both of those players being available. That said, we've got 3 in the box now, so that adjustment has already been made. It's been maybe 5 seconds, and this team recognized what was happening on the defense and has already made the adjustment. So kudos to them, but they lose a barrier in the process.
They lose a barrier, but they pick up a KO. Dribbling from Muncher here, going to try to get it past the Tofu Fortress. Flip out of Kilius, just trying to buy that additional time. The core rocketing back into the position it was just a second ago, but those extra seconds were critical. Double flip going to KO right away once again, and right back into the power play are the Bozo Bunch. Passes coming on through. Nice setup with the Bull Rush. Will be able to find that second barrier. Dropletto trying to dribble it to themselves. Gets an unfortunate bounce, and Wally will move back on over towards midfield. Lifeline still holding on to it for the time being, dribbling it off the bottom. Muncher just so hard to predict here, nearly gets another shot through and forces that flip out of shapeshifting, but Leo explodes onto the scene and finds himself another goal.
Muncher definitely difficult to deal with when they have possession. We saw in a previous series where even when they had a flip, they were using that primary to mix up their timing so well. And here they're doing it once more, but they're also getting a ton of energy from that Catalyst by doing that, as well as XP. But they're already at level 10, so not much XP to be gained. Just draft priority.
Wow.
And should they win this, that could potentially be a monumentalist, but this is just so dominating.
Yeah, another KO ends up coming through. They do use Dropletto's flip there. That is a big resource expenditure for what was already a 3-2 or a 3 versus 2 position with the goalie down, but they decide it's worth committing just to take it to 0.5 here, and this gets coming a little bit close, Dendar.
Definitely getting a bit close, certainly more even than the previous one, but we saw Dropletto use that flip. That said, We also saw Muncher go down and lose their energy, but 10 seconds later just had it back. They get these barriers left and right. Dropletto is on a tear with the help of Muncher. But that said, Kilius has this flip available, and Leo Leon's working on one, so they should be able to hold it down for now.
Yeah, really are doing a good job here. Another one!
Whoa.
Muffin! I mean, these cores, that's a third! They just can't find their way onto the barriers. Muffin is just waiting in the middle. The core comes their way, and they clear it right back up through the center. That's going to be the point. Dropletto takes it home, and you cannot find barriers up against this Bozo Bunch sub-goalie.
Let's be clear, there were some boys' angles, but we saw the strike war there by Muffin saving it on that third last time. They are awake. They are locked in for this game, and this is a sight to see. I'm a big fan of what I'm seeing here for the Bozo Bunch, but that said, the picks are up. Still no Monumentalist, but we do see that Orb Dancer pick up here, but the Adrenaline Rush X is going to be so scary. That's going to be, Dropletto's already getting these kills. That's going to be more frequent kills and more reward for them. The rest of the picks are a little bit lukewarm here, but that team player is going to lead to an interesting dynamic now, as that's going to be a lot of core speed going to a team that was already pretty dominant, shifting from that defense to offense, and now it's going to be even more dominant as Muffin finding these clears is certainly going to be finding them a little bit easier with that core speed, but a barrier is taken in protest to what I am saying, so we will just have to see if they can get both, or whether or not with this explosive interest they'll have the speed to run circles around them.
I'm just expecting only boys angles from you. Just oops all boys is this game going on forward. Just not being able to find any of these bounces off of the walls, but they finally do get one there. Ooh, big KO actually comes through onto Dropletto there. Did have the full energy burst as well. Muffin goes on a 6 KO streak, though, just continuing to take members off of the field there with that death touch. And more often than not, it's been Leo Leon who is kind of in that aggressive position, trying to be the one running circles around the goalie, but just coming out a little bit on the wrong side of the character combat. Now going to be Dropletto back in that Maximus, trying to push for a little bit extra. Wants to get that second barrier, but Shapeshifting still holding it down. Rollout comes up and to the right. Not going to be able to find the barrier there. Muffin still holding on, though. Going to be able to move things forward. Pendulum Swing comes on across. Killy is still pushing for more with that barrage. And Leo will be sent back away. The damage there is absolutely crazy with that knockback. Leo nearly taken off from non-staggered with that death touch. Will end up losing a barrier for a good flip there out of Muffin. Sends it right over to Dropletto, who has a flip of their own, and they take it into the goal. Bozo Bunch find another.
That was a burning hot core that Muffin sent down. Between the flip and the team player, that thing was lightning. And Dropletto, ready for it, finds themselves a goal. Great team play there. But Lob City getting yet another quick barrier here. They're finding the barriers, but like you said, it's just that confirmation. But it's looking good so far.
Good passing play once again here, and that has been the replicatable success state for the Bozo Bunch. They've been very good at being able to send it between Dropletto and Muncher and be able to get on towards the barriers with those unpredictable sorts of plays. Has been Leo taking it back on over right into the black hole, nearly gets a fancy angle right into the goal, but Moffin's still able to hold on. It does get passed over to Dropletto. Possession goes back over to the Bozo Bunch. They are able to push for the extra barrier. They open up the goal. Now just got to hold on up against Leo. Passes it down, snagged by the Oni's blade. And Leo says, no, thank you, sir. That's going right to the goal.
That barrier was very difficult to hold for Shapeshifting, but even though they lost the barrier, they do get the point here, 1-1. But that said, both sides are making some great adjustments and making some great plays. So while previously I might have said this looked like a bit of a different caliber between teams, it's looking good here, just like that kill is looking good for the side of Bozo Bunch to secure this round as, oh, the roll is unfortunate. Both barriers are taken.
And that's why they prioed this map here on the Bozo Bunch. They feel so well practiced there. Love that decision from Dropletto to go for the double barrier instead of the single. And pays off big time. They converted into a point in very quick fashion. 2-1 now. One more score. We'll take the Bozo Bunch over the line.
It's difficult. That's not how you want to lose that previous round, as it was so quick. But Leon once more on this kickoff, taking barriers left and right. Good by them. But that said, it just seemingly not enough. You would think with this big of a lead early on, so consistently, you'd find something happening a little bit more frequently. But the Bozo Bunch really just showing their experience here, even with a new goalie.
Yeah, really great stuff there. Dropletto finds the both barriers once again. Flip is available for Muffin and for Muncher. If they can execute this well, they will be able to close it out. There's the counter flip coming out across. Flip out of Muncher, doesn't connect onto the core, though. And Kilius does still have access to that resource, so they're going to be able to cycle back in, get Leo into position. Nearly KO'd once again, though. Moffin finds the combo, forces Leo onto the back foot, but they do manage to get that second barrier still. It's an open goal over on the right side. Kilius a little bit hit stunned here, needs to get it past Drop Leto. Brawling for possession. Leo comes on down, sent back away by the drone out of Muncher. Kilius now has to help out on defense. Down to Muncher, back over to Drop Leto. Tofu Fortress holding down. Muncher gets it back over. Drop Leto holding out at midfield, going to be able to claim it with the bull rush. They send it back in towards the black hole. Kilius going to be able to move it past. Leo takes another shot up towards the top corner, not going to be able to find its way into the goal. Bellringer going to keep things aggressive. Muncher takes the shot. Flip out of Drop Leto, doesn't connect onto the core, but with the Maximus, it might be enough. It will not be, though. Leo manages to find the clear. Leo hanging out at midfield now. Kilius with the blast, going to be able to push it into the goal, and we are going to 0.5 on the set.
Oh, you gotta win this next point if you're Lob City, and if they're playing like this, I think it's possible. Kilius has this flip, Leon's working on one, but if Leon can just keep taking these barriers off the rip, just like that for their team,
Another
2 down.
Really great stuff here coming out of Lob City. They want to fight their way back in this game. One more point would be able to do it, would send us to set number 5. But the fight back from Drop Leto and Muncher still is here. They have so many resources. The flip is available for Muncher, soon will be for Drop Leto as well. Cooldowns down for everybody else. Going into the Maximus, going into the flip, finding the first barrier. But the second will be held on to. Kilius and Leo, though, very low on the stagger. Tofu Fortress comes on across, spreading in a bit of an awkward position. Really tough for them to keep these shots coming on through. Leo resets with another slice and diced in. Kilius trying to approach from the bottom. Will get cleared out a second time. Moffin has access to the flip as necessary. Leo going to be staggered. Dives in for another. The flip comes on across. Doesn't find the core, but will hang on for now. Sent on down out of the Oni's blade. Moffin going to be able to finish off onto Leo as they cycle back for another attempt at the barrier. Flip out of Kilius. Going to kind of be stuffed right in his face there. Drop Leto going to come in for one of his own. Still can't push in for the barrier, though. Kilius and shape-shifting so hard to hang on to. Drop Leto sends it back from midfield on the back shot and somehow manages to find that barrier. Open goals now for both teams. Leo on a bit of a breakaway, trying to send it on through. Death Touch going to be found by Moffin. Sends it back over to Muncher. Muncher takes it into the top corner, and Bozo Bunch will be able to take the game. 2-0 win for them on the week.
I mean, just what can you do against this offense? That was just so tough to deal with. The plays have been excellent, but the player I really want to highlight here is Moffin. The player, while they may be a substitute, they look like they could have been on that main roster. They were playing excellently. They were just holding it down so well and really just bringing this team to life here, even in the face of being down a player of the main roster. Muncher having some amazing midfield plays, some great barrier takes, some great passes, just great awareness overall. And Drop Leto, I mean, Brawlers get it done. That's all I can say. But even on the side of Lob City, they did have some excellent plays. Leon getting those barriers also just consistently on those kickoffs. Really great by them. Kilius helping out on the defense with shapeshifting. Shapeshifting having a bit of the funny role there, but overall they certainly played well. But in the face of the Bozo Bunch playing like that, it's just so tough.
Yeah, and I mean, that feels like a final nail in the coffin for Lob City's season here. Still plenty to play for over these back 3 weeks. You do want to get that better seeding coming into the promotion relegation tournament, right? You do not want to be that lowest possible seed if you can avoid it. It definitely does get you some harder matchups, and we find still, even in Season 4, every season, new teams come in. They are more competitive, seemingly, than the teams before them. Finding even here, right? Bang Bang, coming in off a promotion this split. They're 4-1 right now. You want to be able to avoid those sorts of matchups coming into the promotion tournament at whatever time you can. So playoff dreams might be a little bit dead here, but still going to be looking to compete in the standings.
And while the dreams might be a little bit more dead, there's definitely still a lot to learn and a lot more to play. So that said, while it is tough on them, it's not the end. But that said, we will be going to a quick break here between series. I'm joined by Gordo. Gordo, anything you want to say before this break?
Last call showtime. Up next, another race to see who can posture better in the playoff race. So stay tuned. We'll see you guys in a few. Welcome back, everybody, to today's broadcast of the North American Strikers League. We are getting into our second matchup of the day, which will be Showtime taking on Last Call. Dendar, we're back on the call. We've got a couple of teams that we've gotten to see quite a bit of so far this season, at least in our blocks. How are you feeling about today's matchup? It's 2-3 Showtime, 1-4 Last Call.
I mean, honestly, I'm a pretty big fan of both of these teams. We've got the Last Call versus the Curtain Call of Showtime. But we're going to see Atlas Lab here, followed by Inkies, and then Oni Village if we have a third map. Inkies getting into this rotation. Pretty interesting map, but I don't believe we have... Okay, we do have the picks and bans here now. The Kazan ban, pretty interesting, pretty good for the Now ban. 1-2 punch Reverberation here. Atlas Lab, bit of a damage map. So perhaps that 1-2 punch could lead to a bit of damage here. But instead we see that double Enchanter X comp that we've seen time and time again here. But here we see 3 nerfed characters. Zentaro with a longer ult, Vice with a little bit less damage in that ultimate. The recast being a little bit delayed now with that bug fix. And then Luna having a little bit less stagger. So we'll have to see how that works out for them here. But definitely some comfort picks. That said, X Aramako, a tough composition to fight against. And looking at these awakenings, there's only 2 1-2 punches. It's on Borg and Threezy, with the rest opting for stagger, recognizing that there is going to be a ton of damage and there's going to be a ton of scaling. So good pickups there. But that said, a quick barrier is taken and we see yet another boys angle. Perhaps we will have flashbacks to that previous series we saw. We'll just have to see how it works out here.
I'm not even phased by him anymore. It's just been so many of them already on the day. We'll see if they keep on occurring. That one not going to. Shianzu is able to find the top barrier. Barcode, like you said, subbing on in for the day. So going to be the one maybe unexpected face to see in today's matchup. We'll see how Showtime are going to be able to recover from that position. Good damage on towards Shianzu, but they will be able to find that barrier either way. Borg looking to finish him off. Back on his Zentaro pick. We don't get to see too much of him these days. For Borg in particular. Oh, but the bounce right back into Joker's hands just sends it right through, and we'll be able to take the first point for Showtime.
Yeah, that flip, definitely good to take the barrier, but the rebound was just not where they wanted it to be. But looking at these teams, Showtime 2-3 right now, but they really are looking to win this game because they still have to play against Sad Boys and Demons Raw later in this series in Week 7 and Week 8 respectively. That'll be next week and the week after. So those are going to be some tough games for them, so they're really looking to win this one here. And the Last Call, having played a lot of their games against some of the scary teams already, sitting at 1-4, definitely a little bit tough, but those barrier takes were looking good, so both teams looking to win here.
Yeah, really great job off of the boost there from Threezy's Luna. Going to be able to get the 2-for-1. Going to be able to open on up the goal. The flip out of Joker. Great defense from Fresh. Going to have to use the Supernova to send it back up. But the magical Maelstrom from Shianzu does it all. Gets the KO, gets the point. And Showtime are up 2-0 in set number 1.
You know, it didn't quite occur to me just looking at the team compositions. We are seeing a midfield X with a forward Luna, perhaps taking a bit out of ZZZ's book there. Breezy Breezy on this Luna has the flip available, was looking for a dash punch there, but just couldn't quite find it with that flip. But we'll have to see how this works out for them. But the Magical Maelstroms have been good by Shianzu, really making most of that area denial there. But that said, Fresh, even though they're on a damage character, is still holding it down quite well, but just the Joker making a fool of me as they take that barrier there. Really well played.
Really good stuff there. Going to be able to take it off the top. Fresh! Not the angle you wanted, and once again, it ricochets off the top wall, finds its way right into Joker's hands. They hit it straight forward, and they take the goal.
Not something you could really quite predict, but that said, Joker was up there ready to capitalize. As now we go into this draft, a lot of scaling options here. We saw a lot of reverberations taken. There's still that bulk up and big fish available, as well as peak performance. That's actually most of the scaling all in one draft, so maybe that's something that you get off of. You take this bulk up and then you move on, but they're still opting for it, trying to get the value where they can here. But that said, heavy impact on Vice is definitely going to be tough. The Quick Strike giving a little more energy to survive against it. But Orb Dancer pickup here from Barcode is going to give them a lot more agency. And then this Big Fish pickup by Threezy, potentially going to make those dashes a little bit difficult to get exactly where you want them, given the extra size. But with a player like Breezy Breezy, it's just no problem at all. A quick kill goes to them. and a quick power play going to their team.
Yeah, it'll give you a big old hitbox when you're trying to use the boost to take a KO off the map, and shows it there as 3Z Breezy does manage to create the power play. All they really get for it is one barrier, though, and the respawn was pretty quick here from the Joker, so we'll be back up and in position in time. Borg trying to help out and stun him up and get him in position to be able to clear the core back out. 3Z comes on through, but that's the thing with this Luna midfield. You don't get access to the escape button, so if you don't end up connecting with your boost, you're going to end up somewhere way away from where you necessarily want to be. And Borg now finding themselves caught inside the goal arc by Barcode, taken pretty low for it. Looking for the combo on a Xianzhu, but Xianzhu jukes backwards. He's able to get out of position and find themselves into a safe spot. Frightfully Fresh going in for the aggressive play with the Vice. Love to see the Vice goalies start to go for this more and more, but not going to be able to find the target that time, and does end up losing the second barrier. Borg trying to reset here, stunning back Xianzhu. Borg gets taken out by Joker. And now a power play here for Showtime, as they just don't have Frightfully Fresh in position. No chance of being able to defend. Joker will take a third.
Yep. Fresh recognizing that he needs to get a little proactive there and stop the core from getting to that midfield line, because if it does, there's just nothing you can really do as Vice. But unfortunately, that proactivity is denied. Great play by Barcode, Xianzhu, and the Joker. That said, one thing I'm noticing from Xianzhu is a lot of these Maelstroms, while they have been good, I've noticed that they've been angled almost like how you would see an IME Firewall Sentry. Just looking to lock off that space. They're not looking for kills. They're not looking for cheeky, just shove the core in perfect spots. Just great angles to lock it down. But that said, they're locking it down on this offense.
Yeah, Fresh just a little too slow on defending both of those barriers. Was in position, had the play, but just can't hit the button until the barrier has already fallen on down. And that is going to end up with an open goal available for Showtime, as they are on a 4-goal streak here, looking to make it 5. Frightfully Fresh coming out of the goal arc using that Thunderstruck. It will be 3Z with the flip into the barrier. Open goal now for Last Call. Going to be bounced off the center here by Borg. KO already found on towards 3Z, but there's a counter KO for this side of Borg. Has access to the flip here, one-on-one versus Barcode. Barcode buying that time. Borg going to be able to get in position, goes for the flip, goes for the score! And Borg will break the streak and get Last Call on the board.
Good flip out there. Potentially could have been used a little bit earlier, but that said, they secure it all the same. That said, 3Z Breezy has been making some great plays. That flip, the angle on that was excellent to get that barrier. Mako can be tough to go straight through, so he opts to go around, and they opt to go through the body of the X4 there, the Joker getting taken out, but it's actually Fresh, the goalie, who goes down to the magical Maelstrom there. That eject button, perhaps a bit of hubris leading to their downfall, as now they go down, but so does this barrier.
Yeah, Fresh is back up. Only lost one barrier for it, although is going to have to fall back right into a defensive position here to be able to withstand Joker's X Maximus. Will be able to do so. Fresh throws out the Thunderstruck. Not going to blink to that one, though. It is time for the defensive posturing. It is time to try to hold on to the goal, but Joker gets it into the bottom corner. 3Z can't fall back in time, and Showtime 1 goal away from going up 2-0 in sets.
The defenders a bit stacked up on each other there, and sometimes it feels like you have to against that X Maximus, but in doing so, you leave a gap, and the Joker is not someone to let that gap go untaken. That said, a barrier is taken here. And Xianzhu has this flip available. 3Z, while they are working on theirs, they don't have the barriers to give them the time to build it up.
Yeah, second barrier will fall. It's an open goal yet again. Flips come out of both Last Call members, and neither one going to find the core. That's already the Supernova used for Fresh, and there's just no resources left for Last Call. The score comes through for Showtime, and they will be up 2-0 in game number 1.
This feels like a bit of an uncharacteristic performance by Fresh. Normally, there's someone who I can look at and just say, this person will hold it down forever. Today, they're having just a little bit of trouble. Perhaps they are not as familiar or comfortable on the Vice, or perhaps they're just trying new things. It's hard to say. But when you're down 0-2, now is the time to really just lock things in. And with some stagger picked up from Xianzhu, that's going to be a bit of a denial on the survivability as well as on the scaling. But we do see explosive entrance picked up by Borg. Perhaps that agency over the field will allow them to get where they need to go, and with this hot shot on Fresh, it's going to give them the ability to push out in the core. But Joker having that unstoppable is going to be a lot harder to get those dash punches on them, as those have been a bit of the downfall. Oh, but the downfall of that barrier is the black hole, but even with the unstoppable, that kill comes out. Perhaps these players are still making it work even in this situation.
Yeah, and with access to a Dash Awakening here for Borg, it's a big development in this game as they try to fight their way back in. If there is going to be a comeback from last call, we're going to be looking back to right now and say, well, hey, it was real big that they were able to get that Dash Awakening in draft number 2. Let's see if it ends up paying off here as 3Z going to try to take an aggressive stance here. Oh, it's another one. It's another one. That's 5 on the day. It's so hard to be able to get these on past. And Joker, again, is just having the time of his life here. He gets to just stand up here in one-on-ones against Frightfully Fresh. The core comes right into his hands, sends it right forward, and is able to find goals. He's got like 4 of them this game that way.
And while it's certainly unfortunate that these barriers have been the sad boys angles that they have been, you can't just chalk it up to something like, oh, it's just RNG, or oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. It's just a lack of precision that is really coming to punish them. But the damage is coming out, and Borg finding 2 kills there. With the help of 3Z, has to take down Shianzu, but Shianzu not a slouch to be unaccounted for.
Yeah, come on, y'all. This is the position where you score last call. That the respawns have come on through. See if they're going to be able to convert this point. A third KO comes through. 3Z Breezy now on a 4 KO streak. Barcode's still standing up here, though, going to send it down to Borg, and it is undefendable from that position. Borg takes it right in on the other side of the crater, and that will be a point for last call.
The narrative that I will be pushing is that they intentionally stalled the point so that they could kill each player of the team once that round. Anyways, going into this next one, we do have Joker looking to take a barrier, and that they shall. This X-Maximus is so hard to deal with in their hands.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the double awakenings with the stagger there, the bulk up and the reverberation feeding off each other, just making them so strong in those sorts of positions and making it up so frequent. Now going to be Joker taking it back over towards the other side. They are going to be able to push back away with the Supernova. They get the 1 cycle back, but now Shianzu and Joker, they're getting into position. They're setting up for another scoring chance, and Frightfully Fresh has yet to be able to clear it. Does finally get it out there through the middle. Creator going to send it back into Frightfully Fresh's hands. It's going to be 3Z able to clear things back out. Stagger out of the Joker. Will be able to hold up the defense. Magical Maelstrom coming out through. Going to be able to finish off Borg, and then Shianzu finishes it off. Shianzu on the era, making big plays yet again.
That's not where you want to clear that core. I understand the thought process was to just get it out so that they could focus on this kill on Joker and set up the power play to set up their offense. But that clear ended up putting it straight back into their hands and in one of the worst positions they could have had it. So that is a tough, tough situation. But that said, they're bringing it back around here. They're getting barriers. 3Z has some energy available, but Borg looking both a little low and a little close to the ledge here for my liking.
Yeah, able to get back into position, comes back through, gets the slashing strike onto 2, the double stun off of the Thunderstruck. Still trying to push in for this bottom barrier, but they managed to hold on to it. 3Z coming out here to try to join up onto the party. Frightfully Fresh doesn't get their hands on with the strike, has to use the flip to send things back out, and Borg now falling back here, trying to hold on for a little bit longer. Another whammy comes on across. Barcode going to have to dodge away from that to avoid giving up the barrier. Now again, 3 members pushing onto the bottom will be enough. Her last call to be able to open things up for now. Potentially could be game point here. Showtime going to be able to open things up. They push for a little bit more. They will get cleared out yet again. Oni's Blade snags it for Borg, coming on down, going in with the rush. Great positioning on the shots, but Barcode holds on, and Frightfully Fresh can't get back in time. Showtime gonna take game number 1, 3-0.
Yep, 3-0. A bit of an exit stage left for last call this game, but that said, we do see that Shianzu MVP, and they did play exceptionally well, but that was just a bit of a tough game. If you're last call, you have to just look at that and say, you know what, all good, it's go next. We reconvene and we reattempt. But that performance by Showtime was quite nice.
Yeah, and really not a great performance there out of last call either. Really not able to put their pieces together. Frightfully Fresh, missing a lot of strikes, missing a lot of saves that were possible to do, and really ends up with a pretty clean, quick game out of Showtime at the end of the day. They do find point after point after point. They only give up 2 goals all game long, and that was a dominant showing.
Yep, that said, speaking of showing things, we have a bit of a new kid on the block for the map pool. We're going back to Inkies for the first time in a while. A map that I'm excited to see how these teams are playing on, because a lot of this map is dictated by that kickoff and how difficult it can be. But that said, before we can get to that, I do want to talk about this Mako Era X comp, as it is, like we said, they didn't even need the scaling. They just had pure performance to drive them into that game. So we'll just have to see how that adapts. But we saw a lot of good kills by 3Z Breezy and by Borg. So we'll just have to see what adjustments they make going into this next game, as this is their map pick. So surely they've got something cooked up here. We'll just have to see what exactly it is. But that said, until we get to that point, it's hard to say.
I love Inky's Splash Zone. Is there a chance we can get the water guns on every map? I'm so excited. I love this map. I'm happy to have it back in the rotation. I know the players hate it, but I like the last calls coming in here and putting on a show for us, especially up against Showtime.
Gordo, have you ever considered that if you like how the cannons play, you could in fact just be an Imi main in disguise and you just haven't accepted it yet?
There's a chance. There's a chance. I don't want to carry the allegations that come with that. At least not on my name for now. So I don't know if I really have the mental capacity to play stuff that isn't brawler, but we'll see. Maybe in the future I pick up a little bit more IME.
But that said, we're waiting on this character pick ban, but I can understand if we need a slight delay between games, because Last Call's got to pick that one up and just do whatever they've got to do to get their mental in the game here as we go into this next game. But it looks like it's starting off Extra Special and Peak Performance, two very just drastically different awakenings here. One that is just raw, immediate power in that Extra Special, and one that's a bit more of that scaling. Perhaps if we see something like that Era X comp once more, we'll see that getting picked up here. But Extra Special, very powerful. And we see the picks coming out here, very high usage there. We see the Estelle who can use it quite well, the Imi who can use it quite well. But the Kai and the Erasmus perhaps looking for that little bit of extra speed to get them where they need to go on this wide open map, and especially with this barrier that is so large and at times difficult to defend. It's interesting to see what these players are going to pick, but with that Asher pickup, that's another character that's quite good on this map for just shoving it into that small pocket and trying to get that barrier quickly.
Yeah, absolutely here, and you do want a little bit of mobility here as well to make sure you're able to get out of the way of the water cannon. So you're going to see characters who want to use that peak performance for sure, and then definitely getting to see a little bit out of the Asher as well for some of those KO potentials. There's that Zentaro coming through. Will probably be not for Borg this time. I would think that is going to be coming on through here for 3Z rather, as I'm confusing myself already. Do think that they've usually been using Borg in the midfield, at least as of this season so far, but we'll see. I mean, maybe it's just Borg on Zentaro season going forward.
Well, that said, I do think that with the Kai and Estelle pickups, I have to imagine that's the fresh Estelle in the goal box here. But that said, as far as the goalie pick for Showtime, I'm not too sure. I have to imagine it's the Rasmus here. But that said, Barcode actually is the one on the Asher goalie here.
All right.
So denying that pickup from last call. But that said, bit of a tough goalie on this map sometimes, because you run into that situation where you don't have that range once the barrier goes down to really cover the net, having to deal with the water gun and how it affects the core speed when it gets knocked out. It's going to be a little tough to deal with, so we'll really be reliant on this midfielder. But when you have someone like Shianzu as your midfield, that's not really a tough ask. That's kind of just part of the game plan for them. But we're getting into it here. Looking at these starting awakenings, we see the extra special on Barcode and Shianzu, and they're the only ones actually taking it here, as Peak Performance is the pickup for the other two teams. But a quick barrier is taken, and a quick point by Shianzu with that cyber swipe. We can't even talk about the round before it is seemingly over. We mentioned earlier how kickoffs are a big deal on this map, and they're showing it.
Yeah, great position there for Shianzu. It does look like it is fresh, by the way, on the Kai. Borg piloting the Estelle. So still picking that Zentaro, but switching up who the player is going to be. Let's see how Fresh is going to be able to do in this game number 2. Back on the goalie. Did struggle in that game number 1. Now they are going to be the first ones to get to use the water cannon. 3Z tries to pass it to himself, nearly getting the setup there. There's going to be the cycle back on the other side. Good defense here. Borg falling back with the Rose Warp. Going to be able to get into position and going to be able to save it alongside Fresh. Borg passing it up. Frightfully Fresh gets it over to 3Z. Nice snag by the Joker. Interrupt out of the barrage. Will be able to hold on for now. They push it up, but it's right into the sentry turret. And Shianzu going to be able to come up with a second.
Some great projectiles there by Frightfully Fresh. The ultimate, a good call out, but the patience there was immaculate. Had to burn the primary as well. Borg just barely out of position to body block that turret to give Fresh that clear into the top side. So perhaps we'll have to see them stick a little bit closer together. But these barriers just fall so fast on this map. It's definitely difficult to keep things going once the barriers fall.
And Xianzu and Joker have just been combining forces to dominate these kickoffs. And wow, Fresh tries to clear a Joker, slaps it right back in his face, and that's a 3-0 set for Showtime.
3-0 lead. Definitely tough going into this first draft here. Bit of a dominant performance. These kickoffs have been looking good. Perhaps the Awakenings will have the answers that we need. But Catalyst going to Joker. That's a scary person to give energy with how they're playing so far. We'll have to see what the rest of the picks are. That said, Borg getting that Reptile Remedy, that's more scaling. That's going with that peak performance they had previously, and now we see why they picked it. But the 1-2 punch going to Xianzu, perhaps we'll start seeing some of those glitch pop, cyber swipe combination kills. But with Fresh, getting that team player, that's going to help get the core out a lot, and if they can use this adrenaline rush, perhaps get some cheeky kills on those water guns to proc it. We'll just have to see. And then that Siege Machine, not my favorite pickup, but you have the extra special to make it at least a little bit more valuable. But these barriers are just going so fast.
Yeah, yet again, I mean, it's kickoff into instant barrier, into using the water cannon for the side here. I mean, that's a KO. That's Borg's out of there. That's going to be a score for Showtime. They take themselves their 4th in a row.
Yep, 4 in a row. This map, perhaps not what Last Call was looking for. It was their map pick, but this is just a little brutal here, as it is a map that isn't as seasoned as something like an Atlas Lab or an IME's app. But that said, the Showtime team is playing on it as though they play on it every day. 3Z Breezy getting a little beat up here. Perhaps that 1-2 punch damage is really coming through, but 3Z just has to find a way to stay alive. Just standing in the middle of the field, getting out of the action. I like that choice, but the barrier goes down once more.
Yeah, that was by far the longest we've seen a barrier survive in this game so far, but it still does end up coming up Showtime. There's the flip out of Joker. Xianzu going to be able to clear things back on out, setting up really nicely with that sentry turret, but cooldowns are down. The goal wasn't found. The question is, can Last Call restabilize, reset, and find a way to take this barrier for themselves? They haven't been able to get past Barcode much of it all, and they have access to the flip. I mean, this defense is going to be tough to work through with their deficit. They get it back into 3Z's hands. There's going to be the flip coming out across. They blow multiple abilities trying to snatch it out of the air. They're not going to be able to do so. Glitch Pop comes up just a little bit short. They set up the sentry once again. Not going to have too much impact. 3Z waiting on the bottom. Going to be able to take it back away with the slice and dice. Goes in forward. Going to use the flip and the slashing strike to push it right back forward. And now Borg setting up for a little bit of a passing play. 3Z not going to be able to get his hands on it. Comes back on through that water gun. And nice clutch found by 3Z Breezy, but not going to be enough to push it through for the goal. Reset up once again. Borg does have access to the flip. Down to Joker. Water gun comes on across. Going to cut off 3Z onto the other side. Flip out of Borg. Tries to get it past Xianzu. Can't do it. And bounce off the bottom, set up by Joker. Frightfully Fresh, going to be not able to save it. Showtime get their 5th in a row.
That round felt like it lasted as long as the entire previous set did. Great adaptations here to keep things alive, but that said, it is still in the hands of Showtime. They are living up to their name, putting on quite the performance here. But that said, we do see the adjustments made, but the barrier is still being taken. Joker, really just with the help of Xianzu, holding it down and making this offense really just so tough to deal with.
Yep. Water gun kind of cuts it off at the wrong side there, not really able to set themselves up for the goal. Pendulum swing off the top. Joker trying to set himself up for another one here. Do they have the sentry turret yet? Knocks it into the death touch. Really like what Xianzu and Joker have been cooking here on Inkies, and sent right on past. Too focused on trying to get around the sentry turret. It ends up just being Showtime taking it again, and that is 6 goals in a row. May I remind you here.
I'm not really sure what you can really look for here if you're the side of Last Call, because even with Xianzu getting more chances to get drafts in their favor, yeah, this Quick Strike Catalyst, I think, may just be the nail in the coffin for this game. But Xianzu, perhaps if they can get a little bit of extra projectile range, they've already had the Glitch Pop reads, they've just been a little short on them a couple times. But with that prime time, perhaps it'll give them more opportunities to make it happen. The Glass Cannon here could give Fresh a little bit of extra range, but between the two size awakenings, one taken by the goalie, one taken by the forward, it's certainly, I mean, as far as this series, this is Last Call's last call. They got to show up right now, or they are going to be in the depths.
Hey, they withstood the kickoff. That's a little better than they've done for most of the points so far. Let's see if they're going to be able to set this up into something else. Joker going to be able to sneak it by using those quick strikes, and will be able to take the barrier already. The water gun comes on across. KO is found yet again. And Borg just keeps getting snagged by that thing. And there's Joker resetting, death touching in, sending it on through. And another point to Showtime.
7 in a row, I think, would be. This is around the time you would bring that up.
We're talking about perfect game territory right now, Dendar.
This is not where you want to be if your last call, like, perfect game. That's quite the accomplishment to get, but they're just making this look so easy. That glitch pop, perfectly aimed, and Joker in the perfect position.
Yeah, it's cinema territory here. I mean, lights, camera, action here for Showtime. All right, a little bit of KO found yet again, and nope, there it goes. 8 in a row, one more.
That was a kill on the goalie just out of nowhere.
Yep.
But that's tough, as we're on potentially the last point here. Could be the quickest game of Nassau so far, I believe. This league. I don't know the exact details, but this is certainly a quick one, and a perfect game would be quite nice for the resume of Showtime. We'll just have to see if they can make it happen.
Yeah, take 9, resetting it yet again, cycling back through the aggression, nearly being able to push it through. 3Z trying to get themselves back into this, finding the KO. Joker's on the aggression. Joker's trying to close it. Joker flips it, and Joker takes it home. Lights, camera, action. A perfect game for Showtime to close out a win on the week.
That emote was so disrespectful. As right at the end there, I mean, Showtime putting on quite the performance for us, but the curtain falls on this game, as that's just a tough one. I mean, barcode, lowest redirects on the team. This offense was just so brutal. There's so much you had to put up with. I mean, only 13 saves that they had to make there, as that offense was just beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, ouch. I'm just looking at the scoreboard here, seeing 0 + 0 × 3 down the line for last call, and oh boy, Showtime. I mean, looking real strong on the day. Last call coming in looking like an off day for them, for sure. I think a couple of factors combined in here to give us this perfect 9-0. This is very good for Showtime's resume, for sure. You got to give this team some respect coming in as they even out their score at 3-3, keep a hold of 6th place, and have that head-to-head advantage over Bozo Bunch. So going to be looking to see if they can push themselves into top 6 here. I mean, they're looking like they have the stuff to do it.
That said, they do have 2 very scary games ahead of them against 2 of the biggest teams in the league, but honestly, every team in this league has just looked so stellar. But we're starting to see the gaps emerge here, where this may have just been a bad day for last call, but if things keep up, it could be quite bad for them. We'll just have to see what adjustments they make going into the next weeks. But, I mean, that was just such a fast, tight-paced game that it's hard to really comment on it when it was just such a dominating performance by Showtime.
Yeah, and I mean, that's going to do it for our block here, Dendar. So maybe going to be a little bit of a longer break after, I think I saw Brickbat in the chat saying that was an 8-minute, 30-second game. That's a quick one. That, oh yeah, I can jump back over to you and I can see it. 8 minutes, 31 seconds. Iggy's Flash Zone victory here for the side of Showtime. What a run here for them. They're going to be walking away from week 6 plenty happy with their result. Again, moving up to 3-3, fighting their way up the standings, still very much in that playoffs contention, and a team to keep your eyes on as they play up against those tough opponents in these coming weeks, like you said, Dendar. But that's going to do it for our segment here. So we're going to bring on a couple of new casters as we get into the next match of the day. The big featured match of the day going to be Cosmic Calamities up against Era's Kitten Club. That's going to be coming up next. We're going to take it to a quick break. So thank you very much for hanging out with Dendar and I. We will see you guys next time.
Welcome back, everybody, to Nassau Season 4, Week 6. And we got a pretty great game coming up for you guys. It's going to be Cosmic Calamities against EKC here. It's going to be our third game of the day here, and still a lot more to go here. Saya, what do you think we're going to be seeing in this next match?
So, we might have had the fastest game in North American Strikers League history previously, and I think the Erskine Club noticed something, because the composition that Showtime used to win that game was very reminiscent of what Erskine Club would do, the gameplay, etc. They definitely wanted to go to Inky Splash Zone, but Cosmic Calamities banned it away, and we're heading on over to Night Market instead.
That's fair. Night Market is a pretty normal, a very neutral, a very I pick this all the time, a very you're going to have to practice on it a lot because everyone else is picking it too type of map. And a lot of different comps are find success on this map, such as X, a character that may be KO'd a little bit easier on some maps, but hey, the speed in the middle makes it so he can actually kind of get on top of you with the bell ringer, get a little bit more speed, something that X lacks a lot. And Vice also getting on that team. It's going to be a lot of damage here coming out from Cosmic Calamities, though. A little bit more core control coming out from EKC, but every game that I've commentated, Luna has won, so we'll have to see what happens here as we load on in here. Every single player taking Quick Strike, throwing Twin Drive back into the mix there. Saya, start us off here, buddy.
It's going to be an interesting game. Both these teams need a win here to make their playoff dreams a reality. Of course, Etiquette Club needs it a little bit more, sitting at the 2 and 3 mark. But like you said, that Katsuna Luna, bit of an iconic pickup. Luna's seen a lot of success in the North American Strikers League recently, including winning all 3 games in the series, where it was Bun Bun versus EKC. And we're going to try to see the same here. But so far, Katone is just dying NXED on the Juliet, a character who is viewed as a little bit weaker compared to the other brawlers, but when it comes to knockback on Night Market, that character excels. In that same series against Bun Bun, NXED went kind of crazy with the Adrenaline Rush. We'll see if he can get that pickup and do something similar.
Absolutely, you said it, and as you are saying it, we get Soren with a nice pendulum swing, moves all the way on up there, gets into position there to block the bottom clear there. Really great there from Soren. But yeah, as you're saying here, Juliet not seeing too much, but Adrenaline Rush turns her into a monster. The speed in the middle really making a character like Juliet and X way more mobile than before, so it gives them a little bit more activity on the map in general. So we're going to have a lot of damage here going on to NXED, and really not a lot to do about it, but almost gets a really great dash punch kill on Kotone. They are both staggered at this point now, just duking it out. Who's going to survive? Kotone is going to actually get killed by Soren, but not before slaying NXED. And they're going to bring this little power play into a 2v2, as we don't have any energy here onto Katsuna. Going to get smashed by the Thunderstrike, and a little bit of stalling here from Forgot is going to make it so that the power play is over. At 3v3 returns onto the board. Katsuna, though, now is looking a little bit low, and they're going to see if they can survive this one, or the power play is going to show up for the side of EKC just in a second there, but maybe not before they score.
Yeah, with the Luna stagger changes do matter. Katsuna much more fragile than before. Natty getting in the mix as well, but a good strike war win by NXED. The X Maximus a bit late from Katone. Can't catch the core enough, and Katsuna, despite being staggered, tries to go for a hard read on the rocket. Is so close, but doesn't matter. Stays alive, bottom side, picks up the core. 2-0. EKC looking very good.
For sure, we had Soren move up there just at the perfect time there. Katsuna to duck on out there, but still staying to position for that bottom outlet as well. And yeah, the stagger changes for sure. I mean, Luna is kind of a child, so you know what? I'm actually totally down for her getting a little bit of stagger reduction there, kind of just in the schmicks with a couple of killers. But losing a barrier from EKC, it's going to be a little bit of an advantage for Cosmic Calamities right now as they lose one of their own. Forgot. Kind of a kill target right now with a low amount of stagger. Gonna have to burst that flip. Happy to see that. EKC is. Katsuna gonna maybe have to use this flip defensively. Does a lot of damage with it, but yeah, uses it defensively as they're gonna not be able to kill Kotone. They're gonna survive with just nothing. NXED gonna try to move up with a flip of their own. Katsuna gonna try to help get into position, but gonna lose a situation there. Triple goalie situation as well. NXED can't find the flip. And Natty gonna move up, but not gonna find too much there. Good defense from Soren. A crater is actually gonna end the life of Kotone, and can they grab this score through Natty's flip?
But Natty will flip it away. Soren will send it back towards NXED. It's only a matter of time before this Juliet gets into position, or maybe Katsuna with a dash attempt forward could seal the deal. The passing play is not coming through quite yet. And Forgotten Katone are also very scary, but Soren with the Razmit just sends the core around all of them. NXED, though, not long for this world, barely staying alive here. That X Maximus is going to do a number after the elusives come out, but still staying alive is NXED if they get to the other side of the map. They're trying to do so, but Katsuna's dash misses. But another opportunity here. Katsuna once again with possession wins a critical strike war, but once again the possession is lost. Goes over to Katone, spun away by Soren for the moment. NXED as well goes down while defending, but EKC somehow staying alive. Oh,
Ooh.
well,
Nah, almost staying alive there. Kotone get into position there with that glitch pop. Nice combination to grab that score. And we saw NXCD at basically 1 health, 1 energy for such a long time, could not play the game. I am maybe a firm believer that sometimes it really is best to die as long as the teammate can hold the line there. It is kind of a tall order to do such a thing, but we'll have to see what happens a couple more points from now. Maybe we will see that situation show up. One barrier down here for Cosmic Calamities here, working onto the bottom side. Really great pendulum swing to obtain a bunch of possession, grab a barrier as well. NXCD going to do a little self-dribble here. Katsuna going to help onto that bottom outlet one more time. And it looks like we're going to have EKC grabbing the first set here. Some nice awakenings there. Natty didn't seem to get that flip there. But hey, we got Soren. Really great positioning. They're moving up a lot to block the outlets, and they get their first chance at an awakening.
Yeah, that hot shot, so incredibly good on the Rasmus goalie on the pendulum swing, is so solid. Getting the core out of there, getting the cooldown refund as well. Adrenaline Rush probably not going to be allowed to fall down, but if they just wait here, bait out something else from the Vice, maybe a Heavy Impact, Adrenaline Rush is allowed to fall. Of course, Heavy Impact incredibly good on the Vice, but to be honest, you're not really denying it. It sucks on Luna. It only procs on the ulti, and her other 2 abilities don't even hit multiple people. So all things considered, the best case scenario for NXCD to get Adrenaline Rush, but Natty with the Heavy Impact, Katone with additional stagger, will prove to be a little bit more of a challenge for EKC.
Yes, sir. That Adrenaline Rush, man, showing up one more time for Juliet. It really is the saving grace for this character, as we've seen in a couple more games earlier on. X Maximus, though, going to grab a barrier. The Glitch Pop's going to help again. Grab the second barrier, too. Cosmic Calamity's feeling really nice about this section of this map here. Kotone almost had it there, working on a flip, literally like 1 strike away. Nice elusive there to not fall into stagger radius there, or shatter, whatever you be calling it here. But a nice flip to the bottom side. Sword cannot get the pendulum swing in time, and it's going to beat Cosmic Calamities, taking the first point in this next set, and they're going to have to keep it up.
The big thing with the Adrenaline Rush is that you need to find that KO first, and if Kotone forgot to play safely, there's not much you could do. NXCD could go for a Flame Flurry into a Dash Punch here on Kotone, who does not have the elusive necessary to get out of there, but instead tries to use it for some scoring power, but it just gets sent away by the Supernova. And now with that resource gone, NXCD needs to be very careful, tries to dodge away on the edge, greeds the flip a little too much, and ends up going down.
Yeah, really interesting scenario there to find NXCD walking closer to the edge to maybe dodge one more of those strikes there during that X Maximus. Didn't seem to work out in that spot, though. They're going to lose their life for it, and they're going to lose a barrier as well. Both barriers down for both teams here. Possession a little bit here for Cosmic Calamities. Katsuna finds a way to grab it onto the bottom side. Smack! Right into Natty's face. The boost. Just enough to stun as the ball walks itself on into the goal, and we might be seeing a lot more of that. Luna's pretty good smacking people in the face there. EKC taking their point.
EKC taking a point, evening it up here. And Cosmic Calamities looked good all throughout that point. EKC just held on for long enough. And if EKC can continue doing that, it's a bit worrying for Cosmic Calamities. It feels like they have much less reliable scoring power. And Soren is doing incredibly well on the defense here, dribbling around absolutely everybody. Finally goes back to Kotone for the last time for that barrier. But once again, the core slips past. Natty on the more offensive goalie, unable to save the Supernova as well, not in time. And Katsuna slips it in, 2-1. EKC looking to go up 2-0 in sets.
Indeed. It looked like Natty was a little bit lax on the defense in that spot there. I mean, I did notice that Katsuna kind of used both cooldowns to help the core forward, not really to score, but the core kind of just got past Natty there, and I'm not sure if it should have, though, but the boost going to be a nice stuffing ability there when Natty's trying to do a clear here. Kotone got their flip for something big. If they can keep NXCD staggered, we probably won't be seeing much of that Adrenaline Rush show up, as they're going to throw a couple more abilities here. Kotone at nothing. Yeah, big flip combo with the dash punch is going to get Kotone on out of there. NXCD bars both looking really low, yellow and blue. Not much left there. Katsuna does have a flip, though. Maybe be able to make this happen if they can grab this barrier quick.
Really cool combo for NXCD there. The staggered, the unstaggered combo where it was, well, forget about me yapping because Katsuna has just comboed someone else off the map as well. Strike Wars their own creator to send the core forward, and NXCD will Flame Flurry the barrier right down, get a dash punch right afterwards, get the Adrenaline Rush proc again, and an amazing pass down to Katsuna at the perfect moment, so Kotone has no chance of making any sort of defense.
It's absolutely really great pass there. X Maximus was procced there. Pretty big, but not big enough to win that 3v1. So we're going to have EKC kind of looking pretty dominant right now. Again, Luna gets their first chance. No Deadeye in sight, though. We could see a little bit of wiping the sweat from their brow. Cosmic Calamities don't have to deal with that, but we're going to deny away the Unstoppable here, just to make it sure that our damage is definitely going through here. Says EKC, grabbing some stagger onto Kotone. Size onto the NXCD, help you with a little bit more range on those dash punch, maybe get a couple of kills. And honestly, yo, how did Ponderer get buffed? That's crazy, and that is a good perk, was and will remain a good perk in this season. But yeah, that's crazy. Soren actually getting some size there. It's a pretty late pick, so pretty nice for EKC as well.
Yeah, thankfully the Ponderer buff is like cosmetic. It's only to the first part before you stack up the orb, so all good. But yeah, I think it was a top 5 pick priority awakening in the North American Strikers League. That's an awakening that might need a nerf, not a buff, but all things considered,
Yeah.
a bit of a fine outcome. Katsuna on the bottom side. EKC, they don't even look like they're in a power play. Soren just throwing so efficiently, Katsuna's getting it out of there. Now NXCD comes back and threatens a KO on Kotone.
Yeah, this is kind of like a situation where if you're not pressing onto Erasmus really hard, and he's got that hot shot, so you can kind of just knock those pendulum swings left and right. They're going to get a power play here, though. X Maximus popped as well. So now a lot of pressure going to be applied to Soren in just a moment here, but wins a fat strike war against Kotone. Pendulum swing is going to whiff, though, but NXCD here to help, even with no health left. This barrier is going to hold. Cosmic Calamity is looking a little weak on the barrier steals, but they're actually going to lose 2 members in the process here, a 2v2. Natty going to try to defend here with just this flip. Soren trying to move up a little bit, though, but doesn't want to give up this barrier here. They're okay, just waiting for the 3v3 one more time.
It's going to have a little bit of fun passing to NXCD in the midfield, going back and forth, trying to move the core forward. The Soren sends it to the top side. Around Kotone, baits out the X Maximus as well, expertly played by Soren. And Forgotten Kotone, though, still in the corner, still looking to get the barrier, but Soren once again precise on the strike wars, and the barrier will still stand. Incredible defensive play from EKC as flips are burned, resources are taken away. Kotone, though, with one more chance, will win the strike war that matters this time to the bottom side, but it won't quite get in the goal.
Right. Nice angle there on the overtime, right. Finally did get that one. Yo, I'll have to admit, Soren looks calm. Soren looks not under a lot of pressure, even when we had power plays against them. Soren looks like they're just in their element right now, not doing it, not sweating, not really panicking at all with any of these options here, winning a lot of strike wars against Kotone as well. Even then, doing a self-dribble here, spending some of the cooldowns just to make it happen, losing their own barrier in the process, losing their cooldowns, but still don't feel like Soren is really under a whole lot of pressure here. Maybe because of Calamities is just, I don't know, maybe down so much right now because the synergy just not happening. Something about Kotone's gameplay feels like there's not a lot of pressure.
Yeah, a lot of strike interactions. When your brawler is trying to strike with the goalie, something's wrong because that's not the efficient way to score goals. But NXCD with Flip might be scoring quite efficiently here if he does manage to survive, but greets the Flip again. Strike into Flip from Kotone will punish it immediately, but if Katsuna could score, all is forgiven. Trying to find an opening to dash forward, trying to find a strike war, but will succeed in stalling out for long enough, and even dashes it past Natty, but just bounces off the bumper. But NXCD comes back to immediately die, and if Soren and Katsuna can score this, that would be crazy, but I don't think that's expected of them at this point.
Yeah, it would be definitely a tall order as well. Got their flip here. They're going to try to get something to happen here. Kind of flips right into the flurry. NXCD with the great timing. Katsuna with the boost and the strike. Gets it right on through Natty here. And EKC feeling themselves. NXCD, no stacks, dying a lot, but, I mean, EKC, they're doing it right now.
No rampage stacks, no problem, but a great redirect off of the Cyber Sight from Forgot. Will take a barrier pretty early here. Natty is chipping NXCD down, looking to try and eliminate the brawler from the equation. But once again, the Cosmic Calamity's offensive push not really coming together. I think it's a little bit of a lack of core control in the midfield. Forgot, of course, playing the Aimi, not the most crazy character in maintaining that possession, but up against the Luna matchup. Wait a second, that's Katsuna taken off the board, and that's a power play that could be huge, but NXCD is running all over the place and is helping out on the defense so well.
Yeah, NXCD certainly is playing defense here for most of this point, fighting with the Fiery Flurry to make sure that they keep that barrier against Kotone. Crater not going to make too much happen here. Kotone going for a fat dribble, but Katsuna nicely interrupting them. Soren having no problems defending here, while Katsuna is doing such a great job defending here in the midfield. NXCD is going to have to get some sort of offensive push here going with maybe one of these dash punches here. All 3 members of Cosmic Calamities having their flip, but still going to lose their barrier. 3 players with flip. They're going to have to spend one to get the barrier, spend one to get this goal, because maybe they're using a little bit too many cooldowns on the enemy's health bar here, and they're just having a tough time scoring, as Katsuna's going to land the whammy boost combo onto Kotone. And can they get this goal here? Forgot to spend the flip a little bit early. The missile, the whammy is not going to do it. So close, but Soren is just on point right now.
On point, the Strike Wars after the hit stun. The Beta Classic right there as Soren to the top side. Can't quite hit the hook. Not punished yet, but Natty will teleport in and make sure that missed dribble is punished to KO on NXCD as well to reset the Rampage stacks for the 4th time, it feels like, this set.
Yeah, NXCD finding themselves in the grave quite often this game. Soren, I really want to say kind of feeling themselves right now here. Maybe just trying to schmix a little too much, but maybe that hook was supposed to be more optimal than I think. But we're going to get a boost, or more like the center gate into a barrier here for Kotone. NXCD almost gets comboed into the Supernova, would have died once again. Kotone finally in position to grab both barriers. This is the chance for Cosmic Calamities to take their first set, and they do, shutting EKC up for just a moment here, as we're probably going to see Forgot as the MVP.
Forgot up there looking for a big awakening to turn the tides, and there are quite a few. Catalyst, I think, the most eye-catching one. The energy generation, so valuable in a game like this. The flips are being used to score more often than not, but the extra special is what is being looked at here, which does pass down the Catalyst, but does also pass down that perfect form to the X of Kotone. But all things considered, you're letting through the Deadeye, and I'm not sure if you want to do that.
I agree. I think Deadeye Luna is kind of insane. Definitely the best perk character combination of kind of everything that was available in that draft. I mean, the Glass Cannon is going to probably do nothing for NXCD. That might never even be active. But Deadeye is some deadly perk here. We're going to see some damage happening probably in just a moment here. Of course, the opponents are all at full health right now. Maybe we'll land a move in just a moment here, as we're going to get a top side push here. Kotone get the speed gate, try to make something happen here. Bellringer not going to find its mark. The Supernova going to blast it on into the hands of Kotone. We're going to have to use a flip. Soren still defending that barrier. Gets right through NXCD with a great angle onto the bottom side. Once more dash punch. Doesn't find Forgot in that dash punch there. Katsuna going to try to get to the bottom side here. One more chance to NXCD to get this score, but gonna have to find some more possession.
Gonna have to find a little bit here, as a good pull from Soren will send Kotone away, but with the flip available, that's a barrier taken. NXCD is gonna have to do a lot of work here. Had the glass cannon for a second, but no longer, as the spin comes through. NXCD zones Kotone away, but Kotone once again looking for the core. Forgot interrupts in the midfield this time. Tries to get the mix up on Soren to bounce off the center twice, and they still save it despite all of that. EKC calm in the face of a lot of danger. Dash punch, flip, adrenaline rush, proc. NXCD moving at the speed of light right now, but unfortunately can't quite get the core quick enough. But a flip from Katsuna will secure the goal, despite it taking quite a bit, as Forgot and Natty were zoning quite well with their projectiles.
Yeah, super solid effort there, but we do have to spend the flip. Katsuna just saying, all right, we'll just sink this one and we'll make flip next point, as they might. We're going to have Soren on the top side here. Soren actually one with the catalyst here. We can see their bar is going all the way up. NXCD once again slain by Kotone. They're losing every single stack. Nothing left but a dream and 2 players here to hold both of these barriers here. Soren has been playing pretty well this game. Can probably hold both these barriers. Actually, Katsuna a little bit of solo action here. Kind of in the mix of those red players. Katsuna holding as much as they can. Forgot once again with this flip here on the top side. Gets a little stuffed, but Kotone actually in position to grab one of those barriers here onto their Kotone once again with the flip. Good positioning there from Kotone and Forgot, but they're going to have to still get this goal. Natty, flip that one.
Yeah, and Soren's been solid on the defense yet again. The hotshot doing a lot of work and sending the core away, but Kotone gets possession, gets the strike. Soren with the save though, and now the Firewall Sentry going to do a lot of work in keeping the core up. Natty as well. X Maximus not enough to get it past Soren, who is just striking it away at every single opportunity. And now NXCD is going to threaten the dash punch soon, but he's got to stay alive as well. Kotone just zoned away by Katsuna this time. EKC defense holding for the moment as Forgot sends it up, and this time it will be enough. Kotone will find the open net. It's 1-1, but EKC held on for so long. If they ever get the offensive agency, then I'm a little scared for Cosmic Calamities.
I agree. It feels like Cosmic Calamity's aim is just a little bit off today, but since NXDD is basically finding themselves off the map just so often, they can't seem to mount a really great offensive push almost ever. They are going to grab the top side of this barrier here. NXDD cannot maintain possession, so we're going to have that Bell Ringer knock him around one more time. Yeah, the X Maximus. Okay, Dash Punch to try to survive. Yeah, can still just walk on up there. Going to find themselves off the map one more time. Okay, we're going to have EKC get a little flip in there. Kotone going to answer with a flip of their own, taking both barriers on both sides. Hands of Forgot up to the top side here. Kotone looking a little bit low. Could this Deadeye finally get a kill here? Dash Punch.
Oh!
Dash Punch with a whammy to combo on in there. Okay, EKC is on board right now, getting that one in there. And now they're looking at match point.
That is the perfect point for EKC. They convert a really, really huge opportunity from the Cosmic Calamities. that barrier trade might have been their undoing, but wait a second, it's not over yet. Kotone finds a totally random KO with the Bell Ringer on NXDD here. Insta flip from Katsuna won't find too much here, as Soren is still defending against the X Maximus, and so far, Katsuna just doing so well at stalling. Stalls out the entire power play.
Yeah, Katsuna kind of made Forgot look like a fool for just a moment there. Man, I can't help but laugh a little bit at NXDG just continually dying at every couple of seconds here. The Supernova not going to make anything happen, but enough possession for Katsuna's boost to confuse everybody and grab the last little barrier there. Match point here again for the side of EKC. Soren has a flip, can make a fast power play. Going to start moving up here. The opposing flip from Natty's going to send it up to the player who does actually have flip, maintaining possession onto the top side. The flip not going to actually maintain this possession here. We have triple goalies showing up right now, but now that they've gotten hit enough times, they're the ones with both flip. Can they keep this point alive? Flip over to Kotone, but too many people to go through. Natty gonna try to keep possession, give it to Forgotten. NXDD loses it in just a second there. Katsuna, can they make something happen with the boost whammy here?
Has the flip available, shoots it right into Natty, and that is the game win for EKC. And they are looking to take this, move up to 3-3 in the massive pack of 3-3 teams. They need one more game, but they're looking like they have this one in the bag, and we're going to see a 5-way tie soon.
Yeah, I mean, Soren was really kind of clocked in there for work, did a great job of defending, and basically every situation had some great awakenings to go with it as well. Hotshot Rasmus kind of not really has one move, but, you know, you're going to see the pendulum swing at every single corner, and the hot shot, of course, giving you a little bit more cooldown reduction is great. NXDD really didn't get to play all that much that game, but anytime that they were alive, made it happen. And you saw a couple of adrenaline rush kill points, which worked out. Katsuna also did a great job of midfielding there. And again, I just want to bring up that I feel like Cosmic Calamity's aim might have been a little bit off, and I'm not just talking about, aiming at the barrier or aiming at the goal, but perhaps the goal of their game was just misaligned with what was happening that time.
Yeah, but funny stat, NXDD 0 goals, 6 assists, Katsuna 9 goals, 0 assists. Who's the midfielder now? Who's the scorer now, huh? But yeah, it's Katsuna on Luna with Deadeye, unstoppable to take it away from the enemy team, and just for good measure, dribbling it to stall at the power plays while NXDD died like 10 times. I mean, that was an incredible performance from Katsuna. I was about to say Soren because that guy was holding it down incredibly as well.
Yeah, that one couple of seconds there where we had Katsuna versus Forgot on that little bottom lane there, did a great job of holding that possession, and in general, EKC was just on board that game, and a well-deserved win. They played quite well, but now they go on to we got here Gates of Obscura. Might be a little bit harder for a character like X. I mean, if they pick X again, it'll be a little harder to find your kills, as this map can, you have the portals to escape kills as well, and the map's a little bigger on the center area. So what I'm trying to say is NXCD is probably not going to be dying 10 times again. So with NXCD alive and Soren and Katsuna locked in, I'd say Cosmic Calamity certainly has a mountain to climb here.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy one here, especially on a map such as Gates. But the Cosmic Calamities have looked historically very, very good on this map. They have had their best performances on Gates of Obscura, and especially if Natty gets one of the comfort picks, which is quite likely with how the drafts are shaking out, we're going to see a bit of a hold it down montage possibly as this map goes on. We'll have to see. The picks are going to roll in just a second. It is a pretty tame start, all things considered. But yeah, bulk up chrono boost.
All right. Bulk up chrono boost is pretty fair. With bulk up showing up, we probably won't be seeing some super strong kill comps. Just really having that 350 stagger is sometimes enough to really avoid getting killed often enough to make it so that the kill comps are like, yeah, I'll spend all my cooldowns to just kill people. I'll ignore the ball. So we'll probably be seeing a lot of bulk ups here. Perhaps a Kai goalie picking up the chrono boost. I don't think we'll be seeing Octavia. We might see Juno for like a jump. Using chrono boost as like their jump perk there, but we'll see. These players have a solid pool here. Oh, we do see Kazan and Aimee banned, which is fair. I mean, who wants to play against Kazan? I mean, for real, guys. Seriously, Chad. Am I talking? Am I talking or am I talking?
Katone also pretty good at the character, so all things considered, a pretty good ban in terms of that character having a lot of agency. I said in terms twice. It's over. But yeah.
Sorry, man.
Rasmus, though, great pick on this map. Of course, when you think of this map, you also think of characters like Asher, which might get picked up a little bit later. A lot of stuffing in the corners, but also a little bit of that open map vibe in terms of moving around, where speed is very important. When you see that Mako picked up for Cosmic Calamities, and that is the natty pick that you have to be worried about, especially on a map like this where he can hold indefinitely. And we saw that in the matchup versus Last Call last week, if I do recall correctly. So that's something to be worried about. You got to score past that, and you got to figure out a composition and also be comfortable enough on your characters to consistently get past natty on that Mako.
True. Mako does have a lot of agency on where the ball is going, a lot of agency on what their teammates are doing as well, being able to buff them and having multiple projectiles there. So helping out through the portals. We do see Katsuna grabbing the Luna once again. What do we got here? Luna still 100% win rate on games I've casted. Is this a coincidence, guys? Or is Luna nerfs actually just make her insane? Like, what's going on? Am I real?
Well, most of your Luna wins are Katsuna after all. And Katsuna might be one of the greatest at the character. Good. Yeah. How many are there? Like, was it just the Bun Bun EKC series?
It was kind of like just it was kind of just that, but that's crazy.
So it was like 1 million Katsuna wins and 1 Liari win.
But that Liari win.
That Liari win.
That was the non-Katsuna Luna 100%er. That maintains possession for Luna players all over the map. I mean, seriously.
Well, that does also mean that when you're not casting, Luna tends to lose because Luna has like a.
Luna lost right before our block. To be fair,
yeah.
I was like, oh, now I have to say, games I have casted, which is still fair. That's a stat, guys. That's a stat. You do see the Juno showing up, which I thought might have happened here. We're gonna have grab the Juno here. Kai, most likely Kai goalie, right? For EKC. Soren goalie. Unless Soren just wants to grab the Rasmus again. I think Rasmus probably a little bit better forward on this map, though.
Yeah, we're having a bit of chatting in the chat about the gear for this Juno pickup, whether it is magnetized souls or slick kicks, and I think most people would advise the slick kicks, but the Brazilians have been favoring those magnetized souls, so it really is up to you at the end of the day.
That's fair. I'd still probably say Slicks is probably still better. I feel like what Slicks does, it's like when you have possession, you gain speed basically, and I feel like that combination is just like, I don't know. I think that's a little bit better than trying to get possession with speed. It's hard, right? Because I mean, if you really just hang out in the midfield like Estelle would, sure, you get speed a lot of the time, but I don't know. It's like a lot of pressure on the goalie when you have the ball and are now fast, and you're kind of ping-ponging with a character that doesn't have Slicks. So I feel like Slicks is still a little bit better most situations. But hey, I wouldn't mind seeing some magnetized souls. Man, I played against some Vambrace the other day, and that is now feels like a pretty good gear.
Yeah, and apparently this game might be a little delayed due to a combination of energy drinks for Soren and some Supercell game for Forgot. Oh, Clash of Clans. Interesting.
Oh my.
Oh my. Well, might be a bit of a wait. Henvy, how was your day?
My day was actually solid. I mean, I did a lot of food shopping today. We got all the groceries I need for the week. I got some halal food for lunch. Took a really cool shower, like a cold shower actually, and I was just like pogging off in that shower. Not the way you'd think. It was just nice and cold. What about you, man? How did your day go?
I slept for 3 hours, and I woke up right before the stream.
Okay, that's fair.
So I didn't have much of a day. I'll be real. I'll have there's much more day left for me. I gotta say. I got another question for you: lamb over rice or chicken over rice?
Ooh, I do chicken over rice. I know it's a little like one note and maybe a little bit lame, but I'm just such a chicken guy. I don't know. I'm sure lamb is fine though.
I'm not even a chicken guy, but I'll be real. Like, they don't even use real lamb in most of the carts. It's like some
Fair.
kind of weird ground meat. So,
Right?
by
Okay.
process of elimination, I think it has to be chicken. But we're headed over to Gates of Obscura.
Oof. I'm actually happy to see Gates of Obscura. Finally, a little bit of diversity here. Don't just see Oni Village slapped on the thing. Don't just see Night Market for the fit. Well, we just saw him in Night Market, so I guess it goes in the stats again. But still, at least this is cool. And I think, did we see Clarion as the third pick as well?
No, it is Atlas Lab.
We have to, man. It's fine, dude. We have Gates, dude. We at least 1 out of 3. I'll take it. A little bit of interesting gameplay coming out here. We have, indeed, the Chrono Boost for the Kai only. Everyone else grabbing bulk up. NXCD with Pummelers, though. Pummelers Rasmus going to try to really make it happen here. Everyone else with Slicks. They did decide to go the Slicks route here. We're going to start it off onto the top side here. A Whammy versus a Blob. Blob going to easily win that one, as it is 2 hits. Going to get the boost on in there. Not going to grab a barrier. And yeah, like you said, Natty certainly is quite well versed on the Mako. I'm sure everyone is happy to see Natty on the Mako here. And we'll see how much that can affect the game, because I think Mako's pretty good on this map.
Yeah, I think the main win condition is Katsuna disrupting Natty, making sure that they can't really play the game like Forgot, hanging out near the edge a little too much, taking a bit too much damage, knocked back by the Pendulum Swing, and the barrier's taken. EKC offense looking quite good. But Soren missed position means that the barrier will go down. A big chance for Forgot if the slimes can come through. But Katsuna with an amazing delayed strike war on the projectile. Incredibly well played.
Yeah, that was like dummy good delay on that strike. Katsuna making it just perfect angle so Natty could not reach. The Blob could not reach. Really great angle there. We're going to have a bottom side push here, though. Gets the crater, not too much happening there. Going to blow the blazing pace to make sure those barriers still hold onto the top side here. You know, we did just see NXCD grab a kill with that pendulum swing. Pummelers, I don't like when people take pummelers because you just kind of die randomly, but we will see if Pummelers could be the ticket here for NXCD. Unfortunately, they're going to lose a member and both of their barriers here. Can Soren hold this with NXCD's help? Most like, oh goodness, give possession to the opposing team. Not crazy about that whiplash.
Still a barrier taken, but Katone in position. Has the strike war after the primary. Well played from Katone on the outplay. And I got to talk a little bit about this Kai pick from Soren. This guy is the biggest Kai doubter of all time, and he made his name on Kai when he was first starting. One of the 3 million Kai goalies in beta. He's much better now. He has also been on a bit of a streak of hating Kai, thinking that the character is unpickable, but clearly not. Picking it up in the North American Strikers League in this matchup, and also picking it last week, I believe, in a KO found by NXCD. Maybe the Pummelers is working, because that's a lot of speed.
Yeah, a lot of speed. A really great Giga Blast angle from Soren is going to land the second barrier onto Cosmic Calamities there, and a big crater. Really great timing there from the crater here. Kind of an unusual situation, but hey, lands it anyway. EKC taking 2 points right now, and we say that Soren might be a Kai hater, maybe because damage is dummy crazy this match, but Kai kind of does things that other characters can't do, and Blazing Pace is just... Speed does something that no one can beat. You cannot beat speed in this game, so I think Kai will remain in the meta even if it's kill.
Maybe as Soren with the dribble stalling out so well. Kotone, though, one barrier taken. That last goal, that's exactly what we're talking about. Katsuna on the Luna disrupting Natty, making sure that the game isn't comfortable. But an amazing save by Natty in the face of every single Luna cooldown. And while Katsuna sits there stunned, Forgot finds a KO, and Soren can't quite find another Soren angle. Soren angle version 4, it looks like, right into the goal, unfortunately.
Yeah, it actually, on the replay here, I could see that Soren actually was in range to hit that strike, but probably just thought that they might have to Giga in case a different angle, which is fair. So we'll just move on to the next point here. 2-2. You know, obviously, first gamers to take the first set here, grab a nice awakening here, knocking out a couple more, and we're going to have a whammy. Going to actually destroy Kotone there, and we'll see if this power play can make something happen. NXTD trying to take control with that Death's Touch. Crater dealing a bunch of non-damage as we're actually going to have evades, but they're going to lose a member in the process, though. Can they survive without Katsuna's help in the midfield here? Kotone going to blow the Oni's blade to keep possession once again with Forgot behind. They're going to keep that possession onto the bottom side. Katsuna finally shows up again. Whammy helping get on out there. Boost into NXTD's hands through the portal, and can they grab this onto the bottom side?
Kotone taking a lot of damage, though. That Kai Barrage does a ton of chip, but the Giga Blast and the Pendulum Swing go wide. A bit of a goofy miss from EKC, but they don't miss the barrier. And with an open net, it's much more easy to score on Natty compared to the barrier staying up, where he looks like a defensive god. So we'll have to see if this flip can do a lot, but the Ensnare Drums are perfectly timed from Natty to prevent that. But NXTD finding a kill to pump more speed, wobbling around, and getting an advantageous strike war against Natty to secure the first set. And this team is so scary with the first set win. That Katsuna Luna might pick up something crazy here.
It is possible here. Maybe some size for this Rasmus. Looking around, I'm scanning. I don't see any size for the Rasmus, but we do have Quick Strike, just as deadly sometimes. In fact, we don't have Deadeye either for the Luna. Not much to deny. Everyone kind of just grabbing a perk that they're happy with. Rapid Fire for Juno, certainly happy there. And Unstoppable Deny, maybe they can get a couple more hits onto Natty there if they deny that. Big old buffed Reptile Remedy, 400 stagger, landing onto Kotone there. Extra special, totally fine for Kai, and nothing too crazy here. The Quick Strike, probably the best thing that could have been picked up. NXTD happy to grab that as the MVP. Forgot with Rapid Fire, though. Natty got the Ponderer. We'll see if that Ponderer makes things a little bit crazy. Extra cooldown for Mako to make the team fast could change this game.
Yeah, I gotta say, though, Katsuna getting the ability to deny Unstoppable in both of these games is really, really huge. That Awakening shuts down Luna so hard, also shuts down that Rasmus, so NXT is going to be pretty happy about that, despite a lot of power being picked up for Cosmic Calamities. An amazing boost for Katsuna, an amazing strike afterwards to curve the core upwards, and NXTD catches a pretty disoriented Natty there. So much pressure from Katsuna and NXTD.
Yeah, it also Forgot kind of like did a jump secondary and a primary forward. I think they just assumed that the ball was about to hit that portal, and they kind of just left the situation up to their teammates there, which is not going to end up working out as AKC takes that next point. Yeah, we're going to actually push here onto the bottom side here. Kotone, great weight for that little top tip of the barrier there. Soren hitting the, I'm sorry, dude, didn't mean that one. But he's going to try to hit that Giga Blast. Gets the ball out of Kotone's hands. Also the Death Touch helping out to bring possession to their team, but they're actually going to have an unfortunate top push here as the ball flies its way into the portal. Forgot and Kotone in a great position there. Natty going to try to make sure that their team has possession. The boost comes in. The Crater not going to do much into the blobs, and Forgot is actually doing a really great job of defending here. Added an accident to that. Not really sure what happened, but maybe Natty uses a flip here defensively into the portal, into the hands of Kotone. Great Giga Blast, though. Good defense there from Soren.
Yeah, and Katsuna going around the world for a moment. NXTD needs to recover on the defense, but a passing play, a good barrage to cover from Soren, and a flip to get it out of there. The Oni's blade not going to stop the core in that moment, and it bounces off the edge instead of the portal. Good dribbles, though, from Forgot, and a KO found by Kotone, and it's getting bounced right past the Crater. NXTD trying to defend, trying to do a Soren Rasmus goalie impression, but it won't be enough. It's 1-1.
Absolutely good job for Kotone getting on in there, making it so that Death's Touch is not going to win the strike war there. 1-1 in this next set here. Where's the ball going to start top side? Kotone happy to see it. Forgot sending it into the portal. Instantly gives Kotone possession, but actually loses it to Soren. And now they have a reverse push onto the top side. Katsuna going to try to help NXTD keep possession, blocking the mid side. Soren going to lose it there to the portal. But again, getting a solid clear. Katsuna making sure that they back up for help. Guys, keep this in mind. The midfielder should be backing up when it's time to help the goalie. Really important. You can see NXAD also kind of backing up to the midfield as they know how important the barriers are. Everyone keep taking notes here. Soren moving up with a great Giga Blast. Forgot not feeling enough pressure to blow this flip just yet, but they might have to as they do have an open goal.
ZD trying to maneuver to the top side, but Forgot flips it away from the pendulum swing, and Soren through the portal. Big opportunity for NXAD. Tries to find the whiplash afterwards, but not quite, and we're seeing Soren build up a lot of meter in these exchanges. Has the flip for insurance as well, and a pass all the way back to Soren trying to flip it through to try and find the goal, but Natty does have so many resources on the defense to work with. A rocket from Katsuna almost takes the barrier, and it will be taken eventually, but that was a bit of a crazy rocket there. If they still score, it doesn't matter, but if they don't, then that's a little goofy, and a great shot from Katone right parallel to the barrage, and that is another goal for the Cosmic Calamities.
Yeah, I just want to say, Natty flipped there, and that ball went light speed, and Natty just has a couple of, what we got here, Bulk Up and Powerhouse Pauldron's giving a little bit of power, and that ball was dummy fast. That was like super team player action. So you got to watch out for those flips there. It was going to blow the ensnaring jump onto the bottom side, keeping possession kind of for the enemy team, though. NXT using the flip to grab the final barrier there. Death's Touch is not going to find its mark. Okay, a flip here from Kotone, not even really going for a mix-up there, sends it forward. Soren has no problem blocking that one away into the hands of Forgot. Once again, nice blob to win the war against Katsuna, but Natty kind of greeting an orb for a moment there, almost loses their goal. Soren also kind of taking a really wide angle on the positioning there. Natty gonna have to beat this Death's Touch. Again, open goal and snare drums might backfire. Doesn't, though. Soren, again, having no problem defending here, and we just need an offensive push from one side, and it's not really happening right now.
Yeah, good barrage from Soren to get it out of there, and a flip used through the portal, trying to get it through Natty, but Katsuna can't reach there in time, and a strike for win by Forgot. Past NXZD, it's 3-1. That's a set win for the Cosmic Calamities. And now this draft gets a little scary as Natty can pick up something that will push them into an advantage here. The Catalyst is probably being looked at the moment, but it could be something else as well to try and force deny on the goalie, because there are also other juice. Never mind, it's just Catalyst.
Yeah, true. Catalyst is still good when it comes to hitting things and making it so that you know, I don't really not sure if we would have seen that on Soren. He would have maybe had to deny it either way, but solid awakenings showing up. I mean, team player on the midfielder does make things a little awkward for the opposing team. Siege Machine is not too exciting for Luna. Might of the Colossus can get out of hand a little bit later as some of the size perks are still left in the draft. Soren with Stinger, maybe a deny, not too great on Kai. This whole draft was kind of just low power and some sort of questionability here. Natty maybe getting away with murder with just simple Catalyst. We'll see how that affects this game. They are kind of the goalie and shouldn't be hitting the ball too much as long as their forwards are doing their job.
A lot of these points have been off the back of Natty making crazy saves, leaving the side of EKC out of cooldowns and a little bit vulnerable. You might be seeing some of the same here, but right now a barrier taken first. And Soren with the Giga Blast. Forgot pushing it forward, but a great barrage by Soren will send the core away as NXT gets trapped by Cinder Drums again. The cooldown usage by Natty has been exceptional, and look at the meter being built up by Natty as well. As Forgot does go down to Katsuna, though, the Luna is still pretty deadly.
That is true. Really great clear there from Natty. All right, a little too much pressure there. Too many cooldowns from NXTD. Is going to finally land it, but oh, wow. NXTD at like super max range strike wins that war against Kotone. They're going to land that one again. EKC kind of taking a little bit of an advantage in this next set. And as you're saying, yeah, the cooldowns from Natty kind of nice. Orb Dancer really putting in some overtime as Natty is doing a great job of defending in most situations with a little bit extra cooldown. We do have a bottom push here. Oni's Blade, we're going to flip it to make sure it does not happen. And yeah, the Blob, even the Blob can get that one in against Soren's defense, maintaining a lot of possession there. But Katsuna sends it into the portal. I'm not sure if they meant to there. I felt like they had a really good spot, but a really great combo. Once again, Katsuna finding a lot of kills. Really good value coming out of this Luna, and they have a power play. Can they make it happen with both barriers?
That's a barrier taken, and that is EKC looking to push the advantage here, trying to get past Natty, but Natty has so many resources and so much health to work with. The Sweet Spot Crater did barely anything to that Mako, who is so tanky at the moment. Still has a flip, sent up to the top side through the portal. Katone now having the possession, but it can't quite reach the core. Bit of an awkward offense for Cosmic Calamities as NXT pushes forward.
Yeah, pushes forward, but can't find too much. Natty, again, defending quite easily there. The Only Blade going to stop that Giga Blast also, but don't really get too much value off that. Again, jailed by the Ensnare Drums, but not too much value coming out of that as well. Tried to get the whammy combo for the ball to go on in there. The stuns not really working out. Kotone gets stuffed by the barrage, still holding the barrier, but finally it does go down. The tenacity of Cosmic Calamities gets them another barrier as well. The pull from the Death's Touch is not enough to maintain the possession here. Natty's gonna have to grab it here, throw it into the portal. Kotone not in possession, or not in position here. Oh, but it looks like everyone else was out of position as EKC kind of just cannot block that last one. It was kind of a strike war between Kotone and Katsuna. And we have Cosmic Calamities evening it up here in this set.
A lot of meter on the side of EKC, though. They have the flips to work with to try and get past Natty, but the flip defenses from Natty have been good as well so far. And a flip from Forgot to get it out of there, a flip burn from Katsuna. Those are some resources gone for Cosmic Calamities, especially when Soren is hitting it around Kotone like that. An amazing flip bait, but still a barrier going down as Kotone is playing the corner.
Yeah, playing the corner nicely. Forgot got the blobs right on behind here to win a couple more wars, a couple more situations here. Gonna have a nice pendulum swing to grab that barrier, the flip to grab the second one here. NXDD locked into this top side. Soren helping on the top side as well, ensnared. Not too much value again here as Cosmic Calamities finally gets possession onto the bottom side. Forgot and Kotone are going to have to make something happen here. One more barrier left for EKC. It's gone now. Now the pressure is on once again for Soren here. Natty may have a little bit extra cooldown here. Going to have to grab that orb to grab flip as well. Lots of defensive answers here. Doesn't end up trusting Forgot in that spot. I get it. It was kind of close, kind of clutch. Finally does get the ball into the portal here. One more final push from EKC into the portal. The Giga Blast is not going to land onto the bottom side. The crater, nothing as well, and no one can seem to maintain possession of the core right now in overtime.
Oh, and Soren barrages downwards, but it was a fake. It was a dribble from Kotone to bait out the ability to bait out the positioning, and that is a very clean goal from Tony. It is Cosmic Calamities now in the lead in this game, and a win here would be huge for them. Moving up to that 4-win mark is incredible for their playoff chances, but with Kotone going down, this point is looking like it's EKC favored.
Let's say for sure EKC favored here. Natty going to grab a little bit more cooldown from those orbs. They might want to find a kill on Natty at some point if they have the chance, but man, it's actually going to be Katsuna, the one that's going to be falling off the map here. Probably the Forgotten Men, the Pummelers from NXDD helping out to grab a kill onto Kotone into the portal. Not too much happening there. Forgot had the read, but misses the friend fling by just nothing here. Trying to maintain possession through this portal, but into the hands of all of the blobs. Soren gonna have basically no problem blocking it off of here, but NXDD finds a pull into a flip. Gonna get another power play here for the side of EKC, but Natty has just been holding this barrier. Can they finally get it away from him?
Yeah, they've been getting plenty of KOs, one after the other, but they haven't really gotten meaningful pressure on Natty here. Finally, they will do so with the pendulum swing, and NXDD just needs one good strike. And right through Forgot and Natty perfectly placed. It's 2-2. A lot of the game rides on this. Who will get the priority in the next Awakening draft?
Yeah, NXDD must be a professional knitter because that was threading the needle. Absolutely. We're going to have a top side push here. Soren going to blast it on it through the portal there, barraging it. The team's kind of giving each other possession, ping-ponging, but through the portal, making it look a little less low level. So we're going to get the ensnare jumps onto the top side. Soren maintain possession here right into the hands of Katsuna, but Forgot says they're taking it here. Man, it doesn't seem like Cosmic Calamities can actually maintain possession, though. EKC kind of on board when it comes to this defense. Big Giga Blast to knock Kotone around, but they're going to win a situation there against Soren. Going to grab first barrier. Crater coming in hot here. Forgot, no problem. Blocks that one away. Soren is as in as they could possibly be. NXDD taking the goalie position for just a moment, but loses the situation to Kotone as they have a topside push here. Forgot, can they get in for some help? They choose for the bottom side outlet. Once more into the top side, into the hands of Kotone, and they just can't find it yet. God, every time I stop talking.
I've cursed it twice. You're trying to curse it once here as Cosmic Calamities seal it away. They get the advantage here. They're looking to even up the series and maybe take the game 3 here. And a Cosmic Calamities win would actually shut out Lob City's playoff hopes. Lob City need the stars to align to make the playoffs, and one of them is EKC winning this.
Damn. So yeah, a solid amount on the line here as we're gonna have Natty get double orbs. Really happy to see that. If you are a Cosmic Calamities fan, stacks onto NXDD. That thing has been nerfed how many times now? We're gonna have a a Deadeye deny from this Luna, as you should. Big Fish is pretty fair on Luna. I mean, we have a little bit of deny here, explosive entrance, making sure the last pick does not get it. But, so, you know, sometimes I've seen Rampage just go kind of crazy. So I think Kotone might be totally fine with this last pick Rampage. And we'll see if they can get some more barriers here, though. It does seem like Soren is kind of holding the line, but do have Cosmic Calamities ahead in this one. They have their chance here.
They do have their chance, but they are in need of a win still. They need to find a way to figure out this set at the very least. NXDD incredibly low now, but not being taken out. Of course, the long-range projectiles from Natty will keep him low, but the Slime's doing a lot of work on Forgot. And the Crater defensively feels a little rough. EKC lacking a lot of the offensive presence in this point so far because there's force on the defense. They have to burn everything. NXDD AFKing, trying to wait for something, but no, and the barriers will fall.
And the barriers do fall. NXDD, not really sure what happened right there, but still getting on to the end of this point here. Natty grabbing an orb. Now they have speed and cooldown. They have everything they could want. Possession maintained here for Cosmic Calamities. They're going to flip it away from that Pendulum Swim. Katsuna making a little bit of a scary play there, but sort of giving Soren the ball in that spot. Power play here for EKC, as we're going to have Forgot fall off the map here. Can they make it happen here? Grabs the barrier, gets jailed though, almost saved. Okay, EKC grabbing that one through thick and thin, through that power play though, and they're going to have to try their best to get 2 more of those before Cosmic Calamities can close out this game and make game 3.
We'll have to see if they can do it. A flip used, but just warded away by the barrage of Soren, but the barrier will be taken regardless. And a flip burn from Soren a little bit far away from the core, unfortunately, there. But a good strike war by Soren at the last possible moment will send it away and through the portal again. Gets in on the drive-by. But Natty and Forgot have plenty of resources to stuff that flip, so it's looking a little rough for EKC. A lot of resources used and no barriers found so far. NXDD trying desperately to pendulum swing it in, and finally a misstrike from Natty will be the ticket, but they're still trying for more. Soren is almost dead. If the goalie goes down, this could be dire, but a KO found by Katsuna might swing the game right around, as Soren now has a lot more breathing room.
Oh man, they collapsed instantly onto Natty, grabbing that final barrier here. Soren did survive the situation. NXDD regenerating as well, jailed once more by this ensnare jump, but Katsuna gets the boost strike on in there to defeat Natty in that war. We saw trying to load up the perfect pitch there, but now you have to wait a quarter of a second before you can let it go. That might have actually been the difference maker. Couldn't let it go in time, possibly.
Actually be, as Soren now in the corner, but another KO found. Katsuna piloting the Luna so good in the pockets. Is Katsuna over and over again. And these KOs might just mean an EKC win, as they are looking so solid in this set. Looking like a 3-0 as the barrier gets taken very efficiently with the Crater. And with that cooldown burned, now they just press on for the open goal. And Natty, that's the Ensnare Drums. The flip soon to be burned as well. EKC playing this one very methodically, but Kotone will grab a barrier on the other side. We'll grab 2 barriers just to strike interactions being won here. And Kotone pushing forward. Soren in a tough spot. And Kotone will win a critical strike war to keep Cosmic Calamities in it.
Yeah, Soren went for the Soren angle, but Kotone was actually wise as to what they were planning there. Did not strike early nicely and won that situation, which was perfect. We do have Soren and NXDD working on a flip here. Lots of meter. Natty already has one. Maybe I was just saying, yeah, maybe spend it, get some value right now so you can build up the next one. You're an Orb Master right now. Spending the Ensnare Drums. Gonna only lose 1 barrier in the situation, but grab a kill. Cosmic Calamities feeling themselves right now as they have this nice power play. No one with pummelers though, so can't take extra advantage of it. Maybe get a push onto the bottom side where the portal is not to be found. Soren misses the strike. The ball just sits onto their side, but they wait for the power play to be over. Coming back here onto the top side. Possession from EKC. Can they grab this barrier? Triple goalie once again. Flip from Natty. Again, the passive also going to give extra range here. All right, flipping out of the Crater range. Spending the Ensnare Drum one more time. A flip from Katsuna does end up landing it here, and this could be Cosmic Calamity's chance to even this set up.
Kotone, though, has the flip. Will take the barrier. Will give the Calamities a chance as Kotone goes for a dribbling play, but a strike for a win by Katsuna will be critical. And Forgot will send it forward yet again. A tough spot for Soren now. Needs to be very careful on these clears because Forgot is going in, but a strike war win by NXDD when it matters most will send it away. And now NXDD to the top side has the Death Touch, but it won't be enough as the core is now accelerating a bit of overtime speed to the bottom side. Katsuna looking for a mix-up with the rocket, but it won't be enough. The whammy now burned. NXCD tries to strike it in, but it's not enough as Katone tries to go for the combo, but Soren has the strike in time, and the barrage will send it away as well. Incredible defense from both sides, but in the end, it is a simple portal shot from Forgot as Soren forgets about the portals.
Yeah, Soren doing a great job in most situations here, most scenarios, but gonna actually lack just a moment there as the portal is gonna cause their own demise. But maintaining possession here as they still have a chance to bring this set to even. They're gonna have a bottom push here. Katsuna gonna try to help it out there. Gonna get ensnared once more. Soren can't make it up there in time. Probably doesn't have blazing pace up in the hands of NXCD. Gonna do a fat dribble to get it off the wall here to the correct side of the board where the portal is not found.
Oh.
Flipping, really great angle there from NXCD. Going for the straight head on. Gonna get one more time, get to the bottom side here. Soren does easily knock it out one away. Doesn't use flip. Gonna use flip now. Try to hold that last barrier. NXCD gonna try to combo with that one. Death Touch doesn't seem to work out. The crater kind of not working out as well. Soren may have no cooldowns. Katsuna grabs it though into the portal. NXCD gonna block the portal. A top side here push from Cosmic Calamities could get this barrier though.
It really could, especially with the slime, but Katsuna with the perfect flip, with the perfect KO. And now Natty has no cooldowns left except for the Ensnare Drums, which will be enough to stall for a moment as Soren tries to send it forward to NXCD. A passing play, stunning away Natty with the whammy, if it was even necessary. It's at 5 time, and EKC are in the driver's seat. Plenty of scary awakenings on the board now. Katsuna first pick. Is that a Deadeye I smell here? Never mind, my memory's bad. But there are still other scary awakenings, like that hotshot, like that reverb, stagger scaling, the 1-2 punch, so powerful, and hotshot will be opted for.
Yeah, hotshot is solid, gives you some cooldowns though, more moves, gives Crater almost cooldown every single time, which is fair here. We have Natty grabbing some stagger synergy there, perfect form. As long as we can get some strikes, Soren will have a great time with that. Heavy Impact does land onto Zentaro. Some of the best perk he could even find here. 1-2 punch denied away from Juno, but also pretty strong on NXDD as we see the pummelers. A little bit extra knockback, a little damage is what they're looking for here. Forgot rapid fire prime time. We're going to see blobs all over the place. Kind of a solid draft for both sides. IMO. I think we're going to have to see Soren try to get some extra strikes here with his blazing pace to make use of this perfect form, but they're going to have a power play on the side of Cosmic Calamities though, and this might be big. This could be their moment.
Yeah, that's Forgot getting all these KOs right on Katsuna on the sides. It is happening way too often, but it doesn't matter if NXCD just wins 3 strike wars in a row versus Forgot for the goal. You don't see that every day, and when it matters so much in set 5, NXCD gets the outplay, builds up a lot of energy, gets the goal, EKC in the driver's seat.
Yeah, there are definitely some situations, I mean, especially with quick strikes, it's going to be a little harder there. But there's some situations where you like lose the strike war and then you're an infinite strike war loss situation where you just have to stop striking so you can get your cooldown back and get onto the right schedule of striking there. Great blob though, lots of primaries coming out here from Forgot's going to grab that last barrier, big push here. Okay, Soren does a great job of waiting, not striking too early here. Both barriers still up for Cosmic Calamities as they're nicely pushing onto the bottom side. Kotoni going to try to self-dribble there, got the passive up. Going to try to make it happen here with the projectile. Holding possession, EKC is. Bottom side here, Katsuna tries to make something happen with that boost, but doesn't seem to make it happen. But Kotone with an Aya Rush is going to slay NXDD, and this is the power play they might have been looking for here.
Good saves by Soren, though. Built up a flip to the other side of the world. That's a barrier take. A chance for EKC, but Kotone is just chasing the core, looking for it. It's a bit low, but I don't think a kill will be found anytime soon. And the flip burned. That hotshot doing a lot of work on Katsuna, already burning that resource and also sending the core so quickly to take the next barrier. If EKC can secure this point, it would be huge, and Kotone can't quite get the passive strike on there. Chasing the core is Katsuna, but won't quite catch it as it drifts up to Kotone, who manages to secure the goal. It's 1-1. This is trending towards a set 5 here. Set 5.5.
Yeah, and the players that are getting knocked off the map are sort of the most important players here. NXDD getting those stacks reset immediately. Kotone also only has 2 stacks here of Rampage. They probably should have more. But we're going to see 1 barrier go down, 2 barriers go down. Cosmic Calamity is naked right now, and actually NXDD in a perfect position to help that one in. Katsuna really making that one happen there, grabbing those barriers nicely, and EKC is really on the series point right now.
Series point, Lob City's dreams, staying alive point, a perfect KO combo. I don't even know if that was a combo or just a non-evade or no meter, but it is a barrier take and a power play. But once again, the slime will secure the kill. But despite that, it's a 2v2. NXCD has flipped. One good pass could do it here, even in the deficit. As NXCD is chasing the core back to Soren, the possession being kept by EKC is so crucial in these moments. It means that there is no chance for Cosmic Calamities to start an offense. NXCD trying to pendulum swing it in, but Natty doesn't even burn the flip. Very nonchalantly makes the save. Doesn't even use the flip there either and finds the KO as Soren tries to push in, tries to build up a flip of his own. But it is still Cosmic Calamities looking pretty calm.
They are looking calm. In fact, that is their name, as they're going to have this top push here. Once more, it doesn't actually maintain possession, though. Kotone going to give that one to Forgot, going to use the jump to try to maintain it. Oh, almost a perfect combo into the slice and dice, but Soren's flip is going to save that situation, though. But man, that was the whammy, or was it the blob? That was the whammy, right? Why did I think that was the blob? But I'm pretty sure we had a nice whammy there from Katsuna, and that was it. That's EKC taking that one, and as you said, Lob City, they live on.
What a performance from Katsuna. In-game MVP fake. NXCD played great. But Katsuna, both games, absolutely the MVP on the signature Luna. Performed at just so impressively. Had complete control over the midfield. So much KO pressure. And wow, just was there when it mattered every single time.
You are correct about that there. Every single time there to deal damage. 50,000, most in the game. Not the most kills on their team, but that still equates to 13 kills. That is a lot of kills. Opponents actually do have 11, though. That was kind of a devastating game for both teams. Really close one. Right down to the wire there. Just about last hit. But like EKC is going to be the winners here. And that's big. That's big for their record here. They're actually making 2 3-3s in one game right there.
Now there are 5 teams stuck at that 3-win mark. Bun Bun Bonanza will try to break that fate up against the Demons, I believe.
Oh, is it the Demons, bro?
Yeah, that's the last game of the day. We're not casting that one. But
oh, word.
Next up is Sad Boys versus Bang Bang. That's going to be a bit of a banger. Ooh.
That could be a bit of a banger. You know, bars and whatnot. Interested to see that one here. I feel like a lot of people might already have Bang Bang counted out, as we have tons of Sad Boy fans in the chat, probably, but these are very competent players here, so we're going to have a competitive game nonetheless. But we're probably going to go to a little break here. What do you think, Saya?
Yeah, break's where we're going here. Might take more than a few seconds, but anything you want to say before we disappear for like 3 minutes and then come back?
Not really, dude. Stay tuned, chat. Big games still coming up, and even more later, as some of these scores are going to change history for this Nassel, guys. Welcome back once again, everybody, to Nassau Season 4, Week 6 again, and we have more amazing games coming up here. Just a moment ago there, we saw EKC play Cosmic Calamities. EKC taking that one to put them at a 3-3 record, actually sending Cosmic Calamities also to a 3-3 record. But now, we got a great game coming up here. It's the Sad Boys, you know them well, and Bang Bang are going to be duking it out here in just a moment. On to Demon Deus, which is redefining duking it out, because this is going to cause a whole lot of pain and suffering for anybody involved, as we're going to most likely have some kill comps here. As we can see, heavy impact showing up as well. Saya, who's going to die, dude?
Yeah, but forget about that. I'm looking at Grimella. Drakkar forward.
Oh,
Oh my, that is not something we have seen in the North American Strikers League, notably going unpicked for so long. Drakkar goalie getting picked as the Drakkar, really.
Oh.
And Vaughn kind of gave us a little spoiler yesterday. The Aimee coming out on this map, of course, played it on goalie on the midfield Mafia, but is playing it in the forward position now. So we're getting a little bit of goofy pickups on both sides, and Grimella went Magnetized Souls. Oh, this is a bit of a spicy game.
This is spicy. 2 Magnetized Souls on the side of Bang Bang here, and that is a little bit crazy here. We can see Xeno Gemini subbing on in here, and Xeno Gemini also quite good, so definitely has some high expectations from them. Lots of heavy impacts, though, as we get a kill from Bells. Super easy there with that Bell Ringer, though. Kind of looking a little bit weak. Might get KO'd themselves here. Grimella and Xeno Gemini have their eyes set, but they still have to kind of defend this ball, so they can't take too much advantage of Bell's compromised state here. We do have Boys, has no barriers left here. Bang Bang looking pretty good as they're going to try to put up a offensive pressure here on the bottom side, but Bells finds another kill on the top side here. Grimella kind of getting killed in this situation. Vaughn not wanting to use the clip until now. We have both barriers open here, hits the wall. Bells finds another kill, though, and this is a double power play.
Well, power play to still need to find the goal, though. Easier said than done when Xeno Gemini is using the Bewitching Beam to get it out of the corner, and it goes around the world. You already lose, has to be the one catching it in a perfectly placed glitch pop. Leaves no room for a meterless save there from Xeno Gemini. First goal over to the Sad Boys.
Yeah, Bell's already like 2 or 3 kills here. Kind of a demon with this heavy impact right now. Even though we did have both of their barriers go down a little bit early here, we're going to have to see Bang maybe position a little bit better here. Just try to avoid some of the damage as they're doing a great job of grabbing the barriers. But Drew and Grimella both looking quite low. Drew at just about nothing. No Axe Maximus up, though. The kill confirms are a little weak. Y'all might actually find a... I was going to say, yeah, the Death's Touch, but Drew does a great job of evading here. Still only 1 barrier down in this point. Vaughn looking a little bit weak now, but Drew, it's just the extra knockback here from the heavy impact, making Bells just a literal demon. And now they're going to have to fight through this power play once more.
Power play, but a barrier taken on their side, and the barrier's cleared away from the Bang Bang side. As they're trying to get it through, Bells, of course, has that flip available. Xeno Gemini in a very tough spot with no meter as an error goalie in an open net. As Drew trying to find the barrier, but not quite yet. And Bells continuing to push forward, flips for the KO, and we'll just dribble it down. But it's still cleared away by Bang Bang for the moment. Xeno Gemini wins a crazy strike war, but in the end, it is once again Vaughn on that bottom corner.
Yeah, I don't think Gemini has enough meter to actually spend an evade. Kind of hard to tell when it's like right at the bar. I can see the little dot there. I don't think it's enough, but either way, tough situation there. Vaughn with a really great cyber swipe is going to land it on in here. Drew finding themselves kind of killed a lot of the time here. Xeno Gemini is now the kill target. So they're going to have X Maximus just doing a bunch of damage, but Drew finds a kill for themselves onto Vaughn. Their team looking a little bit low here, but the pressure is on as they're going to grab some of these barriers for sure. Can't seem to block it away. The Gemini in a nice position here. That's the goalie, guys. We have Grimella trying to help that one on in there, but the ball does get away from them. 1 barrier down for them as well. Bang Bang losing possession here. It's going to be rough.
Yeah, 2 barriers down that quickly when they were at such a strong advantage feels really bad, and a KO found as well. It was Bang Bang in control for a moment, but now the Sad Boys are just pushing forward, and they do have a much better goalie in the open net, and Bells will just dribble it on the bottom corner. Not much you can do as an arrow with no cooldowns in that situation.
Yeah, the bans, not Mako. But man, we're really deciding on this era goalie. I know there's like... Aragoli is okay here with like double forward and like a couple of other strange things. Their whole comp is a little strange. to me right now, but I feel like maybe still there's some better picks than Arago. I feel like Aragoli kind of lacks sometimes, but hey, I'm not going to criticize the picks just yet. Back onto these Awakenings here. Quick Strike blending onto Bells. Dummy happy about grabbing that. Rapid Fire for Vaughn to deal much more damage here. Any kind of stagger Drew looking for. They got some of it. Chrono Boost for the Aragoli. Some little bit of size here from Y'all. Actually, Y'all is really powerful here with that Might of the Colossus. And the last perk being Orb Dancer. Grimilla might find themselves dead a lot of the time. We'll see if they can get some value out of it here, though. But Boys is taking that first set. They have to a mountain to climb once more. Drew, nice kill.
Yeah, big KO, 2 barriers found, and this time they'll try to maintain their barrier for the moment. Drew will get a touch on it right before being pulled at the perfect time. It is a quick goal. 11 seconds for Bang Bang. If they could do more of those, their kickoffs are looking quite good.
Yeah, and as long as Drew doesn't find themselves knocked off the map, they have a lot of stagger to work with as Asher's base stagger is relatively high. Bells finding everything they want in this bull rush, and even more damage on this X Maximus. Grimella going to spend the Xenocloak to try to grab one of these orbs here to try to keep themselves alive. Y'all easily hitting it down here to Bells, all kind of stopping in that spot. Vaughn, simple strike, cyber swipe as they always do. Just a great combo here. Grimella, super weak, finds that Grimella was moving kind of fast there, but Vaughn actually had their sights set. Aim, fire, got a kill there. Another power play here. Lots of damage though coming in here from Bang Bang. Maybe they can make something happen here when Grimella comes back.
Gemini trying to make the saves, but staggered and pushed away, and a strike war win from Bells will secure the goal. The experiments aren't looking bad from Bang Bang, but I think the Sad Boys are equipped to deal with the spicy composition.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to try to focus a little bit more on how much value they're going to get out of these magnetized souls. All right, we got a kill. We got a kill there, though. We're going to have Vaughn flying off the map once again. Drew and Grimella working on that one here. Bottom side here. Gentlemen going to try to keep it on in. Whoa, big pull from Y'all is actually going to get the ball completely stalled for Vaughn to get back here. That was actually a really great death touch. And Drew's going to try to do some damage to Bells, who has absolutely 0 meter. This is their chance if they want to get Bells out of here a little bit, but no barriers falling right now. As I say it, we do have one here. Sad Boys gonna start punching their way out. Bells making a whole lot of havoc here, doing damage with this X Maximus, and they're gonna try to retain possession as well.
KO attempted from Grimella, trying to find Bells, and might be able to, but maybe the goal is where their sights are set, as the KO is secured in the end, and Drew pushing up on the bottom side. But Hurdy Lose just abuses the lack of mobility from Drew for a moment, but in the end, Xeno Gemini and Drew will push forward once again. But that's a big thing with the max souls. When you're pushing up in the corner, you don't get that burst of speed from Slick, so it's really easy for the goalie to hit it around you.
Agreed. Yeah, magnetized soul is really only effective when you're in the center, and that's kind of when the barriers are up. You'll really see the players hanging around in the center most. Both barriers down. 4 boys already. Grimella going to try to survive this with no meter. Okay, avoids all of the hits of the Firewall Sentry as well. And now, Bang Bang is actually looking poised to take this spot. Molten Bolt not going to do much more than stop that flip. Going to find themselves killed, though. Power play for the boys. See if they can hold this one, maybe grab some barriers. Honestly, Bang Bang doing a great job now. I feel like they've stepped up after this first draft.
Feels like they've stepped up. It feels like they're putting a lot of damage pressure as well, especially onto Bells at the moment. And Vaughn a little low, but is actually Yuri Lose, who gets dash punched off the map. Not expected that one at all, but with a flip available on Drew, this goal should be coming pretty soon in front of the net, but stuffed away by Bells now, who does find the KO and keeps Sad Boys in this set.
Headboys certainly in this set. The ball is stalled as long as it kind of could be. Bells looking a little weak right now. Doesn't have Vambrace. Still has Slicks as well. Keeping possession once more. The power play is over. Xenogemini looking a little bit low, but Bells also looking a little bit low. Going to find the kill as well. Both sides. Vaughn goes for a big play here with the glitch pop. Doesn't seem to happen, though. They do have the flip, and it's going to be the sound barrier. Going to cause a flip to be activated here. Y'all going to hand it on over to Vaughn. But Drew doing a great job of maintaining possession, or I guess just kind of knocking Vaughn around, make it so they don't have possession. But the barrier beam is going to knock Vaughn off the map with flip, and it's going to be Bang Bang with a lot of control here.
The Magnetized Soul speed coming in as they push forward, but Bells will send it away once again. Xenogemini, a risky Bewitching Beam gets it away in time, and Vaughn taken away again. The KO power is ridiculous from this Bang Bang roster. It goes to Drew once more as Bell is sending it forward. Grimella up to the top side. And once again, it goes to Xeno Gemini. That's a scary bounce. I did not think that would Demon Angle, but I was also kind of thinking it would. Kind of an ambiguous pixel there, but with the flip to Bells, and not much an error can do in that open net at that core speed. Bang Bang had possession, had control, had the KOs, but they just couldn't convert.
Yeah, spending your cooldowns to get some kills does sometimes kind of be a double-edged sword here, as you don't have a lot of cooldowns to score within something like 14 seconds as you are down here. Molten Bolt going to try to maintain possession here for Grimella. The X Maximus not going to get a whole ton of value here, but Drew is going to spend the flip, is going to get knocked around. And it's going to be no barriers here. They're going to try to get Bells out of here, but they don't. Get the flip, though, at least. Kind of relief here for the goalie, but they do end up finding Drew eventually here with that Death's Touch. How long can they hold these barriers? This is a big chance. I feel like Bang Bang is kind of locked in now, and if they could just get Drew back up, they might be able to hold on.
They do get Drew back, but now Gramella's on the chopping block. Xeno Gemini with no meter as well, a bit vulnerable, but 2 barriers taken. Bang Bang need to find a confirm into this goal soon because their goalie is gone. Xeno Gemini is out of there for 8 more seconds. Drew needs to find a dribble, needs to find a stall, and needs to find a pass to Gramella to get it through. But once again, it's not quite enough just yet.
Not just yet, but that Orb Dancer doing a great job of controlling most of the center field here. Almost had a really great Maelstrom. It's going to be the pendulum swing in overtime that's going to grab the barrier here. Drew, maybe a couple of cooldowns here. Nothing for Era at all, it seems. The ball is just going to kind of go on in there. The sound waves not helping out. Y'all swinging it in there. And the boys might have plot armor as we have Y'all grab the first awakening here. Big old fish or hot old shot. What do you think?
I'm looking at that Catalyst actually as a possibility because the
fair.
energy is so valuable here. If there were more flips available for Bang Bang, they probably would have won that set 3-1 and moved on to winning draft here. But without those flips, without those resources, they had to take pot shots at Yuri Luz, who is in contention for the best goalie in Omega Strikers history after all. So, I mean, the Nassel 3-peat, maybe he just is. Maybe there is no contention.
It's not impossible. Y'all has been here. He's done that. And he's just here to do it again as we are in the Season 4, Week 6. So much more games to be played and so much more glory to be had. As we see these great players here duking it out here on the maps that keep switching. You know, we got a lot of rotations showing up here. Demon Days hasn't been in for a little bit, but now it is. And you can see that everyone is a little bit staggered here. Grimella going to try to run for their life. Orb Dancer doing a great job of helping them stay alive here. Blasts Bells out of the bull rush there. That was kind of huge. Again, avoiding a lot of damage. If they can just run around and cause cooldowns to be wasted, I think that also could count as a win condition.
Definitely could be, as Vaughn looking a little dangerously low near the blast zone. Almost going down, but a barrier will be taken by Bang Bang. But they've been very good at taking the barriers. What matters are the goals themselves, which have been a little bit far from what Bang Bang has been looking for. As once again, Drew going in for the barrier. But Bells is looking to trade on the other side with the X Maximus, doing so much pressure onto Xeno Gemini and constantly dealing damage. Constantly keeping the elusives low, and the flip's not available, but Vaughn is low as well. Vaughn could go down.
They are looking at Vaughn right now. We can see that Bewitching Beam whiff by just nothing. We have a nice evade coming out there. Vaughn looking for more orbs, actually ends up grabbing the enemy's orb there, as one barrier still up for both teams. The Death Touch to try to maintain possession, but Grimella in the right spot here. Molten Bolt as well. Okay, the bell ringer is not going to send it in there for Y'all. Happy about that. Spending a flip here from Bells, though. Enough pressure. Grimella with the Orb Dancer, but Orb dances themselves right into orbit as they're going to be knocked off the map once again by this Bell Ringer. Bells are so strong right now. Okay, really favorable angle here from Bang Bang. Again, it's going to not hit the barrier, but Vaughn in position. Oh, man, Bang Bang needs to make something happen right now. Both goals are open, and Y'all has their flip.
Flip used top side, trying to get it past Bells here. As Xeno Gemini sends it to the bottom side. Bells now with the dribbles, but right into the face of Grimella to Drew. Trying to find a way to get it through. I'm laughing because I see the chat in the corner of the screen, but it is an incredibly intense point as Xeno Gemini and Drew dribble it forward. Drew trying to find an opportunity with the pad splitter, but can't quite do it. And with the core traveling at the speed, Xeno is so vulnerable in this net.
Yeah, it really is just have that Flutterfly up or bust, and it looks like boys were able to just maintain enough possession there. The X Maximus is going to cause it to be almost unblockable here for Little Era. She really only has one move to use here. All right, I mean, we have the boys taking another point here in this set. A lot of advantage right now, but I don't think Bang Bang is completely out of it here. The signs of life have been showing. The counterplay has been solid, considering the first set was kind of destructive there. But they are holding on. Grimella doing a lot of extra damage here to Vaughn, but doesn't end up getting them staggered. That might have actually killed Vaughn. Gonna try to just do a lot of damage. Most people kind of ignoring the core in this spot. Lots of damage being exchanged. Flips all over the place. Drew having to spend theirs. Bell's looking weak. They finally get a kill. A power play on the side for Bang Bang, but Grimella greeds an orb a little bit there, and they're gonna lose their barrier in the process. Boys still have both of their barriers, and they're gonna make good use of it.
Yeah, and the lack of barriers is so devastating for the side of Bang Bang. It is so difficult to defend the open net when you're just an era against many scary enemies that are accelerating the core incredibly fast. And even if they get the power play, if you already lose and Vaughn hold on for long enough, it is just such a tough spot, and Bells with the patience, with the bell ringer angle. Sad Boys 1 goal away from closing it out.
Yeah, Bell's in there with that quick strikes, making things just super difficult for everyone, actually. He has more control over the ball than kind of anyone does right now. Pig Pendulum Swing is going to almost net them a barrier instantly. Vaughn getting into position to indeed grab that barrier. Getting kind of knocked around a little bit, though. Bellringer onto Grimella. The tight has been set. Gonna go grab an orb, though. Safely smalled there from Xeno Gemini. Bewitched, in fact. Drew trying to keep possession here on the bottom side. They're going to switch sides up to the top. Grimella going to spend their flip to grab one barrier, maybe two. Yeah, they get a kill. Actually, Boys gets a kill in the process, but they do lose both of their barriers. If we can have Bang Bang hold this, this will actually be advantage here for Bang Bang.
And they're really dependent on keeping this barrier, though, because without it, it is so difficult for them to mount a consistent offense. You know, Gemini needs to get into play, and it needs that barrier to get into play. As Bells is being taken low, a lot of damage put down. Drew with the flip. Combo into the NATO. The unformed NATO enough to KO the staggered target. As Xeno Gemini now pushing forward. Grimel dropping back as well. They're playing the triple offense so well here, but they still need to get past You Already Lose, who has the flip. Pendulum swinging away. Drew, a strike or a win, but You Already Lose has an extra strike, and Vaughn is there as well. And Sad Boys with an immaculate defense.
That was actually some wild defense there, and man, offense as well, as Bell's gonna find another kill onto Grimella here. Just nothing but a little dream here, as we have Boys on their match point right now. Xeno Gemini gonna try to hold here. Does get a solid angle, but okay, that was a little bit scary as Bell's had possession for just a moment there. But it is power play for the side of Bang Bang. They have basically the greatest chance they could at this spot to land this goal. Xeno Gemini a little scared to move up, as we have some strong abilities on the opposing team, and yeah, there it is. I feel like he just scored that one with just whiplash, kind of turned the ball red, and oh well, yeah, okay, so the heavy impact making the whiplash, probably helping red that one, but some extra power as well. But yeah, okay, Boys taking that first set here, or taking the first game against Bang.
Yeah, the Rasmus abilities, especially when the core is moving that fast, very threatening, and a curve right into the goal there. A bit of an unfortunate game. Bit of a game where it feels like Bang Bang had the game plan. They had an idea, but the Sad Boys were too equipped to deal with it, and kind of made it look a little foolish when the barriers went down.
Yeah, I would definitely say that the takeaway here was definitely Sad Boys was equipped in general. You could probably just stop the sentence right there. They had an arsenal in their backpack there, ready for anything. Lots of kills here from Bells. Just the heavy impact at the start was so devastating. Killed Drew maybe like 3 or 4 times in the first set. But either way, still got another one to go. Bang Bang is not out of it yet. They have their next map pick, which looking like Clarion. No,
yep,
it's not
Clarion.
Oh, it is Clarion? Okay, we love Clarion. It's like a tiny little thing looking at the screen here. Clarion, gosh, we love Clarion. Everyone in the chat loves Clarion too. Such a great map, and a lot of versatility will be shown on this map, and games will be played, and scores will be gold, and heck yeah, dog.
Oh yeah. Clarion Corporation. We are going to, as the draft should be starting pretty soon. They're trying to get into this next one pretty quickly. Sad Boy selecting blue side. And I have some news.
Oh, I love news.
We might be seeing some death.
Oh, you got Stinger or what? Or
Heavy
you got Deadeye?
impact.
Okay. Hey, we just had heavy impact, right?
Heavy Impact returns with its friend Missile Propulsion, and
Okay, this is definitely some pain.
yeah.
So okay, no one banning. Okay, I think we have Vaughn on Luna. I'm saying it. Vaughn is taking Luna. The 100% might continue. That's Grimella.
I don't.
You
I
think
guess, I guess Vaughn could, but I don't think it's too likely.
that he picks Luna?
Yeah, I think
Oh my
there's a.
God.
I think he could, but I'm not. I'm not feeling it here because
Okay, he's not
number
feeling it.
one, the Luna stagger nerf matters. Number two, missile prop is good, but it's not Deadeye.
It's not Deadeye. He's right. It's not Deadeye. Is there a three?
And number three,
Okay. Okay.
Vice is banned. And number four,
Okay.
they
That's
could always pick it up in the goalie slot instead.
true. They could pick it up in the goalie slot. I still have Vaughn on Luna. Don't listen to the stream though. They're not. Okay. Well, Vaughn on Imi. And actually, it could
No,
be.
that could be
Easily
Yuri
could be
Luz.
y'all. Yeah.
And
yeah,
that could
easily.
be Luna there.
Oh my
This
God,
is-
it's Luna 100%.
Okay, but I don't think it's Luna. It might be a Spicy Car pickup here.
Oh, really? Jakar? Oh man, he could. Missile
He
prop
could.
that's his thing. Oh my God, it's so Luna.
It's Kai.
Wow. A boring. No, that's
Well,
fine.
It is what it is.
Yeah, we see not. I mean, it looks like Bang Bang is hitting the X here. Solid pick here on Clarion. Does a lot of work, as we just saw Bell's kind of beating the crap out of Bang Bang there, left and right with those bell ringers. Stell as well as the Atlas here. Gonna go for a little bit of more defensive goalie. Bang Bang. That's fair. Xeno Gemini. Kazan banned as on the boys. Remember, oh, dude, I told you they would be banning Kazan. It covers both.
Oh, yeah. It is pretty good. And
Yeah.
we'll have to see how it does. How Bang Bang handled this, because this is a more conventional team composition. Xeno Gemini on that Atlas, which he has used to be a bit of a wall in the past.
True.
But
True. Xeno Gemini.
But when the game is normal and when everything is standard, I think I would favor the Sad Boys over Bang Bang with a sub. Even if the sub is Xeno Gemini.
That is true. Are we about to start?
Soon I think.
Can you re-invite me to this lobby?
Oh.
My shit looks like it's bugging out. Some of the stuff on the left was just kind of straight up bugging out here.
Okay,
Oops.
that's normal though.
It's still bugging out. Okay, I guess
Yeah,
it's
that's
just
normal.
happening. Okay, cool. Anyway, yeah. All right, here we go. You know, I will say I kind of like Sad Boys comp a little bit more here. It feels slightly more cohesive as far as what they want to do. I feel like X is like, yeah, I'm like trying to kill when it's convenient, and like, I don't know, Estelle's not trying to just simply hit people, and Atlas is not really dealing damage, but you know, defensive in that way. But I think I still kind of like the boys comp just a smidge more here. Smidge. Smidge action. Smaction, in fact.
Okay, we're remaking.
Oh my God, we're going to Demon Days again.
No.
Look, there's the Luna. Oh my God, it was all coming together.
It is all coming together.
All right, we're remaking that game RQ so we can get on over to Clarion's chest chamber. Love Clarion's test chamber, guys. No now picked on any of these teams, by the way. Now would have been pretty solid on any of these teams, but opting to go, we got the Estelle and the Imi, which is fair. Here we go. Getting on in here. We'll be seeing who picks what awakening. Oh, I saw the Luna for just a second.
Yeah, it's a bit of an enigma whether it'll be Yuri Luz or Vaughn, but they're swapping here. It is goalie Imi. There's Vaughn on the Kai in the midfield.
Fair.
I think Grimella, of course, has played this Estelle many times. We'll have to see how he performs because there's a lot of work that he's going to have to do in this game.
True. Heavy impact on everyone except for Kai and Atlas, which is, again, completely fair. And Siphoning Wand for... Oh, nice. I got the stupid name bug. It's fine. I'll just Watch the vote. I'll just simply use my fat brain when it comes to saying names, even though it's not going to be possible here. Why don't you start?
All right, well, Vaughn getting a little massive here and sending the core forward, but not really finding too much off of the terrain in the center at the moment, as Gramella's pretty low. If Bells can look for some damage here, it could be a KO, but Bells is also looking pretty low himself.
Yes, sir. Up to Vaughn onto this top side here. Going to get a little bit of a push, although we do have Bells looking a little bit low right now. Okay, y'all trying to help onto the bottom side. Not going to really work that much. Drew ignoring the ball a little bit, trying to go for some damage here to get Bells the heck out of here. All right, helping out with a little bit of astral projection to pop that orb, but it is going to fall onto Vaughn. So we're going to get actually a loss of possession here. Y'all onto the top side. We don't have Gramella landing that piercing shot just yet. Drew got a big fat flip here. Going to grab one barrier, although I feel like most people would say if you flip for one barrier, the opposing team is actually relatively happy with it.
Yeah, maybe so, as one barrier each now as Drew gets right past the firewall sentry, doesn't even care about it. A flip to the other side, Xeno Gemini hits it off the terrain, but doesn't matter.
Ooh.
As, oh, that is
Wait,
a
that
little
was an angle.
unfortunate, as the core, yeah, in overtime, heads in the backwards direction a little quickly.
I think that might have been a glitch pop. Rough spot there. Either way, starting off this next point here. Bang, bang. Huge advantage here. Taking the first point in the entire game. Just fair. Actually going to take another barrier too. Drew got a little bit of possession there with Gramella. We're going to have Bells kind of back up a little bit to try to help. Xeno Gemini with a little bit of astral projection. Trying to keep possession as well. They're dealing a lot of damage to Bells though, if they can find a kill here. Although Bells dealing a lot of damage right on back, standing on Atlas's divine intervention. They're going to heal right back up, and now Bells is in threat of dying.
Oh, good wait by Bells, though, to find that barrier. Gramella and Xeno incredibly low now, and Bells regenning back to the unstaggered state. Gramella almost taken off by the barrage, and Vaughn maintaining a lot of control as Yuri Liu sends it away. Sends it forward around the expanse in the center as well. Not getting caught out by it on the blink forward, and with Gramella this low, but regened up enough. But finally take it. Wait, that was confusing. The primary didn't do enough knockback, but the follow-up afterwards did? Huh?
I wasn't watching that side of the board because I suck at this game, but yes to whatever you're asking. Wow, Vaughn getting out of in there. That's a crazy misdirection here. I'm actually looking all at Vaughn now. That's really great. Good job, Vaughn, getting that point here, evening this score up. Got a lot of flip here onto the side of Sad Boys. Vaughn looking at his flip in just a moment here as they get a couple more strikes. Bell's already kind of knocked around, almost completely staggered here. Xeno Gemini, nothing else to help, but we have Gramella going to end up getting Bells off the map. The Bell Ringer is going to maintain possession here, flipped. Okay, nice wait there from y'all. Going to send it on over. We're going to have Xeno Gemini help it in here a little bit, but moving a little too far up against a flip is going to cause a barrier loss for them. Oh, nice kill.
Yeah, and this barrier is not long for this world as Gramella gets a good Crystal Thorns to the top side. And Bells goes for a rush to try and intercept the pass, but there was no pass. There was only a shot. And that's a goal for Gramella.
What a good read from Gramella. Not even thinking about passing there. Actually 14 steps ahead of Bells. That's crazy. Bang Bang looking pretty good at the start of this game, though. Drew, a little bit of possession on the top, but kind of weak. Going to do a flip and dip. Actually going to flip and dip and sort of come back here with the bull rush, but it's not really going to work out as they get stopped by that firewall sentry. Going to find themselves out of there as Bells is going to finish them off with the slice and dice. Xeno Gemini kind of just doing a little bit of ping pong action as Bells is covering the outlet either way. But, you know, both goalies getting experience and energy there by ping-ponging, so it's not a huge loss for any of the teams. Bell's grabbing a little bit of an orb there. Drew looking for a kill, and if they can find this, that might secure this first set.
Might do so as Gramella looking for the barrier to try and flip afterwards. Drew staying alive somehow, some way. Has the elusive as well, but instead just gets revived by Xeno Gemini, trusts the teammate, and with the KO found, it's a power play for the Bang Bang side.
Bang Bang side indeed. Some good possession onto the bottom side here, dealing a lot of damage to Vaughn as well. We're going to get involved. Xeno Gemini a little too involved. Kissing the blast zone is not what you want to be doing right now. So we're going to have Drew get this flip here. Going to try to send it onto the top side one more time. Y'all sending it on over here to Vaughn. Maintaining possession onto the bottom side. Going to use this flip maybe to hold it. Actually going to maybe flip after they grab this first barrier. But really great pass. But man, Bells just kind of fell off the earth there and just didn't see that pass coming, as Bang Bang is feeling quite good at spending the flips of the opponents here.
Maybe so, but Bell is getting in there, trying to make the Sad Boys the winners of set 1. You already lose its meter, Bells to the bottom side, but an expanse by Xeno Gemini gonna brutally clear it away, leave no room for any outplay on the bottom. As Drew once again picking up the core, you already lose with the flip available. Bells trying to take it without that meter usage. Vaughn barraging it in and winning the strike afterwards, while Bells covers the clear on the bottom side. Very well played by the Sad Boys.
Yeah, it looked like Xeno just for a moment there didn't end up trusting Gromella there, and they stacked strikes. They could have had a shot there. They'll have to look at that in the replays sometimes when they do VOD review. But either way here, starting up this next point here. Next point, of course, securing the first awakening here, and a pretty great advantage as far as this series will continue. If y'all with a flip ready to go here. Xeno Gemini working on theirs as well. All right, we got the Firewall Sentry here, but Gramella's going to do a nice piercing shot, grab the bottom side of the barrier. Maintaining possession once again. Gramella doing a good job of midfielding here. Good back pass there, right on up into the hands of Drew, who blasts somebody off the screen. I hate this. It's going to be Bells. No, it's freaking Vaughn. It's so awesome, dude. I'm loving it. Yeah, this game works. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, but Bells with a lot of meter. You already lose looking a little low, but the net being open is so stressful if you're a goalie on this variant, as once again the glitch bomb gets thrown out. Drew building up a lot of meter, and to the top side you already lose, makes the save, gets it away from there. Drew doesn't use the flip, and the Sad Boy suddenly with a huge chance when Drew had the flip in front of the net.
Drew still does have that flip, gives Bang Bang one final chance here, as we're going to have Xeno Gemini get a block. Okay, again, didn't really trust Gramella in just that moment there, but wow, a really great save here from y'all. Can they do another one? Don't need to. We actually have Vaughn holding the line here against Drew, helping out a lot. Gramella has their flip. Can they get it into position? Oh gosh, that flip did nothing. Unfortunately, a little scared, or maybe even a misinput there. Back over to y'all now with these bumpers, but whoa, big bell ringer is actually going to do a... That's a demon angle if I ever saw one, man. You can't, that's a tough block.
Yeah, that is tough to read, tough to react to. Incredibly fast core speed. As now it's a draft in the favor, but maybe not too in the favor.
Damn, how did Xeno Gemini get up here?
Yeah, well, that guy was saving it over and over, so getting the quick strikes will also give a lot more meter to work with. It's going to be pretty good for Xeno Gemini. I'm going to be pretty happy about that one, I think.
I think that dude might just be a goat, man. He got right on up there, taking that quick strikes, which is fair. Catalyst also pretty good onto Vaughn. Yeah, rapid fire on Estelle, pretty damn great here. Prime time is acceptable for y'all. Big fish to X, that's a big one. X, the bigger he gets, the more annoying he is, pretty much. And the stagger's also going to make it so he does not die. Look at him already starting off kind of hard. Would have already been staggered if he didn't have that big fish, but instead, in the muck right now, Bell spends the only blade, doesn't seem to get the angle that they want. Going to grab an orb and evade, but the ball is going to find its way over onto the barrier here for Sad Boys, as we do have Drew falling off the map here. A little bit of a power play here for the Sad Boys, but hey, Xeno Gemini kind of holding the line here with Gramella, who is now looking quite low, and they're maybe going to have to do a little reversal onto Vaughn if they don't want this power play to happen.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough spot here, as the Sad Boys have regen quite a bit, but Vaughn incredibly low suddenly. Drew does a lot of damage as Gramella is not long for this world, almost taken out, but Drew just moves Bells just enough for Gramella to stay alive. That could be a difference maker here, as Gramella now still staying alive despite the Giga Blast, despite the primaries from Zentaro. And with that, Bang Bang looking quite good as the barrier falls on the Sad Boy side.
Yeah, great piercing strike, and another one's going to actually whiff. Drew looking a little bit low. Vaughn also quite low. They might switch their sights. Yeah, great barrage. Gets actually knocked against the Astral Protection, but doesn't seem to make it happen, though. All right, the piercing shot's not going to be enough, but a good flip is going to save that barrier. All right, on back, but it is kind of possession in that spot. Piercing shot, not going to land again. Y'all kind of got some great saves going on right now as Gramella is looking at just about no health. Going to evade to regenerate a little bit more. Drew can make it happen here with that angle. At least causes a cool, cyber swipe there from y'all. And onto the top side, it's going to be the Crystal Volley from Gramella. Landing that one onto the top side. Good reaction there. And that's going to be Bang Bang taking a little bit more than an advantage right now.
Yeah, big moment for Bang Bang. They got a goal. They're looking to take this game, and Drew is just disrupting the midfield so much, doing so much damage to Vaughn. You already lose whenever he gets the opportunity, but Bells right now gets pretty big and is pushing forward for both barriers. Will be able to secure them, and both barriers so quickly is really good for the Sad Boys, especially against a goalie like Atlas, and they will push it through Grimella with the hit stun.
Yep, Slice and Dice doing a great job of stopping the ball and then sending out a pretty big strike here to stun and slay it on through. So Bells landing that one on in there, evening up this set though. Got a solid amount of energy on both sides of the board here. Piercing Strike has not seemed to land on that spot. Okay, we do have Drew getting a little bit of a bull rush onto Vaughn, maybe looking for more cooldowns to get a kill. It generates nicely though. A lot of ignoring the ball in this. We see so much damage being sent onto each player. A lot of abilities being used for damage instead. Really great flip there from Y'all. Is actually going to do some damage, grab a barrier for themselves. Not flipping. Xeno Gemini, oh my gosh, what the flip and dip kind of happening again there. But man, only one barrier down for each team.
Bells to bottom side, but screwed away by Xeno Gemini, and with the meter low, it's a bit concerning as a good res saves Grimella for the moment, but still low is Grimella. A KO could still be found here. And Drew pushing forward once again, but Yuri Lu zoning away so well as the core bounces to the other side. Xeno Gemini with the strike shot will clear it away for the moment, but a good glitch pop will stuff away the flip. Yuri Lu's just defending every single attempt from Bang Bang.
Yeah, Y'all really is clocked in right now. Okay, Bells with super tricky slice and dice angle is not going to make that one work out. Doesn't seem to hit the bumper there, but we do have Vaughn, just about nothing. Okay, Grimella tries to get a combo in there, doesn't seem to work out. Vaughn's still holding on for dear life, but the X Maximus is what's going to be the thing that grabs the barrier, again knocking him against the bumper. Is not going to slay Vaughn just yet, and they can't seem to give it to Drew. Oh, the glitch pop is actually going to cause a whole lot of problems there. Ends up sending the ball directly onto Bells, still maintaining possession. Bang Bang in a really tough spot here. Bell's looking a little low, but has the flip, can maybe position himself right in front of the goal, and that would be curtains.
Oh, doesn't even need the flip. Vaughn passing up perfectly to the slice and dice from Bells. It's a bit of a change up there for Xeno Gemini. And so that's a mix if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, tough spot when there's just so many angles and like the teammate sends it into the opponent's ability, and things get so kind of crazy there, so I don't really blame Xeno Gemini for getting a little schmixed on that one, but that's the name of the game, dude. Schmix it up. Lots of flips here. In fact, all 3 flips available for Sad Boys. They're going to spend one, grab the barrier here. Not going to get the second one, though. Y'all maybe positioning here for something to happen. Vaughn grabbing their orb. Okay, Grimella going to finally hit the ball here. Almost gets knocked off the map by the Aya Rush. Okay, once again on up here to Vaughn. Spends their flip to avoid an attack to not die. This seems to be the theme here in this match, as a lot of players are using their abilities for damage. They finally do get a stagger onto Drew, but not really in threat of dying right now, and maybe this flip will be used here from Y'all.
Yeah, and Yuri Lu still maintaining the flip. Grimella looking for an opportunity to burn it. Trying to blink forward, trying to get forward, and will be burned, and Drew will actually strike ward in front of the barrier. Best case scenario for Bang Bang as they get the goal too. Burning that flip from Yuri Lu's, getting the barrier, getting the goal. Everything is trending in their favor, but they need to find this point to make it matter.
Agreed. This point would definitely secure a pretty substantial lead here for the side of Bang Bang. Starting off pretty good with one barrier. X Max is doing a lot of damage here. Decides to go for the ball instead of damage that time, which is a fair assumption. You know, you could do that. I mean, I don't blame him for making that decision there, but they're going to have a power play here for the side of Bang Bang, as they do end up getting Vaughn off the other side of that goal barrier. A flip here from Xeno Gemini could get that final barrier with a good... Okay, really crazy Astral Protection is going to hold that line, but power play's over now. Vaughn's back to make it rain.
Bells it forward and will get the barrier. Yuri Lu's building up a flip as well. Vaughn mining some energy off of the center, but gets taken out the moment he steps away. Uh-oh, and now Bang Bang are in control. They're trying to push forward. Drew doing so much damage, but Bells and Yuri Lu's have flips. You need to be careful if you're the Bang Bang offense, because your opponents could score at any moment.
That they can, especially in that moment. It could have happened there, but Bells maybe got a little mixed up there, but it's going to be a really quick flip. Man, Bells just positioning himself in front of the goal here was just enough to make it happen. We see Y'all, the great defender, the champion right now, getting their chance to pick a Great Awakening, and we do have some good dash perks here for IME to have crazy impact on this game now, and that's some of the best stuff you could see here if you're the IME goalie.
You can't deny Zentaro here. Explosive Entrance and Perfect Form both available. And Explosive Entrance will be the one that gets through. You do not want to give us Zentaro Perfect Form after all.
Yeah, this was rough. Zentaro really had their pick of the litter here with that Perfect Form. They do opt to give Explosive Entrance. I have to respect their decision. I don't know which is more difficult to deal with, more cooldowns or like board control. I decided that board control is easier to deal with, so we'll see if that happens here. What did we get here on? Okay, so yeah, I wanted to see what Drew got. Bulk up, a little bit more power here, perfectly synergizing with everything that they're trying to do right now. And they're going to lose that barrier in the process here, one on each side. Do it to the bottom side. Drew getting dribbled around. This is kind of how X does be living his life most of the time until he gets his hands on you.
Yeah, and right now, Bell's doing a lot of damage. The heavy impact and Explosive Entrance combination really doing so much as Grimella is constantly low, but Bells also gets chunked out quite a bit. But a KO found by You Already Lose. The dash range coming into play there as Xeno Gemini needs to defend. Has held so well, but will burn the flip here, and that's an important resource gone.
It is, and there is an important resource also gone. Vaughn getting a great value out of that flip, almost getting the barrier as well. In fact, ooh, that was really close, crazy angle there. The Sad Boys keeping their barrier though as well. Finally, the power play is over, and everyone's kind of at full health right now. Complete neutral has been reset, although it is overtime though. Things get a little bit crazy right now, as we already have Bells looking a little bit weak. Drew trying to grab a kill. Maybe the Astral Projection absolutely is going to land that one. Now we're going to have to play a little bit more defensive here if you're Sad Boys. The flip coming out there. The flip onto the bottom side, almost own barriers onto one of the corners here. Grimella with a really great Rose Warp is going to finally open that goal.
And so barrier stands on the side of Bang Bang. They are holding on here, but it will finally fall as Vaughn is building up a lot of meter, has the flip available, does not get sweet spotted by the bell ringer somehow, and will be staying alive here. One opportunity, all it takes for Vaughn to make a breakaway, find the goal even, but Drew will just stuff it away with only a strike. But You Already Lose sends it forward. Bells will trap the core a little bit, and Sad Boy stabilize for the moment.
For the moment, indeed, Bell's looking a little bit low. It doesn't seem they really have their sights set on him just yet. We're going to have this intervention show up here. Do a little bit of healing. Vaughn kind of low. The Giga Blast not making too much happen, but whoa, we go for a cyber swipe onto Grimella, but the ball is heading directly towards you, and it's going to be a goal for Bang Bang. I mean, it's fair to try to do some extra damage here if you're the IME with that heavy impact, but the ball can go in the goal. It's possible.
Definitely is. Vaughn once again mining a bit of energy off of the center. Almost gets taken out for it once again, but stays alive this time. Goes forward once again, and Bell's on the stuff attempt on the flip. Not successful, but will stay there, will keep possession, and will find both barriers. Big opportunity for the Sad Boys, especially if they can get damage on Grimella here, as Vaughn on the breakaway on the top side has a lot of room to work with, but not anymore, as You Already Lose is forced to make a good strike.
Yep, again, triple flip onto the side of Sad Boys. I feel like we're seeing this more often than ever. Sad Boys holding their flips a whole lot, maybe for combo, maybe for strategic use here, but you had Vaughn spending theirs just to survive. Double flip, though. They kind of stacked it there. They do find the goal. Is it worth it? That'll be for you to decide, but the goal has been set, and now there's zero energy onto the side of Sad Boys, and they are the kill targets now, maybe.
Yeah, and now Vaughn top side, going to send it through as Bells has so much reach with that Dash Awakening. The character really unlocked with that pickup in that last draft. Maybe the Awakening rotation made Zentaro a little strong, you know? Just a thought.
It's certainly possible. Basically every Awakening that has shown up here is really great for Zentaro. Just good drafting too. We're going to have only one barrier here drop for the side of Bang Bang. Okay, they finally grab that one off. Nice combo into the piercing shot, though. The flip with Grimella. Drew making it happen there, too. This Astral Projection is not going to land that goal, but it still puts on a lot of pressure here for y'all. Grimella trying to also maintain possession with the Rose Warp. Tough strike situation, but we do have Xeno Gemini coming out on top. Actually grabbing flip in the process, though. Can Drew make it happen here? Grimella probably has a couple of cooldowns. They do spend one. Drew holding it with the Maximus, and yes, it's enough. The size and the strike is enough to get it on through to Vaughn. And Bang Bang, they could take another set here. Now that'd be an advantage for sure.
Yeah, and once again pushing forward here, Vaughn to the top side. Drew doing a lot of damage though, and Gramel trying to make the save, but a little bit late as Bell's pushing forward and both barriers are down. The Sad Boys looking to send it to another set 5, but Gramella and Drew have been such forces in the midfield. So tough to get an easy goal past them. The collapse is not made simple at all when Drew is just constantly maintaining possession with the strikes. Gramel is following up with the snipes, and once again the barriers are open on both sides.
Are indeed open on both sides here. Gramel spending the flip here. Okay, Bells actually just guesses an early flip. Okay, Drew does not get the Bull Rush Maximus combo kill onto Vaughn. Still putting up a lot of damage though. We're gonna not have the flip be spent by Xeno Gemini, but Drew does have their own as they may position a little bit closer to midfield. Spending it now. The freaking Oni's blade from Bells does stall that one, and well enough, they do grab a goal due to that situation, and Bells the guy to be looking at for that point.
Well, it's another 0.5, and this one decides who takes the lead in this game pretty decisively. A lot of damage on the center, but Bells is the one who picks it up. A lot of damage potential from Bells, a lot of scoring potential, a lot of strike potential as well with how big the character model is. On to the top side now, Bells pushing forward. A lot of delayed strikes, but Bang Bang just equipped to deal with it. They have the reactions, they have the patience, they know what the Sad Boys are delaying for.
True. Okay, really great firewall here is actually going to pop the middle for anyone who wants it. Vaughn, the one to grab it here, is setting a whole lot of cooldowns, giving you speed, size, and everything you could ever want. Gramella just actually survives that Oni Blade situation. Almost 3 flips onto the side of Sad Boys. Again, 3 flips showing up. What will they be used for as we see Vaughn pushing onto the top side here. Flip spent by Y'all Already Lose. We do have a kill from Vaughn. Makes it a power play for the Sad Boys. Their flips may be used here to grab the final barrier to take advantage in this set.
They could, but they're playing it slowly. They're passing around the map, but that means Gramella can come back and stuffed away. A lot of flips expended in the midfield for nothing as the Bang Bang defense is good. They take the barrier. They're looking for the goal here. They bounce it off the center. Drew almost has an amazing shot, but it's defended away by Vaughn and You Already Lose. That could have been the shot of the series, but instead Drew will go for another one, but You Already Lose is once again prepared. Drew gets possession once again, the Eagle Blast interrupting, but the possession seems endless from Bang Bang as Xeno Gemini sends it forward as well. Finally, the Sad Boys get to the other side of the map, but it is still so difficult to get it past Xeno Gemini.
Absolutely, holding this barrier still, and Gramella also playing a great spot in this midfield. Although we do have the Maelstrom Orb show up one more time. It's going to be too fast for Vaughn to get their hands on it, and Y'all drops that set with that flip in hand. Unfortunate there, but fortunate if you're a Bang Bang fan right now, and we do have the king, Xeno Gemini, grabbing the MVP once again.
Scary Awakening's on the board now. Orb Dancer is there, but so is stuff like Chrono Boost, Adrenaline Rush, 1-2 Punch, things that could change how the game is played. And Orb Dancer, of course, going to be picked up on the goalie, but Chrono Boost on the Kai. Not sad about that one in the slightest. 1-2 Punch, Adrenaline Rush going to be looked at as well. 1-2 Punch and Reverberation being the pickups here in Adrenaline Rush, falling all the way down to Zentaro. But that 1-2 Punch, Drew could be the difference maker because he has been solo KOing people.
Yeah, he's got the power to do it. He has a lot of stagger to even stay alive. His build in general is just like pretty well cohesive right now. I'll keep using that word until it's over. But man, starting out here with this X Maximus, they do grab 1 barrier here from Bang Bang. Almost grabs 2. Okay, the Firewall Sentry making things a little awkward here. Possession for Drew. We're going to have Vaughn actually run on in there infinitely with that Chrono Boost. But finally, the barrier goes down for Y'all. A flip from Vaughn. Okay, really interesting angle there from Xeno Gemini. Is going to trip everyone up a little bit here. The strike shot to maintain possession once more. Okay, spending some cooldowns to get it away from Bells, but he does actually get it in here with that tenacity, though. Y'all has flip. Y'all always has flip. So let's see if they can do something with it this time.
Bit tough, though, because Gramella and Drew are lurking for a chance as flip is diffused by Bells there. Y'all, like you said, has the flip available. Trying not to get stunned by Grimella here, and will send it away without expending that flip. Bells now with possession, but it's a little bit hasty against Gemini, and the Expanse does a lot of work, but Vaughn is now back, trying to find an angle to try and get into the goal. The flip used on the offense. You already lose, saving it for that exact moment, and the first goal of the set goes to the Sad Boys.
All right, we'll go ahead and hit the well-deserved goal here. Y'all truly holding it for the perfect situation, which did show up. So there you go right here. Bang Bang had a little bit of possession onto the bottom side here. The Axe Maximus is spent to try to grab a quick double, but they do thwart Drew's attempt there, who is looking quite low, standing on the goo a little bit. Now they're switching their kill target right now over to Drew, and it is going to be curtains for that one, but kind of like lags against the side and doesn't fall off the map when I swear they should have for that Atlas revive. Not sure what happened there, Odie. Someone check the tapes. But either way, we're going to have a flip onto the top side here. Everyone's holding the flip. Do actually keep that barrier, Gemini, against the odds, against Odie's will. He will hold that barrier here.
So I looked away to answer a question, and people are spamming question marks. What just happened?
Drew basically got killed, but then didn't fall off the map when he definitely should have, and Atlas had thrown the resurrection up there, and then the resurrection timed out, and then they killed him right after. He should have been resurrected successfully onto the other side, but, you know, the game...
Did he, like, bounce off the wall?
He didn't bounce. He just was stuck. He was at the edge of the blast zone and just sat there.
Oh.
It was really strange.
Because I saw Grimella earlier in this game just bounce vertically off of the bottom wall.
Oh, that's weird too.
Yeah,
Yeah, it wasn't
weird.
like that. He just stuck there. It was strange, but one barrier down for the side of Bang Bang here onto the top side. Vaughn has a lot of possession again. Y'all always has flip. Vaughn's got it as well. Bell's working on one of their own. Everyone kind of getting smashed by Atlas Orb here. Okay, bottom side here. Astral Protection going to help, but Drew 1-2 Punchington actually gets a great kill onto Vaughn. Might have been a little too overzealous here to grab that. A flip from Y'all is going to save it only for just a moment, but the big piercing shot here from Grimella is going to destroy the attempts to get it away from there. And now Bang Bang working on getting their match point here.
Yeah, a very good read from Grimella. Bricks the clear down and does cover that option as Bells goes in. Drew is absolutely massive though. Bang Bang looking to close it out in this set as Drew is just punching forward, almost gets a KO, but Vaughn with the elusive will send it out of there.
Absolutely here, one barrier down. They grab another one here. Drew in a solid position to make it happen. Okay, Gemini might try to step up here with this flip, approaching the midfield, but doesn't feel like they have enough possession right now. Bells has a flip of their own, really big. Drew does not get their hands on that ball, but they do a lot of damage to Bells, causing their flip to be spent. Giga Blast grabs a barrier, but only one. Vaughn onto the top side here grabs, again, a flip for themselves. It's almost like this is a Catalyst game for everybody, but man, it's Bang Bang that grabs a power play here, and Drew is an absolute monster.
Drew is doing so much damage, has that additional power from the center orb, and a good flip timing by Vaughn to not die there, but it's still getting chipped down. Needs to stay alive for Sad Boys to have a chance, and Vaughn almost goes down. Yuri Liu still maintaining this flip, trying to find the perfect opportunity like last time, but I don't know if it'll come here because the flip from Drew will bring us to point 5.
Man, that's the classic, dude. Get the flip and throw it directly into Kai, because he's barraging, and that sometimes triggers me when I'm playing Kai, but it is most likely I think doing crazy bell ringer to grab a dastardly double there. Drew super happy to see that one, and this is literally match point right now for Bang Bang, and they even have a power play to go with it here. Y'all, just a flip to their name. What's it gonna be here as we have Gemini moving up just a little bit here to Grimella. The strike shots maintain possession, but they don't get too much off of it here as Bells does return. We do have, again, double flip here for Y'all and Vaughn. Can they make something happen here with a couple of these barriers? Only one down right now, but Gemini's going to be holding.
Gemini now trying to fly a little bit with the orbs as Bells and Vaughn push forward. A lot of pressure down. Vaughn needs to be careful near the edge, but still maintaining the flip, not being taken down just yet. And a great glitch spot by Yuri Luz to turn the tables. It seems like we're forever away from the double barrier now because Vaughn and Yuri Luz have flips available. They have the opportunity to send it forward, have the barrage to push it forward. Bells is building up a flip of his own as well. 3 flips for the Sad Boys. Will they be able to bring this to a set 5?
Yeah, good question here. 3 flips is incredible. Bells center stage with the flip, and yes, does get it past Gemini there and the flip from Grimella, and it's going to be Sad Boys clinging to life here as the champion. Y'all is going to be picking up their first awakening here, and a lot to choose from. Twin Drive, really great combination here with the aerials, or they can go hot shot for a little denial action. It's also really great on Amy as well, but yeah, ton of different options here for everyone.
This is tough, right? You want to deny the Twin Drive away from the Atlas, but the Atlas wants hot shot even more because you saw the primaries, the endless rain of primaries and secondaries that Xeno Gemini can throw down the lane and make it impossible to get through, it feels like. So I think that hot shot deny is the biggest part of this draft.
Yeah, we don't even see anyone grabbing that Twin Drive. We have Drew taking Stinger, though. We'll see if that causes the end for this side of Sad Boys, as a lot of damage is going to be exchanged here. Bells using every cooldown they have to deal damage, but the intervention is going to keep everyone on Bang Bang nice and healthy. They're going to do some great defense. Astral Protection helping to get a kill there onto Vaughn, who's standing near the edge. Now Bells is also looking a little bit low. Great dribble, but a great double. Even better double here from Drew. It's going to be in the hands of Xeno Gemini. Y'all can't seem to get their hands on it, and the power play is over, but 2 barriers are down, and the goal is also up, as they have Bang Bang. Actually, Bang Bang's up. Oh, I could have done that nicely. Bang Bang's up. Congratulations, man.
Yeah, well played from Grimella. And like you mentioned, the Stinger, the additional damage really come into play when the Sad Boys were trying to do some corner offense. They just kind of got obliterated by the X. A little too much damage, and the chip damage from the Atlas never hurts as well, right? So I think the Sad Boys need to play a little differently, because if they try to push up in a corner, they'll just die. The damage is too high. But right now, the solo push from Bells is enough to get both barriers.
Yeah, Bell's making some great decisions there to keep the ball. But man, it's going to be a save there from Xeno Gemini. Also getting resurrected as well. Great timing on both the strike and the ult. It's going to keep them in this game. Lots of damage being exchanged by Bells. Lots of damage being exchanged by Y'all as well. But it looks like Bang Bang is holding on. They do drop a barrier. They drop another one here for the side of Sad Boys. This could be huge if they take this goal. They'll be on true match point. And as we were saying, a lot of damage being exchanged. Even Grimella has a lot of damage build right now as well.
Yeah, and the Bells needs to find this goal soon. Grimella taken out. That might be the ticket with the Adrenaline Rush speed. As well, that's the Atlas primary. He tries his entire dash near the wall, and you're just gone. Vaughn, though, has a lot of speed, has a lot of control, trying to get it through. Important goal for the Sad Boys. They need this to stay in the game. Otherwise, it looks dire for them. But Grimella is so scary, lurking in the invisibility. And I'm not sure if the Sad Boys can do it here. They sent it again to the top side. Drew, such a threat. Vaughn under a lot of damage pressure. A flip available. And the core will just sail in. Vaughn's barrage is enough.
Yeah, it's super tough spot there. The core just found its way to just be dribbled into the center there with the red ball, and everyone kind of jumped on it there. And it's going to be the Oni Blade plus the barrage is going to get that one in there. A flip here, a quick one from Vaughn is going to grab the first barrier. Worth it or not entirely sure, but only one barrier left here for the side of Bang Bang, as they're going to get a nice top push, but again, nicely defended away. Astral Protection isn't going to grab a kill. Lots of damage being put onto Vaughn right now, though. Still a great defense from Xeno Gemini. Y'all always has flip. Keep your freaking eyes open every single time. Drew trying to get a little bit more damage onto Kai, or even grab a barrier from this top side, but not a lot of offense is really being made here. Great flip actually from Grimella to hold that final barrier. A push onto the top side, a couple of cooldowns are going to whiff, but they're going to get damage on Vaughn, and maybe that's all they'll find.
Maybe that is. Spells pushes through. That's a quick barrier take. 2 barriers to 0, especially on the bounce house. Such a decisive map. They push forward. The flip used. The flip used for the goal. It is the Sad Boys going up 2-1. It looked like they were hopelessly down, but now they're in the lead, 1 goal away from clearing this series.
Absolutely, and it's a little scary to see Vaughn also with a flip. Sad Boys energy farmers or something, check their controllers. This is a little bit crazy. Bang Bang going to try to maintain a little bit of control here from the bottom side. The Sentry's going to make things awkward. Grimella in a good spot to hold the line. Going to grab a barrier of their own. Drew has a lot of health here and a lot of meter. They could get into position, maybe do a lot of damage to Vaughn, but it's actually going to be Xeno Gemini going to get Giga Blasted, and there's almost no one left to defend this goal.
And it's over.
He did a flip and dip.
He did the ultimate flip and dip. He's gone.
He flipped. He basically flipped
They're all
and
gone.
DC'd. Oh, damn. Okay, Sad Boys clutching that one out. Oh, man. What a series here. Bang Bang was so close and certainly had a solid chance to take that one, but The flip usage, the positioning there, that Giga Blast right at the end from Vaughn was just enough to make hell on earth for Bang Bang. And my goodness, we see some of these damage numbers, and you do not want to see these damage numbers if you're in the game.
Yeah, Drew, valiant effort. Grimella, incredibly valiant effort as well. And like, Bang Bang played that game so well, but the Sad Boys are the Sad Boys. They're just clutch when it matters the most, and they come back. They just... the game was almost over. They had to work around Drew with the flip in their net with no barriers, and they managed to do it.
Absolutely did. I see someone in chat asking, Joker, that was a 35-minute game. Really long slugger. And I mean, it shows. We see 75,000 damage. We see almost 400 redirects on 2 players here. So this was a hard-fought game. And yeah, Sad Boys may or may not have plot armor. I don't know. You gotta check. But Bang Bang actually put up a pretty great performance there. I like the drafting here. I feel like Drew had a super solid build going, but yeah, not enough to make it happen there. A lot of great defense from Geno Gemini, but oh, the Sad Boys just kind of went in there. It was a tough one.
Yeah, but it really delivered as a matchup between 2 of the top teams in the league, right? This could be a match that we see in playoffs even. So looking forward to that, because Bang Bang really showed that they have what it takes to contend with the best of them.
That they do. Their record is 4-1 right now. Only
4-2,
losing
4-2.
to... Oh, yeah, sorry. They're 4-2 now. They were 4-1 here. Only losing to ... as I check the chart here. Smile. Here I go, checking the chart. God, I'm so bad at this. Where are you? Oh, they lost to... nope. Oh, they lost... No. Nope. They won that one. Oh, they won that one, too. Okay, so there's only one left. What the heck, dude? I just missed it? Hello? Have they won every single game? Oh, this one right here. Sorry, yeah, they lost to Ra.
They lost to Demons
I'm
Ra.
so good at this, dude.
Well, on that note, this might be the last time you see me with long hair, by the way. I'm
Ooh.
thinking of shaving it all off. I don't know
Okay.
why. I just had the thought, and I'm probably gonna do it this week. So you're gonna see me with bald Furlan, maybe. But
Like
Envy, anything
bald?
you want to see? I don't know, like shaved, short, something.
All right. That's fair. I mean, look, it gets annoying.
It does, because like when it was like long, it was fine, but now it's too long. Now it's like, whoa, way too long.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I
goodbye everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final series of the night. It's going to be a bit of a big one here. Demons Raw versus Bun Bun Bonanza. Demons sitting at a very comfy 4-1, looking really solid, and Bun Bun Bonanza sitting at a 3-2, also looking really good. A couple losses at the beginning of the season, but have been performing very solidly these last few weeks and seem to have scaled into effect. So with this matchup coming out, it's looking like it's going to be a heater of a series. I'm Lego Mage here with Z Yoshi once again. And Yoshi, tell us a little bit about this matchup here, because it's a bit of a historical one, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. Nassau Season 3 playoffs last season. Round 1, literally the first round of playoffs was Bun Bun Bonanza versus Demons Raw. And everyone thought, oh, it's just going to be a Demons Raw sweep. And then Bun Bun, they won. They sent Demons Raw to losers, and that team ended up getting 4th in playoffs. And then Bun Bun taking a classy 3rd right behind EKC and Sad Boys. And hey, they did it once, they can do it again. Both these teams have been playing really well this season. Demons Raw, again, 4-1. Not many teams that have had that record. In fact, the only 2 other ones just played. And so now they could tie for first, getting the 5-1, leaving Bun Bun at 3-3, which means that there are 500 3-3 teams. Or they could win it. Lose. Demons Raw could lose, get knocked down to 4-2, and then Bun Bun pulls ahead, also at 4-2.
Yeah, and if there are more 3-3 teams, it's going to be kind of crazy for the standings, especially for some of the losing teams. But we are jumping into the game 1 right now. We see the 1-2 punch glass cannon start here, and Scyther 12 actually pulling out the Pummeler's Drakkar here on Night Market. Look for some cheeky side KOs with the 1-2 punch as well. Dari and Lilybun both going for the glass cannon along with Gumi, as Demons Raw running the kind of famous double brawler era comp on this map that they sort of piloted to great success. And with the 1-2 punch start and glass cannon back in the game, it's gonna be pretty well. As we see right now, Kai Noob already starting us off with a big KO on the X Maximus. Both barriers down here for Bun Bun Bonanza, as well as Demons Raw looking to get the first point. All 3 members, Gumi as well, pushed up, trying to force it. But so far, Bun Bun will manage to stall it out. Still a little bit of a dangerous situation here, though. We're about to get back into snake stance here. Liari on the defense side. There does have a core flip up, but is just taking so much damage here, as it doesn't look like Bun Bun are really able to get too much offense going in this first point.
Yeah, struggling to get the second barrier off. Just struggling to get it across the midfield line. Gumi been pushed up the entire time, but a big KO. Scyther 12 taking Pummeler's Drakkar with that 1-2 punch. Makes him a very potent KO threat, just like Juliet. Super threatening. Interestingly, Snake not taking Pummelers, but Slick kicks instead on the Julie. Leaving 1-2 punch, saying that's enough to get the KOs. And Demons Raw are able to push it through. Kainoob getting the goal. The triple take, not quite catching it in time, and it's looking like a pretty Demons Raw favored matchup here, running the era double brawler comp popularized by EU, and just having so much offensive threat, especially into like Finny goalie. It's going to be really hard to deal with both X and Julie.
Yeah, definitely agree there. Demons Raw, this is kind of like the comp that they've been known to pilot really well. And it just seems like they're going to be a little bit more familiar, I guess, territory here. That being said, Scyther is able to grab a KO there on to Kainoob, as well as get the barrier off of the shotgun. And now it's actually Liari pushing up as well on the offense. Grand Finale coming out of the core, looking to float in. Gumi can't quite get it out of there. Unfortunately, no angles left. Scyther covering that bottom side will be able to find the point for Bun Bun Bonanza to tie it up here. But, all that stuff being said about team comp and whatnot, Bun Bun Bonanza are still playing very well, but they do need to be, of course, kind of careful, because should the scaling get out of hand, I think the Awakening kind of select, especially with some of the new stuff rotated in, is leaning heavily into Demon's favor with these characters.
Yeah, if either of Demons Raw's forwards pick up like perfect form, that's just kind of GG, it's over. Or Catalyst, both. Like, all the brawler characters have exceptional ways of stacking damage, anything that's a multi-hit. Awakening favored training. Like 1-2 punch even is just like favors them greatly. But the Finny debuff and all the damage coming out is actually really impressive from Bun Bun, considering that their brawler is, rocking the Drakkar right now and not one of these like more brawler considered characters. And obviously Drakkar makes for a pretty good brawler, especially with the changes he's received in the past couple patches. But definitely still an interesting pick, a little bit of a question mark. And has been succeeding so far. Scyther space gliding on these barriers right now, getting them, able to flip. But Gumi is able to catch that save, gets knocked out, but both barriers down. Bun Bun has a power play. Both Kainoob and Snake are there to defend. Are they going to be able to get it out?
So far, looks like they're able to hold. Gumi is back online here, but with both sides open in overtime, this could very easily swing either way, really. And Lilybun now going to be in a bit of a situation as Snake versus Scyther here in the midfield. Snake trying to keep it up in this bottom corner. Kainoob passing it right back down. Snake looking for the dash punch. Going to be able to find it off a little bit of an odd angle there, but a great shot nonetheless. We'll see Snake put it in to bring Demons Raw to set point. A little bit of an energy advantage, not too much though, but keeping it pretty close in these rounds.
Yeah, Snake pulling up with a devious dash punch angle at last point. Dare I say, MOBA-esque coming out from a WASD player. But these flips, I think, are going to be really important, as one of them has just got a double KO. Last one getting flipped or burned by Lilybun, gets it around Snake, and actually holds both these barriers. Only losing one barrier in a 1v3 is exceptional, and Lilybun just putting the Finny to work, holding it down on the mom boots. And that's both barriers for Demons.
Yeah, Scyther 12 was just up there, and they were able to complete the pass to get that second barrier. And now, once again, just both sides opened up here, as Lilybun and Liari trying to look to find a way to get it onto Demon's side of the field right now. The card coming out. Kainoob can't find the strike, though. Gets back over to Scyther. Looks like Gumi's able to save that one away. It's overtime hits now. Gumi with the shrink. Lilybun pushing up here in the midfield. There's a core flip coming out from Gumi to send it away from Scyther back around the world. Now once again, it's Lily trying to get it out, but an unfortunate dribble off the center. It's going too fast in overtime, and Lilybun just can't quite catch up to it. Gumi is awarded the point for that one, as this Demon Raw that takes set one. Kainoob, the MVP, gonna have his pick of the lot here of a lot of Orange Awakening showing up.
Yeah, really. Curse of Night Market be upon ye. Good job putting it in, Gumi, I think. And that's a bulk up pick for Kainoob. Really, really strong on X. Stagger power, the only things he cares about. Peak performance going to Cypher 12. Apparently that's his favorite awakening, and he'll pick it no matter what. Things like aerials or maybe even extra special would have been nice, but that speed is going to be very big. Unstoppable going to Snake. It's been KO'd a few times. Going to be pretty useful. Not into the Finny triple take. But, oh, hold. Everyone stop. And actually, don't stop. I'm going to keep talking about Awakenings. Larry picking up Twin Drive. That's going to be pretty big. Just throwing out orbs left and right. A lot of speed, actually. A lot of speed and core control coming out from Bun Bun. Hot shot on Lilybun also. Which is... I don't know if it's one of Finny's best Awakenings, but on the first time I've ever thought about it being right now, I'm going to say, yeah, that sounds really good. So, great draft all around. Last one being Gumi picking up Cast last. Like, that's pretty good on the Era character. He does a lot of buffing and debuffing. But apparently we're having a little bit of a keyboard issue. Don't quite know what's going on, but I mean, Bun Bun's having a great time in their goal box. I don't know.
Yeah, they're just kind of jamming over there right now. I think something was Gumi's keyboard was messed up or something, so it looks like they're trying to resolve that, but oh, I don't know if that's a good sign or not. It might be though, but I suppose we'll find out in a moment once they start playing. But yeah, that draft was definitely pretty solid all around. Oh, looks like we're actually back into it now, and it starts off, I think, with Snake kind of own barriering.
Yeah, a classy own barrier.
I mean, yeah, but then trading Liari's life for it, I guess, is a little bit fair. And then, of course, they get another barrier in return now. Now, actually, Snake, who's looking pretty low. Scyther looking for the KO. Snake able to survive this one, but a shot there from Kainoob does get around Lilybun to find that second barrier on Bun Bun's side. Now it's Demons Raw looking to start their offense going. There's a Maelstrom coming out. It's going to be enough to take out Scyther. The power play once again for Demons Raw. Kainoob taking it down to the bottom side, trying to keep it out of the grand finale. Lilybun looking to fight him up in midfield. Buy a bit more time for this Drakkar to come back online. The course moving pretty fast now into overtime. And Snake and Kainoob lined up for the shot. Gumi here up in midfield. Pass down to Kainoob. Pops the X Maximus. Not quite enough. The saves will keep coming out from the side of Bun Bun Bonanza. They're keeping it held down for the time being. But Demon's looking for another opportunity here. Kainoob bringing it down to the bottom. Pass over to Snake. Not anyone to follow up on that one, unfortunately. But now it's Gumi running up to the top side who has a core flip. But Scyther gonna find a KO. And that is Gumi down. The power play is here now for the side of Bun Bun Bonanza. Lilybun trying to set this thing up. Passing it down to Liari. Getting over to Scyther. There's the barrier falling down. Both sides opened up. Some nice little back passing happening over there from the side of Bun Bun Bonanza. But now Gumi is back online. And we're back to where we like to be. Scyther 12 versus Gumi in this top side. But Gumi will have a nice clear out of there. Now it's Kainoob dribbling. There's the bull rush, but Grand Finale coming out. Tries to get it over to Scyther. There's a triple take as well on the defense, but both these teams finding clear. But Gumi seems maybe having more keyboard issues. Wasn't able to move. A little bit unfortunate there, as that first point will go over to Bun Bun Bonanza.
Yeah, first point to Bun Bun Bonanza. Gumi completely AFK. Unsure if we're going to continue. It's... Things are looking rough. I see in the chat OSPO flashback. And that's actually, might be... Oh, Gumi's gone. Might be real. It's a very warm summer out here on the West Coast. And Gumi seems to be suffering from PC overheating issues. It's just like, oops. Welcome to being alive in the months of June to like August. But back, reconnected once again. Hopefully the issues clear up.
Yeah, but always tech issues are always very unfortunate, especially in a kind of a high stakes game like this. You hate to see it, but looks like Gumi is back for now. Hopefully won't have too many more to deal with, but that will be the first barrier here going down on the side of Demons. Kainoob taking a lot of damage here though, and as it looks like Bun Bun might actually be setting up to maybe find a KO here. Core flip from Lilybun, send it back in. But now it's Snake with core flip of his own to earn a barrier there. Scyther able to find a second barrier though. It's kind of dribbling on the top side. Magical Maelstrom coming out. Core flip from Scyther, looking for a shot pass down to Liari, but Demons will hold it down through the play. So now it's Kainoob looking to set something up. Snake in this top side. The grand finale coming out. Gumi able to catch up to it just in time though. Is Snake looking for an interesting dribble, but it does make its way down to Kainoob. However, the pass over to Scyther's good, but no point is going to be found on that attempt. So again, the Maelstrom from Gumi gets it to Kainoob, but Lilybun will fend it off once more here. Core getting around Gumi a little bit quick, but luckily Era is also quite quick. Can catch up to those fairly easily, as we're seeing right now. But this barrier is being held quite well. Lilybun, a bit of an iron wall at the moment on this Finny character. Neither Snake nor Kainoob able to snipe this away here. But Bun Bun still haven't found their great scoring opportunity yet. The core moving just a little bit too fast, it seems, in overtime for Scyther to really catch up to it. Maybe an opportunity here, but no. Gumi with the flip will be able to save that one. A bit of an unfortunate bounce. We'll see it continue to stay out of the goal. And let's get around Lilybun as well, actually. So that's both sides down, but doesn't matter because Scyther able to find the shotgun setup in the corner. Will put Bun Bun Bonanza on set point 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0 this set. Definitely very different from the last one. We're seeing something I think is really interesting is this Drakkar, obviously, but first of all, is going into Aragoli, and Aragoli is not the most defensive pick in the world. It's not why you pick this character, but is able to just kind of strike shotgun through and pick up barriers really easily. And, oh, huge KO coming out from Kainoob, Lilybun down. Both barriers down for Bun Bun, and almost goes in off the core flip there.
Looks like Lilybun will be back online here in a moment. Liari burning the flip there to buy a little bit of precious time. But they got a lot of work to do to get through both of Demon's barriers right now. It's Scyther versus Kainoob in the midfield, but that's Liari down over on Demon's side of the field. And another power play here. Core flip from Snake, pass down to Kainoob, looking for the bull rush setup. Will be able to find it with a strike, as Raw will now put themselves on the board, stay in this game, and just keep it going. One more point.
Yeah, really well played by Kainoob, waiting on the strike instead of striking immediately after the dash, able to win against both members of Bun Bun. what I was saying earlier, cool, double barrier, I'll never finish my thought, is that this 1-2 punch has been really helping Scythe the 12, who just gets an insane amount of core speed by striking and then shotgunning. It doesn't matter where he's shotgunning, it will just be going fast, and it's really been difficult for Gumi to deal with. That being said, who cares about what Scythe the 12 can do when Kainoob shows up and is just strike warring everyone? It's all he does, it's all he's ever done. He shows up, he just strikes after you and wins, and what are you meant to do about it?
Yeah, and we're now tying it up on set point for Demons. It's absolutely huge. And I mean, just looking at the levels, Kainoob is level 9 in set 2 right now. That's how long these rounds have been going on. But it will be Bun Bun who bring down both barriers fairly quick. The flip from Scyther will be enough to secure that point and take the set for Bun Bun Bonanza. Looks like the Lily Bun's actually going to be the MVP right here. If they could get something particularly nice. An unfortunate XP jump, Gumi getting over Scyther there, is going to mean the double pick is going to happen for Demons. And there's a lot of good stuff on this board right now. Perfect Form, Stacks, Primetime, Stinger, Might. And it will be the Perfect Form going over to Kainoob, which could be deadly dangerous on that character.
Yeah, I said it earlier, but if either Snake or Kainoob get Perfect Form, I give the game heavily favored to them. Would have rather seen it. Actually, I don't know. I really like Perfect Form on Juliet because you drop an ult and then immediately get all your cooldowns back, especially if you hit 2 people. But X ult is the same thing, except now you're also hitting the core. Wow, that guy got just publicly executed. A wild assassination, Snake down, but a barrier down for both sides. Now in the reverse power play, Kainoob able to get it, and I don't know. Looking at some of these builds, like Kainoob has 1-2 punch bulk up Perfect Form. That's devastating on any character, but especially someone like X. That is game winning right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you have Era backing you up to apply that speed boost and that size boost as well, I mean, Kainoob is kind of a force to be reckoned with. That being said, has lost a lot of stagger. Working his way up the field a little bit here, but has to spend a bit of energy try and evade whatever the Lily Bone was thrown out, which will give her a nice chance to try and save this one. Burning a core flip here as well. Bounce off the back wall to clear it out of there. Keep that barrier held down, and Lily's been holding this bottom barrier most of the set. However, Snake with the dash punch is going to change all that right now, as once again Lily Bun taken down. A strike war won by Snake will mean the barrier's gone as well. As Kainoob looking for the shot, will be able to find it with a big 1-2 punch overtime speed as well, and just put Demons Raw first on the board here. And I mean, I think Lily Bun's gotten KO'd like 3 times right now. Like that's a real win condition here for Demons Raw.
Yeah, Juliet pulling up with 1-2 punch is not a force to be reckoned with, especially on Night Market, where everything is so narrow. And picking up the Might of Colossus this last set, Snake is also 15% bigger. It's just easier to hit. It doesn't matter though, because a little bit of shotgun action will be preventing any sort of opportunity to defend the goal, as Scythe the 12 will be taking that one and tying up this set. Game perfectly tied, perfectly balanced, 1-1 in sets, in points.
Yeah, any small deviations are gonna, swing this pretty hard right now. And as energy comes online for both of these teams in this point, we could be seeing some pretty wild plays here, as Snake is going to be burning the core flip first, getting one barrier. Lilybun burns the flip, but now Kainoob able to burn a flip in return and also get Liari's flip as well as the barrier here. And now it's Liari who's the goalie. Lilybun kind of got launched away for a moment there, but Snake can be able to find the shot regardless. Actually, Kainoob with the shot, my bad. To put Demons up on set point. A bit of an explosive point there to keep them going.
Yeah, Snake dashed up into the wall for, I think, like a crazy shot angle, but it ended up getting right into Kainoob's loving arms. A beautiful pass in retrospect, and Kainoob's just going to put it in. Like, Kainoob, he's level 10 in a sea of, like, level 9s. Lilybun also level 10. He's holding it down immaculately. It feels like it's just a 1v1 between these two players.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great shot right there, but it actually got blocked away by Scyther and Lilybun. So great defense, as now Liari is back online. Bonanza ready to make their final push here, as it will be Scyther 12 who brings down the barrier, but Snake dribbling up, looking for the dash punch. Doesn't quite find the angle, though. Might have another opportunity here, just enough on the angle to get it below Lilybun. And that's both barriers down here, but now Scyther's dribbling up with the flip. Gumi's the first one to burn it, though. It doesn't get too far out there. Now Scyther with the flip in the corner. Gonna be able to secure it with the shotgun as we go to yet another 0.5 here. Bun still looking to bring it back and take this game, keeping it in their control. Just keeping it neck and neck with Demons right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of going for the double barrier, almost getting it, ripping the core flip, but blocked away by the Now drone. But that's 2 members of Bun knocked out, and now Lilybun is getting harassed, and that's an ace!
Absolutely massive, as I do unfortunately cast it a little bit.
Whoa!
They're getting it done regardless. Getting
a little too comfortable in the open net there. Bang! That's
Bang!
an ace,
Indeed.
oh my
Bang
god.
Indeed.
And that's Catalyst right there. Catalyst perfect form. It's over. No. Infinite energy glitch, along with infinite cooldown glitch.
Yeah, that's very scary on Kainoob. More size as well over on Snake, who already has Might of the Colossus, and plus some more stagger, so Bun's not going to be able to do any damage to him either. Monumentalist pickup here on Gumi as well, denies it away from Liari, and is just really good on Era, especially on this map with those narrow lanes. That was an absolutely massive draft from an absolutely massive set for Demons Raw. And with, I mean, just looking at those builds, I think it might just be over. I mean, that being said, Snake gets launched into Bun's goal box there and does start a power play for them. But it's still going to be a lot of work to get through this these crazy brawler builds that they got going on. As we see right there, Kainoob just casually KOing Scyther.
Yeah, really. Bun still able to hold on through this, but just absolutely devastating draft for them. All 3 members of Demons Raw just picked up like some of their best awakenings. And there, hey, where'd that flip come from? 36 seconds into the round. How could that be? That's a little quick. Like, I don't know. This Snake picking up big fish with the Might of Colossus. That guy's huge. That guy's rocking 139 power. Monu on Gumi. Like, look at that thing. It is rough out here for Bun Bonanza. But still, again, holding on really nicely. It's once again just Lilybun on the Finny pick with the Mom Boots, just skating around, not letting these barriers go down. It's taking Kainoob and Snake just killing them really to get through. And hey, when it works, but otherwise just like these barriers, well, I was gonna say aren't going down, but I might have cast a Devious Curse, and that'll be going to match point here for Demons Raw right now.
Yeah, definitely looking a bit scary. That power spike, especially from that last draft, is, I mean, putting in a lot of work, to be sure. Bun are going to have to, I'm not entirely sure what they're going to have to do, but they're going to have to find some way to bring this one back. I mean, they are making some great defensive plays here. Snake does burn the core flip, unfortunately for nothing, but Kainoob just going to town, wailing on Lilybun right now. Both barriers going to fall, and that's Lilybun down, and yeah, Snake with a nice little setup off the goal gate. We'll see Kainoob sink it right in as game 1 going to go over to Demons Raw on a very scary looking comp on this night market here. But still, Bun kept it very close while they could, but once the Awakenings kind of got out of hand and Raw were able to scale a little bit out of control on the double brawler, it all started to kind of fall apart for them, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, Finny can only do so much. But I mean, 224 redirects, quite a bit. Only other person to break the 200 barrier, Kainoob at 211. Again, both these players just dueling it out. Unfortunately, though, all those interactions are always favored towards the offense. You make one mistake on defense, and it's over. GG. But hey, game 1, going to Demons, and it was a lot closer than I expected, especially for Demons Raw playing one of their favorite comps on Night Market. All heavily in their favor. Now we're swinging it around to something a little different. I think Clarion Test Chamber also is really good for Demons, but being the Bun Bun map pick, they're also incredibly comfortable on it, and I think have a great chance. Oh, we might be seeing the first game 3 of the day.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I think if any series was going to go to game 3, I would have put my money on it being this one, just because of the teams involved here. And on Clarion, I think Bun Bun are going to have a little bit of a easier time, hopefully. Just because like you don't really see like the double brawler thing that much on that map. It's really kind of just relegated to like a night market thing, maybe like a demon thing, demon days thing. But not having to deal with it on Clarion is gonna probably help them out a lot. Damage is kind of strong this patch. It was strong before, and I feel like it kind of got stronger, honestly. So I mean that's just something that every team is gonna have to kind of deal with, and with the way demons play, it's like they're already really good at running those damage comps. So I wouldn't be surprised, depending on Awakenings, we could very well see like a Gumi Vice come out or something, and they just run it right back. But I'm curious to see what Bun Bun end up going with. The Drek pick on the Scyther was kind of interesting. I wasn't expecting that, because if I remember right, it was like a Stell Imi bands that came out. So the Rasmus like was open, but I guess maybe they saw the Arrow goalie and were like, yeah, we'll run the Drek. And I don't know if it would have made any difference or not, but yeah, I don't know. Curious to kind of see how that ends up panning out, and if that ends up even mattering, or if they're going to run the Drek back again, because that could honestly be interesting as well. If Bun Bun try to play more into the damage with the car, I don't know. We'll just have to find out, I guess.
Yeah, we'll just have to find out. Something interesting I just realized about this matchup is that we are looking at like the top damage team to ever do it. Demons Raw, who just like have always been playing damage, have just keep winning. Like it's what they do. Top damage team, and going against Bun Bun Bonanza, who almost exclusively plays like core control comps, and like I think it is like the pinnacle of the core control team. So two very opposing ideals going against each other, which I think is very interesting. And again, like last game, and you would think like, oh, damage, haha, damage is weak. They're just gonna win. But it was a lot closer than I would have ever expected. And so I'm very interested, to see what happens going to Clarion Test Chamber, where it's kind of like Night Market. You can run pretty much anything and feel comfortable on it. Bun Bun can show up with a hyper core control team and just start mowing down the barriers before Demon's Raw can get anything. So we will have to see what happens in the character draft, see what these teams are looking out for. I think if Demon's Raw are able to get like Vice or Estelle, and these super high value damage picks, things are going to be pretty difficult, because last game they played double brawler, but it wasn't really like damage. It was Snake or Kainu will dash punch you, or like you're going to get X ulted for half your health and then die, that kind of thing. But not like I'm going to play Vice and Estelle and throw a million things at you and you're just going to get hit by it. And this is the life you have to live now. Good luck.
Yeah. I mean, it could definitely be an angle like that. I mean, like you said, we're waiting kind of on to see what these starting awakenings are, as that could determine it a fair bit as well. Demons banned the Estelle last time because they were red side, I think. And they wanted to like ban it away from Liari, but actually it looks like it's Heavy Impact's reverb coming out. So Vice could be Vice is probably appearing somewhere in this draft, as either as a ban or as a pick. I don't see a world where that doesn't happen. The character is very strong, even with the nerfs. Like, she's like maybe a bit weaker in like midfield, but goalie Vice stocks are still up. especially with like the other stuff that you can kind of combo around with her, and obviously heavy impact start is big as well. But looks like an Aimee ban first off here from Bun Bun Bonanza, what they banned last time, and there's the Estelle ban from Demon's Raw once again. So same band, but Bun Bun do have first pick, so curious to see what they choose to spend it on.
Right, a first pick Vice would make a lot of sense. Just lock it in, get your heavy impact. Lily Bun very very fond of the pick, plays it quite a bit, but we're going to be seeing a first pick now instead, also strong with heavy impact start, and kind of like a preliminary anti-damage measure, but that's immediately Vice Centauro has been locked in for Demon's Raw, and that is not what you want to see if you're a Bun Bun Bonanza. Very scary. Now can only do so much into that, and both those characters were left up available to pick. That is the premier damage comp. You've got your Centauro charging ahead to do 1,000,000 damage with his heavy impact. Whoa. And then Vice to do the same thing. Both these teams, or both these characters, hitting pretty hard. We see Drek and Finny being locked in, rounding out the Bun Bun comp, just running back the same comp they had last time. And actually a Kai pick coming out, presumably from Kai Noob, going to be running the Kai mid, taking up the mantle of core control for Demon's Raw while his teammates have a little bit of fun doing some damage.
Yeah, that's honestly that's a very terrifying comp from Demon's Raw. Meanwhile, it looks like Bun Bun kind of running back exactly what they did last game, which I think if they were going up against any team that isn't Demon's Raw running heavy impacts Vice Centauro, I'd be like, yeah, that's a good comp. That's gonna win here. But that's very terrifying. Like you were saying, I don't believe that now has anywhere near enough healing to deal with heavy impacts Vice Centauro. And with Kai Noob, of course, just holding it down in midfield on the Kai, it's going to be a bit of a challenge for Bun Bun to, not only stay alive, but also to set up any, like, real offense as well. Because Scyther's probably just going to get batted around by Gumi a lot, and Lilybun's most likely just going to get beat up by Snake a lot here. It's going to be a bit tough. It might just be an all reverb angle from them. I could maybe see Liari going for the heavy impacts here. But heavy impacts is good on all those characters, so it would be a shame to kind of give that up. But if this is in fact a 6 heavy impact start, it's going to become incredibly volatile very quickly, and whoever wins kind of the first set and gets like those good awakenings first will pretty easily snowball out of control. And it's already looking like Demon's Raw have that potential just out of the gate.
Yeah, being able to just get KOs really consistently round 1 is a huge concern, because usually round set 2, 3, maybe even 4, if you're able to clutch up the set 3 on a reverse sweep angle, that's when the damage comes online, and that's when you really start coming out with it. But like Vice and Zentaro on heavy impact start kind of have that going immediately out the gate, and other characters, obviously damage characters scale to the moon, but characters like Drakkar, Finny now also have scaling opportunities. They can get strong awakenings, get better. They don't have that set 1. Whereas the other team, the Vice and Zentaro, just have their best awakening out the gate. Like that is tough to deal with. Again, it's going to be a lot of damage. We're going to have to see some like miracle heroic plays come out from Bun Bun. And we are painting the picture of like, oh, Demon's Raw have already won kind of thing. Obviously not. Anything can happen. I think my big concern is like, now has so little stagger. It's so easy to die on that character. And so I feel like not taking reverb would be a big deal. Reverb would help a lot, but heavy impact's so good on now. It's such a conflict,
Yeah. It's definitely a tough choice here. I think if you're Bun Bun, you just bite the bullet and maybe just go all reverb to try and survive. But looking here, oh, this is interesting. So it looks like we got 2 reverbs, Liari and Lilybun, Meanwhile, Scyther 12 has opted for the heavy impact and is actually going for the Mag Souls Drakkar here, which is a very interesting pick. Something that people have kind of been like talking about as like a way to stay alive. We saw Bang Bang take it in game 1 against Sad Boys, where you basically just like run around midfield really fast and like hope that you're fast enough to like not get killed. So it's a bit of an interesting strategy there from Scyther instead of going for the Reaver. But we'll have to see if it does end up panning out. Bunbun have gotten both barriers to start off point 1, but haven't quite yet been able to score, as now Demons look like they're going to be able to bring down both barriers here in return.
Yeah, all barriers down, and slipping right past Demon's Raw. Scyther 12 getting the goal credit. Kinoob almost saving it with Giga, but unfortunately puts it in. And yeah, Scyther 12 rocking out. Magnetized Soldier on deck. Running around in the midfield, just having a bunch of extra speed to survive all the damage. And, bang! With the heavy impact. Also really strong on Drakkar. Just gonna shoot Snake. Death by firing squad right away. Despite getting knocked out. But there's Liari staggered. Having to do a little bit of healing. But now Demons are on the defense. Unable to get it out. Lose both barriers. And now, this is what I'm talking about. This is the Bunbun miracle that we're seeing, is that they're going to hold this barrier forever, and Scyther 12 is eventually just going to like strike shotgun it in. Because that's what Drakkar does. And that's all he has to do. You know, that's the value you're looking for. Oh, but in core flip, defended away, almost gets put in. Lilybud also walking up, trying to put it in with the core flip. Oh my god.
Yeah, unfortunate loss of a couple core flips there, but Snake is not looking too healthy right now as we enter overtime. Grand finale coming out. Scyther looking for the KO. Unfortunately, couldn't hit the bumper the first time. Gets it on the second shotgun, though, as it will actually be Bunbun who are starting off with the power plays here. Liari looking for this core pass to the middle here. It's going to be enough speed off the Atlas Expanse to be able to find it using that environment well. A great shot from Liari. We'll see Bunbun actually up 2-0 already, as they're kind of beginning to steal this set 1. We were talking a lot about, like, you know, Demons got a lot of damage just coming out of the gate that they can look to play around set 1 before they even scale, but so far Bunbun have gotten more KOs than them, and they're up 2 points, so it might just be, you know, that kind of the Bunbun miracle, really, where it doesn't look like they should be winning, but, I mean, right now they are, so we'll see if they're able to keep it up and seal out this set or not, as Scyther 12 brings down one barrier and keeps the offense going here.
Yeah, do not underestimate the underbun buff. As what I'm seeing right now is that Snake is just getting KO'd repeatedly by Scyther 12. You know, I talked a little bit about now not having any stagger, but Zentaro has the same amount of stagger as now, and you know, didn't take reverb like Liari did. Snake rocking out with the heavy impact. It just doesn't have the same survivability that Liari does. Bad time to say that, unfortunately, but barrier still up for Bunbun. Liari or Lilybud with the core flip, using it to get it out. You know, despite being in the power play, still able to hold it down. And Demon's Raw seem to be struggling to get anything accomplished right now.
Yeah, their offense has not been anywhere near as like insane as it was last game, but I think a lot of that is just honestly due to the way Bunbun's playing right now. They seem to have gotten a bit of a power up almost coming into game 2 here. And I mean, they're still going right now. The Supernova coming out from Gumi to try and hold it down. Snake with the Zenel tries to get it out, but once again, the Lilybud just sends it right back into that midfield. However, Demons do have some core flips up, and Scyther is not looking so healthy. Will receive a bit of healing there from Liari as he begins to play around those mag souls in the midfield to just try and dodge some abilities and stay alive. Now Scyther pushing up to this bottom corner looking for the shotgun. Liari on the top side, not going to be able to find it either, unfortunately, though. But Bunbun may have another chance here as Kainu pushed up. It gets down to Scyther 12, looks for the shot, but doesn't quite find it, though. Liari also burns the core flip here and doesn't get very far with it, unfortunately. Yumi teleporting up with the Supernova. Snake on the bottom side looking for the shot to the barrier, but Lilybud holding it down. Grand finale. Snake able to push it through, though. The Zen coming out, Kainu looking to feed up to Snake. Pop the core flip. There's the Zen dash, a barrage to back it up as well. As Demons will put themselves on the board now. 1-2 here. But Bunbun still have every chance to take this first set, and, you know, with a good draft, they could easily bring this game into their favor.
Yeah, I feel like that point, it went a very long time, and you could kind of see the adaptation from Demon's Rock coming out. The gears were turning. That being said, both barriers are down, so I'm gonna have to see a bit of quicker adaptation here, as Snake is once again just dead. Almost gets knocked out by the Molten Bolt. So now it's up to Gumi and Kainoob to hold it down while Snake is just struggling to find an opportunity, but that barrier is down now. Type to 12 and Lilybun both have core flips. Gonna be a big opportunity, but Kainoob almost winning the strike war and just taking another point right there. Gumi flipped air, which I think might be part of the keyboard issues. Very unlucky if so, but Type to 12 almost puts it in with the core flip and the strike shotgun. But Gumi and Kainoob are just holding this. Oh my god.
Yeah, the defense right now between Gumi and Kainoob is pretty impeccable here as Kainoob gets the Soren angle and still manages to hold, throws Scyther in the queue for a moment as well to buy a bit of time here. But they need to get this core away from Liari, who's pushing up. Core from Kainoob will be enough. It sends it straight into the top side of the goal. Snake doesn't even need to touch that one as Demons Raw bring it to a set point, tie it up, as now they're coming online. And once again, already Kainoob, the highest level in the lobby, putting in some work, some reps on this Kai character.
Yeah, just a little bit. Level 6, set 1 is crazy. But once again, both barriers down for Demon's Raw. It just keeps happening, but then they're defending the open net so well. That being said, it looks like Chain Lightning not doing him any favors. Scythe the 12 able to get the ball into the bottom corner. Right around. A little bit of a bounce house disaster as Bun Bun is going to be taking that first set. Well, not a whole lot on the board. Rapid Fire, Extra Special going to be really good. If Peak Performance goes down to Scythe the 12, you're going to be over the moon, but just being taken by Lilybun instead. As I said, I'm taking the stagger. I'm going to make sure we're surviving. Monyu going straight to Liari here. Chrono Boost on Kainoob, which is a huge deal. One of Kai's best awakenings. You don't get to level 6 without covering so much space, being everywhere at once. And now we can just do that way better. Explosive Entrance being denied by Scythe the 12, leaving Snake to pick up Extra Special, which after the 5-second CD nerf on Zentaro, it's going to be pretty nice to have. Good draft all around. Oh, Gumi picked up Rapid Fire. I missed that part. That's pretty good. Pretty good Vice Awakening. And Scythe the 12 is getting bullied just a little bit.
Yeah, Snake also taking a fair bit of damage here, but Demons with a little bit more damage to work with is going to be quite nice. The mod is, of course, really good here as we see we are able to find that goal, pick up that point right now. But Cypher is honestly a little bit scary with what he's got going there. He's got a lot of hard-hitting impacts, and with that extra speed now, plus the mag souls, you can just kind of go invis in the midfield and run pretty quick, kind of wherever. See right now, look how fast that lizard moves, just all the way down to the bottom side. The extra time on the invisibility as well. The explosive entrance going to be making up for that speed nerf and then some. So this guy can reposition pretty quickly, and there's the shotgun coming out to take Snake off the map. Of course, Bun Bun are going to have to defend against this counter power play because Demons did have some good offense going there. They are able to pick up one barrier there with the Monumentalist secondary core flip coming out from Gumi. Going to get blocked away, though, as everything gets reset back to neutral. But one more barrier that Demons have to protect here. Bun Bun are trying to bring it down. Snake trying to get it through. Lilybun able to win strike. Zenno coming out. It's Kainoob pushing up with the barrage. It's going to be enough to force it through the Finny. No core flip going to be burned on that one as Demons Raw will tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, really well played by Kainoob. Working with the Zen ult super well and just pushing it in. And well, something I've noticed here is that Snake and Scythe the 12 often end up battling each other in the midfield, and Scythe the 12 almost always wins. He has more stagger, and Drakkar just has way more burst damage than Zentaro, who has more damage, let's be very clear, but definitely it doesn't come out as fast as Drakkar's damage does. His moves are slow and individually don't do much. That being said, Liari getting knocked out is going to be a pretty big deal as this Zen ult and this core flip from Kainoob might come out, make a pretty big play. There it is. Flip and dip. So Snake, you handle this. Gumi is somehow low. Didn't see how that happened, but oh, beautiful passes coming out from the forwards of Demon's Rock, kind of looking really low. And Bun are holding on through their offense.
And now a flip from Gumi on his top side. It's going to get blocked away, though. And back to Scyther 12, who picks up the barrier for Bun. There's the grand finale coming out as we enter overtime. Bun have that open goal to deal with. And Scyther 12 is not looking healthy. Going to play around those mag souls to try and heal up just a little bit here, it looks like. It's kind of looking for this setup here. And able to get ahead of Lilybun with that speed. Lilybun walking up just a little bit too far there. Kaidub able to catch up with the core and sink it in. We'll see Demon's Raw bring it to set point right here. Be able to maybe take a set of their own.
Yeah, devious, dark, sick, and twisted Clarion bounce coming out. And kind of, again, he used the core control of his team. Just out here, 1v2ing Lilybun and Liari while Gumi and Snake are walking around trying to kill Scyther 12. And it's impressive, honestly. You know, but now Snake, getting shot by the triple take, knocked out, and now kind of looking to do a little bit of stalling in this power play, keeping the core up. Doing a great job of it, but core flip coming out from Gumi. Now things are getting rough. Snake is back, and we're kind of locked in a stalemate. Both teams at one barrier, but Scyther 12 looking really low now. Could be very bad if he gets knocked out.
Yeah, a little bit. Could be a little bit rough. These power plays that we've seen have been kind of devastating, but on this map, the bounce house the neutral tends to go for a while as the bouncers kind of send it a little bit quick and out of people's range quite effectively here as we bring it to overtime yet again. We see the core flip burnt there by Lilybun, but Scyther almost getting KO'd here. Actually will get KO'd as Snake can be able to follow up the Xenol with the passive, take out the Drakkar with the core flip there, and kind of actually burning the flip. Doesn't quite get the barrier. We'll be able to redeem it, though, with the barrage follow-up. As now it's Liari who's staggered here. Getting him to burn the now ult to find a bit of healing here. Giga Blast coming out from Kainub. Luckily, Liari is in a good position to be able to save that one here. Now Snake is the one receiving the damage from Bun Bonanza, paying for his sins. However, Gumi with the power cord sends the core too fast in overtime. It gets around Liari and Lilybun, and that's Demon's Raw able to steal the point and claim the set here. Gumi the MVP. We could see something scary come out. There is Deadeye on the board as well as Stinger and Quick Strikes here. This could be a pretty big draft for Demons.
Yeah, looking at Hotshot, Primetime 2 going to Gumi. That's Rapid Fire Primetime with heavy impact. Just so many CDs. Orb Dancer going to Kainub, even more speed. Again, just the weight of all the core control of his team on his back. And he is ready to take it. Stinger going to Snake, which is a huge deal. You know, Centauro just has so many. He has so many hits. He will be stinging. Liari picking up Quick Strike, and that's Monu Quick Strike now. He's looking really good, but already both barriers just down for Bun. You know, Snake getting shot in the face, but it's still like the damage is coming out on Scyther 12. They're able to get the barriers. Demon's Raw lost the first set, but have really come back swinging since.
Yeah, and with these new awakenings as well, the Stinger pickup is still pretty big. I mean, Snake was already doing a lot of damage, and it's just going to be even more now. Kainub picking up the big mode orb here, but it's not going to be enough, actually. Scyther is able to bring down that second barrier here. Now dribbling in this top side. Supernova here from Gumi. Hold it down. Lilybun pushing up to the midfield, but Kainub is still here on the defense as Scyther taking so much damage from Demon's Raw. Gumi looking to dribble it a little bit here. Try and find an angle out. Core is still pushed up on the Demon's side for the most part. Looks like they're able to convert over here. Xenol coming out from Snake. There's the grand finale. Lilybun trying to get it out of here. Can kind of bring it down to the center. Core flip comes out. It's going to get blocked away. Liari getting big mode here. We'll be able to control the core in this top side very well. Keep that top barrier up. As Bun still have both to work with. The defense has been holding. Core flip from Liari, unfortunately, a little bit too low. However, Scyther is on the top side to recover and get it off of that rebound and sink it in. As Bun will be able to bring it back and tie it up now. 1-1, 1-1. Stay in this game. The energy economy also very even. The levels also quite even. And despite, all we've been saying about Demons having these crazy damage, I mean, Bun have been keeping this game absolutely neck and neck this entire time.
Yeah, Kainub just picked up his 5th orb. big deal. And Demons have been like consistently getting these double barriers. Not double barriers, but back-to-back barriers. Which I think is really devastating for Bun's defense, because they usually do so well holding this one barrier, but now losing both back-to-back is super difficult. That being said, Scyther 12 getting the last barrier, but getting killed in return, and Snake is just going to win a crazy strike war right there and pull ahead. Demons are on now up 2-1 in this set, looking to run away with this game.
Yeah, great strike war win there from Snake as Demons looking to take it on the kickoff. Gumi teleporting in, popping the supernova early, but unfortunately no barriers going down just yet. Kind of looking to send it in for another opportunity, but still not too much of anything. However, Gumi with the core flip will be able to get one, and there's the follow-up from Kainu for that second one. Those back-to-back barriers, once again, being ever prevalent from Demons Raw. Now Scyther 12, though, is looking to get something of his own. Already now pushed up in the midfield here, trying to get it past Kainu and Gumi, but the 2v1 is quite powerful here for the side of Demons Raw. Snake looking for that score. Lilibun able to hold it down, though, and actually get it out. And Scyther capitalizes, brings down two barriers of his own here. As now both sides once again opened up. Snake does have a core flip up, though, and it's going to be burnt right here. Dash to the bottom side, shoots to the top. Lilibun tried to use the card to save that one, but was just a little bit too early on the guess, unfortunately. A great shot from Snake, though. We'll see Demons Raw take their second set now. Kainoob the MVP, and oh geez, Catalyst, Orb Ponderer, Stacks in perfect form, all showing up here. Kainoob just gonna have his pick of the lot, really. Probably gonna be like Orb Ponderer, Catalyst. Yeah, there's a Catalyst pickup. Once again, twice in a row now, yeah.
A Catalyst, just like best awakening in the game. Lilibun denying perfect form, not letting Snake have that. If Snake had Stinger perfect form, heavy impact, that's GG. But picking up Stacks instead, also just a phenomenal awakening. Missile prop on Scyther 12 is even more damage. Gonna be really nice. More range with the shotgun, which could play a big part in their success. Gumi with aerials. Finally not picking a CDR awakening, but just getting in a little bit of range. Getting kind of assailed by Scyther 12, who is also looking pretty low. Able to use his speed from his dash awakening to get away from the Thunderstruck. But that being said, Bun, both barriers down, and a crazy barrage from Kainoob to keep it on the other side of the big finish. We'll be putting it in. Whoa.
Yeah, big barrages here from Kainoob once again. This is a really crazy Kai build as well. He can really just kind of get anywhere that he wants, and he's already got a core flip up as well to work with here. So I mean, Demons may have just gotten a little bit of a repeat of the first game where it was really close. Those first two sets, and yeah, with Scyther 12 going down, that's just gonna be the point. But once they got this kind of final set of awakenings, it looks like they've really started to pop off, as that was probably the quickest goal we've had all game here. They're going to have two core flips up on Snake and Gumi to work with this set as well, as they're immediately looking to get this offense going here. However, Snake will go down to Scyther and lose the core flip. One barrier falling here off of the power play from Bun Bonanza, but they're potentially looking for more Liari in this bottom side. Lilibun also pushing up as well. There's the grand finale coming out. Unfortunately, the core is not going to be able to make it in there. His Snake will come back online. Kainoob and Gumi on the top looking for the barrier. Gumi setting up a teleport, coming in. There's a supernova looking for the KO on Scyther, but doesn't find it and can't get back in time. Unfortunately, the barrier will fall down to Liari, who is left unattended there. So now both midfielders have their core flips up. Liari burning hers, bounce off the center, looking for the shot, but Gumi able to save it once, twice. Kainoob against Scyther saves it as well. Lilibun pushing up here, but Scyther goes down, and Gumi finds a shot onto one of the barriers for Bunma Bonanza, and now it's Demons Raw with a power play of their own. Making Kainoob looking to make this thing happen, looking to close this game out. On the top side, looking for the push. Zenolt coming out, but Scyther's back online now. Giga Blast from Kainoob sends it a bit backwards. Core flip from Lilibun, traded with Kainoob. Core flip came out and found another barrier here. And now Bun's goal is wide open. Scyther looking for the strike for the point, but can't quite find it. Now Gumi teleports up. There's a supernova on the bottom side. Snake versus Liari in the top. They will get past. Back to the midfield now. Scyther going big mode and able to snipe Snake off the map with the Molten Bolt. Is now once again another power play here for the side of Bunma Bonanza. Core flip from Liari. Blocked by Kainoob's barrage, though. Gonna have another shot, potentially. Core flip from Gumi. Pass down to Kainoob. Buys a bit of time here. Lilibun looking to send it back in, though. No one able to recover it. Down ult from Snake. It was almost a bit dangerous. Luckily, Kainu was able to cover it. However, Scyther with the strike shotgun is going to be enough to get it through there. As Bun will stall it out once more, put themselves on the board, but one more point in, Raw will just take it.
Hey, crazy point. Bun not out of it yet. Still fighting strong. Ready to bring us to a set 5. You gotta win 2 more points, but able to get their footing with that first point right there. And sometimes it's all you need. You know, O2 comfort zone kind of stuff. Just, you get that 1 point, you say, okay, we can do it. It's not over yet. And, like, they're looking really good. Scyther's just getting these barriers, dicing them up. You know, gets knocked out, but at this point in the game, a foregone conclusion with how much damage Demon's Raw have. But now net open, looking scary. Lilybun has a core flip. Might be able to do something with it. Snake is low, too. Oh, but Lilybun going for it all. Core flipping, trying to get it in. Blocked by Gumi, but now Snake is stuck in the mud. Lost in the trenches. Scyther 12 also stuck there, but has missile prop. Doesn't matter. Liari strike wars the Supernova and puts it in, bringing us to 2-2. Bun is not going down this easily.
The underbun buff is so real. As I tied on set point now, it could be Bun bringing it back to a set 5. They get one barrier here, able to fend off a push from Snake as well to keep both of theirs up. Scyther's looking for more on this bounce house in the bottom side. Core flip from Gumi will send it back, but Liari in the midfield now. The core flip, we're able to win the strike war, and there's a second barrier gone down. But now it's Stake, able to get one barrier in return. Pass down to Scyther. Power core from Gumi will send it away. Now Kainu pushing up. Grand Finale covered out. It's not quite enough though. The bounce is a little bit unfortunate there, but good for Demon's Raw. Snake able to capitalize with his Zentaro passive. Both barriers are down, but Snake pay for it with his life. Gumi teleporting in. There's the Supernova coming out, but all of Bun Bonanza fall back on the defense and are able to hold it down. They have the power play going. They need to make this happen. Scyther pass up to Liari, but back down to Scyther off the rebound there. The shotgun's going to be enough, and that's Bun Bonanza bringing it to a set 5 now in game 2 after a very, very close 0-2 deficit there. Scyther, the MVP. This is the final draft. This is where it all is going to matter.
Yeah, Bun staring down set point, but now getting rewarded, I hope, with Adrenaline Rush. Scyther, there we go. It's been picking up so many KOs. Denies it from Demon's Raw, which is so nice. They now just have a phenomenal win condition where they kill someone, you know, Scyther shoots them, and then gets a million speed and is able to go crazy. Cast going to Kainub is a pretty big deal because now he has Cast Chrono Boost. He's just, you know, going to be dashing quickly and for a long time. Oh my god, Scyther 12 off rip, immediately going to kill Snake, but Lilybun gets KO'd instead. Don't know what happened there. Crazy. Crazy off the bat. Starter set 5 already, and just like demonic things are going on.
Already a bit of cinema happening. I think it was Gumi teleporting up with the Supernova that managed to get that KO, but now it's Snake who's once again looking pretty hurt here. Will manage to survive the shotgun and the triple take here, but it will be Liari who will pick up the KO onto the Zentaro here and start another power play for the side of Bun Bonanza. Mini Supernova from Gumi, but it's not quite enough. Scyther able to get the angle off the rebound. The barrier is down. Core flip from Liari, really close up. Gets stalled out though, but earns Gumi's core flip off of it, so no point, but goalie core flip is pretty nice to have. And now getting it back down to Scyther 12, who's looking kind of hurt here, but we'll be able to have to fall back a little bit here as Lilybun rotating up to be the new midfielder, but taken out there as another goalie down for the side of Bun Bonanza. The power play here for Demon's Raw. Gumi looking to set something up, bringing it down to Kainub. The barrage coming out over to Snake, who's able to win the strike war against that Scyther and open up Bun's side of the goal. General coming out on the bottom side, Supernova from Gumi, who's teleported up. It's perfect setup from Demon's Raw, and they'll be first on the board in set 5. And the damage, I mean, the damage is absolutely real. Snake did get, does only have 1 Rampage stack, so those haven't, like, totally come online, but is stacking up the pancakes pretty quickly here, and is going to be moving around quite fast. What a save with the Grand Finale! Lilybun able to stop the double barrier from happening. Will lose 1 though, but Bun may have a chance to redeem himself. However, it's Kainu pushing up with the barrage to bring down the second one regardless and open up the goal once again.
Yeah, Gumi actually, I think saving the ball there, but core flipping it in, putting it in right there with his whoa. I'm taken aback. What I'm looking at right now is, you mentioned Snake having the Rampage stacks, having the stacks on stacks, but this guy is number one target, the Scyther 12, a hitman assigned to kill that guy. If he dies, he loses all those stacks. But instead, Kainoob dies, loses his Orb Ponder, or Orb Dancer stacks. That going down is a pretty big deal. Not going to have as much speed coming back. Snake also looking really low. Bun Bun able to capitalize off the power play, getting both barriers now on the open net. Almost puts it in, and there's Snake dead. There's his stacks gone too. Everything Bun Bun just got in the O2 comfort zone. The underbun buff got everything from Demon's Raw and then took the goal.
Yeah, I mean, when they're down, they're up. Bun Bun Bonanza, things done right now. But no mistakes can be made, as Demons have only 1 point to take the entire series here. However, it will be Bun Bun who will bring down the first barrier on kickoff here. Lilybun also pushed up in the midfield to try and keep things going. However, Gumi and Kainoob able to get it out and earn a barrier for Demons now. But another KO onto Kainoob, and this time earning his flip as well. It's absolutely massive. Core flip here from Liari. Will be able to bring down the barrier with a bit of help from Scyther. Now Scyther looking up, find the shotgun. Lilybun actually able to find the goal there. Looks like I think with the card or the triple take, something with the Finny thing, to bring it to set 5.5 in game 2.
If you told me this game was going to go to set 5.5, you know, especially after that character draft, I would have told you like mean things. I would have made fun of you very loudly, and I'm shocked. Bun Bun is just, they're locked in. They're playing so well. All three of members are just absolutely crushing it in their roles, making sure nothing goes wrong, moving like a unified force. You know, and other crazy things that you can say about how well they're playing. Like, I'm shocked. And now it all comes down to this one barrier down for Bun Bun, both barriers up for Demon's Raw. But with how things have been going, both those barriers should disappear in an instant. That's both barriers gone for Bun Bun now. Kind of running up with the flip. And Gumi catches it on the warp in and puts it in, sealing out that game. Demon's Raw 2-0. Claiming their 5-1 in the series. Oh my god! Oh my god! Crazy game.
Sorry, I disconnected for just a moment, but yeah.
Welcome back!
Yeah, I love my fake fiber internet. It's not real. Don't get it, it's a scam. But, I mean, just take a look at these stats here. Like, Gumi with the casual 76,000 damage
oh my god.
is kind of crazy. This is 2 games, like, in a row now where they've gotten crazy amounts of damage, but I mean, Gumi was like just pumping it out. Rapid fire, heavy impacts, primetime Vice will tend to do that. It's pretty insane, and 250 redirects to back it up as well. But meanwhile, on the other side, it looks like Scyther 12 got 8 KOs on the Dakar, which is kind of crazy, considering what we were talking about at the beginning. Bun Bun Bonanza actually has more KOs than Demon's Raw, despite the damage numbers getting put up. Unfortunately, just when those KOs came and what happened during them was not quite the same, though. But an incredibly close series, despite being a 2-0. Had anything really gone differently, that this very well could have gone to a game 3. But yeah, great performances from Bun Bun Bonanza today. And I mean, the numbers and that VOD are gonna speak for themselves, really. But I think there just came a point when the damage from Demons was just too much. Scyther, unfortunately, kind of spent most of that time staggered in the midfield, having to run around and play for his life more than anything. So, it was a bit unfortunate. And I mean, good drafting from Demons to be able to get the Vice Zentaro and get that whole thing going. But yeah, really great game nonetheless.
Yeah, definitely. Great job, Demons Raw. You saw heavy impact and clicked Vice and Zentaro. The revolutionary new tech has hit the building. Yeah, wow. They played it really well. Again, top damage team, takes damage and wins. And that's Yeah, that's what they do. They've been contending for best team NA for a reason. Very big. But yeah, I think that's everything. I've got nothing else. And
Yeah.
we got a post show after this. So you got anything else?
Nope. I believe that is all. That's all the games for today and whatnot. So with that Demons win, we're gonna be throwing it over to the post show for a bit. Stick around for that. It's gonna be pretty awesome. But yeah, that's all from us. Goodbye. Have a good night.
Welcome back, everybody, to week 6. My name is Tech, and joining me today we have Gumi, Dropletto, and You Already Lose for the post show. Welcome, everyone, and we have some fun questions for you guys. So, Gumi, starting off, we just saw you guys come off that win against Bun Bun Bonanza. How does it feel playing against this team, and especially with some of the Finny changes?
Yeah, they felt very hard to play against, and honestly, it's super cool that they're innovating by playing Finny, Drakkar, like less common picks. I mean, obviously now is common and everybody plays now, but the Drakkar and Finny was really cool to see, and it was hard to play against.
Yeah, I saw the combo with Drek a lot. I'm sure that was difficult as a goalie. And, you guys have a week break. So, what mobile game are you going to break your keyboard with this time?
Honestly, this week I'm leaving for Hawaii on Monday, so not too much to do. But this weekend there's gonna be a lot of Baldur's Gate. I'll tell you that.
Okay, perfect. So, a good break, much needed break to come back for week 7, where you guys will be playing EKC. How do you feel about that matchup?
I don't know. EKC is obviously a good team, but I think we match up very well against them. I don't think we've ever had issues with EKC historically, so I'm excited for our match.
Got it. Well, that'll be good to look out for. You Already Lose. Thank you for joining us today. I saw you and Vaughn had an insane number of redirects during those matches. How are you feeling after that match?
Game 2, Stellan X got maybe the best build I've ever seen ever. And the missile prop on Atlas made it really hard for us to play. So like it was just an uphill battle the whole time. But game 1 felt like really good, especially for me.
Yeah, I was going to mention that Xeno Gemini was sort of popping off on that Atlas goalie. Is that a pick that you guys scrim into often, or is that sort of uncommon and mix things up for you guys?
It's definitely not common, but I think it would be a lot weaker without missile prop that game.
Yeah, Atlas was putting in work. Of course, you were too on that IME. Absolutely ridiculous. How do you just keep the nerves at bay? I mean, I'm sure you've had so much experience through these previous seasons of Nassel, but why don't you tell me a little bit about like what goes on in your team comms and sort of what do you think about during the match?
Okay, so for me, it's like kind of hard because uh a lot of times I just like get into the zone and I like barely talk, or like I just like I don't know. I feel like I just focus in on what I'm supposed to do and like hyper focus on it. So that's my thing.
Yeah, that makes sense. It definitely looks like it watching. I mean, the strike where wins are ridiculous. And of course, now your team is tied for number 1 with Demons Raw in the current standings. You might be able to pull those up here. Why don't you sort of tell me about that? Why don't you tell me about these other matches you've had through this series?
Well, okay. Oh, so me like our team Sad Boys have been scrimming demons like a lot. They're like our exclusive scrim partners now for some reason. But so like our upcoming matches are like they're one of them. I know Bun Bun is one of them. Showtime. I think our hardest one is definitely demons, but like we got to watch out for Showtime for sure. They're looking really good. Like this week they like had a really dominant performance.
Absolutely. Of course, Dropletto, thank you for joining us. It's good to see you in person versus on my team, and then I throw the match and we lose a lot of MMR. So my apologies for that. But love to see you on the X. I saw you popping off and just punching that core through. Why don't you tell me how you feel about those games?
They felt really, I don't know, fluid. The games today felt really good to play. I just kind of felt in the zone. Woke up, immediately started scrimming. I'm not gonna say what hour I woke up. I think my parents are watching, but just got on, played OS, and got off. Good day.
Absolutely. And there's so many teams this season that are currently 3-3. I mean, we have 4-5 teams all really tied for this 4th seed. So how do you feel about that? I mean, these matches are very, very important, I assume, coming out throughout these next few weeks. Is there that added pressure you guys feel, or are you comfortable with this?
I still feel pretty comfortable, but it is super scary for all, what is that, 5 teams that are tied at 3-3 right now. The next 3 weeks, I don't think really any team can afford to lose a match.
That's right. And I believe next week you all are against. Ooh, if I can read this properly. Wow. I can't read. I'm not sure what team you're up against. Do you know what team you're up against?
I don't know either, actually. I
Perfect.
think it's Bun Bun. Yeah.
Fun bun. Yep. So how do you feel about that? I mean, we just watched a game against them. They put on a pretty strong performance. So any nerves?
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm nervous. I think that team is really scary. Every time I play them, I get rolled. This Lily Bun, the scariest person in the net to me because she just strike wars me every time and I lose because I'm a dog. But looking to not have that happen next week.
Definitely will be something to watch out for. And I guess this question sort of aimed at everyone. You know, I talked with Gumi a little bit about it. How are you guys feeling about these character changes? I mean, we see Finny now is just flying across the entire map as that little white character, and of course, other changes to other strikers. How do you feel overall about these sort of balance changes that have come out recently?
Well, as far as it goes for me, whenever patch notes drop, everyone's complaining in the thread, and I'm just like, I'm happy we get anything to change the meta. Like, I don't care at this point. Like, they could just buff a random character 5 times, and I would be happy that we get to see something else played. So, yeah.
Absolutely. We'll love to hear from either Dropletto or Yao on that one.
I mean, okay, I'll go. Yeah, I agree with Gumi. I think the changes, any change, in my opinion, is a good change. Except for Energy Awakenings, those can stay out of
That's
the game.
facts. That's facts.
Definitely. Okay, well, I will give you guys your shout outs. I'll start off with Gumi. Who do you want to shout out and sort of who was responsible for that win?
I don't know. I'll shout out G Fuel. I don't know. Even though like I think they've been like changing the recipe or something. Like I didn't get locked in today from my G Fuel, so they might have to fix that, or I might have to start snorting it like Soren. Shout out Soren. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes because it didn't work its magic today. I was kind of out of it today.
Damn, Dropletto, any shout outs for you? Maybe not G Fuel, maybe a competitor's brand?
Yeah, I mean, I just have to shout out Moffin Kobe. Every time they pull up to sub for us, they absolutely put on a show. They're so good. I sometimes think Kazan sucks ass whenever I play against it, but when Moffin plays it, he pulls through, even if he didn't play today.
Yeah, I'm off an incredible player. Of course, always enjoyable to watch. And Yao, any shout outs for you?
Of course, I gotta shout out my brawler, Alistar Omega Strikers. He played really well today, and he had to go against like a matchup he doesn't play against much, Atlas. And I think he did a really good job.
Perfect. Well, thank you all for that. Next Saturday, of course, July 13th, make sure you tune in to the Stars Day 1, the in-person LAN in New York City. Of course, if you want to support that, go ahead and type !merch. Check out all the new merchandise and designs created by a lot of fellow Omega Striker players. So there's also a giveaway, I believe, too. So you can go ahead and check out Twitter for that one. But thank you all for joining today. And that's it for week 6. Next time you hear from us, I believe it'll be in New York. So thanks for tuning in, and we'll catch you guys next week.